Our forefathers fought for liberty, individual freedom, self-expression, and the right to self-determination. They created a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, establishing a nation of free individuals who ignited a bright beacon of hope. Liberty. America's a land where any person from any background can succeed, so long as they endeavor forthright with determination in their heart. A melting pot, the greatest hits album of the human race. We gather here today to renew that sacred bond, that oath to freedom. Welcome to the marketplace of ideas. We there? Help me, Kyle. Welcome to the marketplace of ideas, where our technological adeptness knows no bounds. We apparently streamed for about 50 minutes with absolutely no live stream going up because I clicked go live 3 times instead of 4, and a plugin I added ruined everything. Kyle, are we even live this time? Are we here tonight, before the people? I'm up to here. I'm up to here with the tech problems, brother. I am up to here. How did the stream go? Sad face. Oh, I have to click an option? I'm a boomer. Fuck you.
I think it's time to throw your computer in the garbage. Need to get you an e-machine.
Oh God, we're getting that bad. It's that bad. Welcome, one and all, to the marketplace of ideas. The show that's trying to elevate the conversation by lowering the quality. Oh my God. Tonight, we had some guests lined up for a couple weeks, but then Kyle and I unfortunately got sick. We're working on some great guests in the future, but tonight we're just going to be doing a board meeting. We're just going to be, having the gang, and we're going to listen to some very interesting content between a discussion between Dan Saltman and Hutch, who are having a conversation about how far should the left take it if they take back control of our federal government, and how hard should they work to prosecute those people. I said a lot of really insightful, intelligent things about it in the last hour, and hopefully I'll be able to do that again without pulling my fucking hair out because of this fucking technology, okay? My God. It was a great stream. You guys missed it. It was glorious. Kyle was hilarious. We had some in-depth conversations. And I'm kind of dying inside because we lost that. How are you tonight, Kyle?
Oh, hanging in there. I don't remember all the conversations that we just had, so it's going to be a little rusty trying to repeat all of them word for word, but
if you want to join into this conversation and tech nightmare that is the marketplace of ideas, check the link below for the Discord. We do live call-ins whenever we're streaming, for the most part, and we have a lot of excellent guests on. Join our community. We're doing some great things to try and elevate the discourse by having more fun. And gosh, have I been having fun tonight before I realized we weren't fucking streaming. What is going on?
We desperately need a technologist to handle all these things for us, apparently.
We'll get there. The last 2 times this happened, it was not my fault. We added a new plugin to my OBS, and both times it was like, hey, here's an unnecessary error message that doesn't actually... Just click OK, and then things will happen normally. But just so you know, I stopped you from broadcasting. You need to click go live a 7th time. All right. I've got a lot to let out over these tech problems. But we're going to get right back into it. Like I said last time, Hutch is obviously... he used to be a gamer, and then slowly moved his way into the politics sphere. I'm used to having really hearing really interesting and educated and nuanced and all those respectable opinions out of Hutch. But Dan Saltman was not the man that I was expecting to have a great conversation with him. But because normally he's known for his shit stirring, maybe being a little bit more on the drama side of the online politics sphere. But lately he's been really impressing me by being able to actually dig in and take the conversation seriously.
It was pretty nice. I was expecting him to meme a lot harder. So yeah, it was good to have some actual conversation.
Yeah, I'm not saying I don't love Dan. I think Dan is hilarious. He got his start sort of as a little bit of an entrepreneur, building some tech things, and then found his way into the destiny sphere of politics. And for the most part, he was just like he was more on the gamer side, the memes and shit stirring side. But lately he's been respectable, so I look forward to watching this content again. You and I both watched a little bit of it before we decided to try and stream it tonight, and now we've watched that first 40 minutes again. So we should be very conversant in this discourse by now, Kyle. So,
very good. So lots of pausing, lots of talking about what they're talking about. Beautiful.
Beautiful indeed. All right, let's get into it for the 17th.
The only Democrat I think that we've seen that hasn't had insane turnout are ultra-progressive Democrats, are the only ones that are not overperforming.
Well, that's not true.
Liberal, boring.
There have been progressive. There was a progressive in Texas, in the Texas Senate, against a Republican, and that seat shifted by like 32 points. This just happened like a month ago.
Well, that could have been 50 points maybe if it was not a super progressive.
Well, you're saying that we should talk about your hypotheticals more than we should be talking about the actual results.
State governments have enormous power to do things and tell the federal government to pound sand. And the federal government can't just say, no, I win. I'm bigger. It doesn't work that way.
Again, this is straight from the AG's mouth. They can just take that court case and put it in a federal court. And at that point, they would just toss it out. You think that a judge is going to sign off on the federal
Why did it happen this time?
Because they're investigating something that happened in 6 years ago, Dan. There's not going to be a judge.
It's outside the statute of limitations, Hutch.
I don't think that's true.
Why are they there in the first place?
How did they get a warrant from a judge then? I found this conversation the least aggravating. You were willing to flesh out hypotheticals, I think, a lot more. I may disagree with your hypotheticals, but you were actually like giving it that kind of thought. You know what, Dan? I'm going to give you number one. I'm going to say number one. You, of all the people, you had the most compelling arguments. All right, so you had some disagreements with me about some of my recent takes.
I think I did, but I'm not sure what. I know that I'll disagree with you. I just don't know what it's going to be on. That's why I was asking IRI what you've said, because then I'd be able to. Because I disagree with IRI a bunch. He's very hopium pilled, and I'm very not that.
Yeah, I would say I'm pretty hopium
eloquent
filled.
As always, Dan.
Not like, not we're completely out of the woods and we have nothing to worry about, but kind of bullish on our chances in the short term.
Well, I also know that you were what was the other thing? I'm for scaring the shit out of
drastic measures.
Yeah, like right now today. I'm for scaring them today because I think that you can, by scaring them today, I think that you get something that you can do besides waiting for November.
Yeah, I keep hearing this argument. I genuinely have no idea what it's based on. You guys seem so confident that if the Democrats wield government with an iron fist and then direct these agencies in ways that are like politically motivated to target and harass and criminally charge the Republicans for things like, speeding tickets and, these kinds of like little things. I don't understand where you get the confidence that this would dissuade them. Like Donald Trump was indicted in 4 different jurisdictions, found guilty of 34 felonies in one jurisdiction was facing down 3 other sets of
Well,
felony
that's Trump. I
charges.
think Trump is like a special case, but like we've seen that other people have, like, you know, the J6ers, they did go to jail. Like, yes, they got pardoned, but like they went to jail, and other people were not pleased as a result of what happened in Georgia, right? Like, you know, Cheesebro and all those other guys getting their mugshots and getting arraigned and all that jazz, like that was not a pleasing thing to have happen to them. And I think that while they may think that Trump is going to pardon everyone there, I think that if people think that, first off, Trump won't be able to solve their issues, like they might lose everything, all of a sudden the allure of like, oh, we're going to have a really sick 2 to 3 years right now might be outweighed by the fact, like, but I might go to jail if this guy does not become God Emperor for life. Like, I might.
What do you think about that? Do you think it would work? Obviously, there's the pros and cons of how this would play out on the public sentiment of elections and that sort of decision, but how much do you think it would be able to affect the individual decisions of these different people in government if they knew that this to me does seem like one of the more valuable things that you could get out of this? Like, there's the argument that having them under prosecution would help bring public sentiment against them, but then there's this other argument that it would restrain the individual behavior of the people making these decisions because they don't want to be the next person in the Democratic crosshairs. I think that's maybe the best argument that I've heard for it yet. And I definitely think that's true of the ICE officers in Minnesota and these different people that are really going beyond. They think, well, the federal government's got my back. Well, the federal government can't help you if there are state charges against you. What do you think, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this just comes down to a disagreement of whether or not it would work, and it's less about whether it would be the right thing to do, and it's more about whether it would actually get the results that we want versus backfiring, and just maybe not empowering, but at the very least just being a total waste of time. Maybe empowering, maybe it would sway the public opinion towards the other way if the Republicans spin it properly, if it's not done well.
Yeah,
I think that it would be nice if it worked. If there's a decent chance that it'll work, if the people that know these legal systems far better than I do think that there's a high chance of success, I say go for it.
Yeah. Could be. Difficult to say. You know, in the case of Trump, obviously it didn't quite work out. You know, we didn't get those prosecutions in time. And there's a lot of we talked about this in the first attempt at the stream that went to nobody. There's been a lot of talk about how Merrick Garland should have started those prosecution earlier. And I tried to make the case, the devil's advocate case, that, you know, sure, that would be nice. It would be nice if we could have gotten it earlier, but we don't really know if that would have made the difference. Because there's a lot of the factors of, we had to make sure we got everything right because we were taking on a president for the first time. Like, there's never been charges as such for a president, especially for actions that he had taken as the president, you know, as part of that government. And we saw when it did happen, the courts moved to protect that sort of behavior in the president. And so there's that big question of, is it even going to help? You know, or would it have helped if we went in with these prosecutions earlier compared to the way we did it, where we found out, like, even though we started a year and a half before the elections, they didn't even make it to trial for most of them. They were coming towards trial right around November. And we know that Trump has got great lawyers. He's very litigious, and he knows how to game the system. So there's the argument that we should have known he was going to do that, so we should have had more time to bring those charges against him and brought them earlier.
Yep.
I said everything. Yep. This is the conversation we had an hour ago when we first tried to. My goodness, content cucked ourselves right here.
A little bit. I'll
Actually
be
go to
honest.
jail
I'm just
and
gonna
lose
say
everything. So
what
maybe
my
I
face
should be
is
a little
saying,
bit more
and
careful when
you're
the elections for the
streaming. Okay, very good.
Yep. I figured we would just go for it.
Sure, yeah.
Let's get back.
lose everything. So maybe I should be a little bit more careful when the elections for the midterms come and they're telling me my boss says that I have to go there and detain Hispanic people. Maybe I'm not going to do that because I don't want to go to jail if this goes south. And I think that's important to have people understand that there's more than Trump is God Emperor for life. There's also like the other side, and maybe we want people dissuaded from getting super frisky and doing that type of wild stuff.
Well, all the stuff that happened in Georgia, I support. I think that was good, and I support all the other criminal charges against Trump. I wish that. I mean,
is your argument that like doing this would empower Trump, like charging people is going to rile up his base or something?
No, it depends on how you do it. So, like, if the next DOJ comes in, I'm just a big pragmatic person, and I don't like to spend a lot of time talking about things that are very, very, very unlikely to happen, just really implausible. And
what's implausible to you? Because I think it's pretty likely he's going to do everything he can to try and sway the election so that he wins for the midterm.
He can try, but I'm more talking about the method of how you go after Republicans. It really just depends. So I get a little confused when I hear suggestions like use the agencies and use the government power to go after them for like parking tickets.
Do you think? Okay, well that was more of a meme, but like as a non-meme one, do you think that there's probably some state charges that they could theoretically get an indictment for against like Kristi Noem or whoever else for things that took place with the whole immigration fiasco that just happened? Like maybe they can get some state charges over the killings.
I hope
okay,
so.
Great.
Yeah.
So how do you think about that? Should they do that today? Should some state charges be issued against Kristi Noem?
So I'm not a legal expert. My understanding is that them serving in the administration does shield them pretty considerably against individual state charges. But if there was a Georgia prosecutor or a Minnesota prosecutor that felt like they had a case and wanted to take them to trial for crimes, I'm fully on board with that.
Do you think? I know you're not an attorney. I'm not an attorney. And certainly you could say that illegal orders.
And like we talked about last time, this is one of those debates that just turns more into a discussion because both people are good faith and actually want to have the conversation and aren't just trying to, rhetorically win for their side. The more we dig into the details, the more agreement we're going to find between these two people because they're both rational. Once you start building the hypotheticals of if then the values start to align. It just really comes down to more of a question of which one do you think will be more effective in the end?
Right, yeah. Both sides of this discussion ultimately have the same goals in protecting the institutions and where applicable and good to do so, punishing people who've done wrong. But it's kind of tough when nobody in any party, us included, are not really qualified to speak about the law and the protocols therein. So it would be nice if we had a proper lawyer here, like we did last week, to discuss some of these ideas.
Well, unfortunately, he's hanging out with Rob Noah right now, so we'll have to pay him $2,000 to come on the stream. Not Rob. He's not worth $2,000. He doesn't have that kind of cachet.
My understanding that Ryan actually does command a lawyer's pay.
Yeah,
and we were very grateful to have him without needing to pay that money. Hopefully, next time he'll be willing to do it.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah.
Or just like police officers enjoy qualified immunity, right? But if the thing that they're doing is illegal, and it's a pretty clear-cut illegal thing, there's no protection for that. Meaning if a cop superior tells his cop junior, hey, go kill that homeless guy outside, he's fucking annoying me, we wouldn't expect them to be like, well, he was doing that in the service of duty. In the same way, if there was an FBI agent that told, and that's a federal position, let's say there's an FBI supervisor and told his junior that's working out of Albuquerque, he says, I want you to go kill Walter White. I'm tired of all this bullshit. We got to end this fucking blue meth. I don't care. Just kill the motherfucker. And he did it. You would expect that the state would be able to say, well, I don't really give a shit that you're federal. It was a blatantly illegal thing. You can't just go execute a guy because it's difficult to prosecute him. Right?
Right. Yeah.
So there really isn't, if the thing that is taking place we consider to be illegal, and that can be easily proven in court, then there should be state charges brought against these people for doing illegal acts. For instance,
if there are crimes that are taking place at the state level and
Sure.
Trump's presidency doesn't shield his cabinet from legal accountability, then you should prosecute 1,000%. But that's never really been the source of disagreement that I have with like Destiny and DGG, because what they're talking about goes well beyond that, and they don't.
Also.
Well, all right. So for example, like I've heard Destiny unironically say that we should charge like basically every sitting Republican currently with aiding and abetting an insurrection and remove them from office and bar them from ever running for office again. I've heard there's a wide spectrum of things that I've heard. So I've heard basically like do Nuremberg 2.0. You know, you don't even.
I mean, it's one of those things where the devil's in the details. Should these people be barred from going into office again? Yes, but not unless we have like a significant majority of the nation that's totally understands that and is totally on board. And we're not at all there. There's probably, a good like 70-80% plus of Democrats that are totally on board for that. But we only make up, 40-50% of the country. So 80% of that turns into 30, and then you've got independents, which, some of them could come our way on this, and some might not. And then you've got Republicans that are still like 80% approval rating for Donald Trump. Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, who's taking $400 million Qatari airplane bribes and $2 billion Bitcoin bribes and suing the government for $10 billion and yada, yada. Like
dissolving the presidential library fund that was collecting all of that money with no paper trail indicating where that money went.
Should it happen? In my beliefs, absolutely, of course, immediately. Should have happened 4 years ago. Should have happened 6 years ago. Like there was enough, probably near day one, that I think a rational world would have been like, oh, you're fucking lying to the American people over and over again. It's been too long since for me to think of just the pre-first term things that he could be impeached for, but I'm sure I could write a laundry list at some point. So like, it really just depends on, is there will for it? And I really don't think there is at this point.
Yeah, probably not.
Necessarily have to like come up with any existing statute or crime to charge them with. You just detain them, and if, for example, the Supreme Court says, well, you can't do that, they have rights, then a lot of DGG and Destiny himself have indicated that they are open to just basically ignoring the Constitution.
Well, I think that you don't need to make
what
up
does
stuff.
that look
I think
like?
that there's plenty of very specific laws that have been, depending on the person, been broken each time.
I agree.
And I think that you can get creative with it and have a court figure it out. It's really like, with grand juries and everything else, there's a certain amount of the prosecutor thinks there's a case, and they bring that case, and the jury or the grand jury or whatever agrees or disagrees and proceeds forward. So even in the case of Freddie, right, like you could say, did Kristi Noem, when she directly ordered the officers involved to leave the state and continue working, was she involved with aiding and abetting, or concealing evidence? Or
yeah, but all that's fine. All that's fine. I agree with all that. Yeah.
So, but I think most people
once
want to
we
see
get
stuff
into
like
the
that happen
details.
instead of Democrats kind of just sitting by doing nothing and just being like, oh, well, we gotta wait for November,
Well, I mean, I want to see that too, and I would fully expect that if there are like democratically aligned prosecutors within the states that find crimes, that they'll pursue criminal charges. We saw that the last time in Georgia. There was, I think, another criminal case that they were working on one in Michigan, maybe another one in New York, but again, like the system threw the book at Donald Trump in 4 different jurisdictions. The problem wasn't that the system was not working as intended. The problem was that the process began too late, and Merrick Garland had waited too late to appoint a special counsel. But everything you're describing is within the boundaries of the Constitution and the law, and that's fine. But what Destiny was saying in my argument with him was,
find your perfect tax expert. Whatever your tax situation
maybe
might
once
be.
we realize the live wasn't up,
Hand
I
off
should
your
have installed
taxes
that
to
ad
an expert
blocker.
who gets you.
Maybe
with
so.
TurboTax Expert Full Service.
No, the ads are good.
It brings
they'll
character to our shitty stream.
They prepare the audience for the ad reads that we'll hopefully do someday.
there we
when
go.
I was
start
proposing to him the
selling out.
possibility, or I think the likelihood, that after Donald Trump serves out his second term and leaves office, he will issue a blanket pardon to himself and everybody in his cabinet that didn't piss him off. And the Supreme Court immunity ruling complicates things too. So the next DOJ might be really hindered by these two things and their ability to pursue criminal charges. And then at that point, it is up to the states to determine if they want to pursue criminal charges, which I support. But when I bring this up, Destiny's argument was, I would ask him, like, how are you going to get around this? These are like pretty significant obstacles to getting the thing done. And he was saying, well, basically, the how is not really important because as long as we all agree that the ultimate outcome needs to happen, like Donald Trump facing accountability, going to prison, his cabinet going to prison, these kind of, as long as we agree on these things, then you can just get there.
Let me ask you what he was saying. Maybe to clarify this a little bit, would you agree that there's nothing besides essentially tradition that keeps more Supreme Court judges from being seated right now?
There's nothing more than a law. Like with the last time we expanded the court, it came from a law. So you can you can pass a law to pack the courts. You can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the tradition has been that when people have the majority, they don't change the law to increase that, even though they may have more or less representation of the Supreme Court, right?
Yeah.
So, what do you think would be happening right now if Trump did not have the Supreme Court and he felt like it wasn't going to go his way? Do you think that he would pack the court?
He might ask for that to happen, but he wouldn't. This is an argument that I got into. Another argument that I got into with Stephen, but he would not have the support to do that. Like the current Congress would not give him extra Supreme Court justices. They just wouldn't.
What do you think? Would he do it?
Yes, of course. Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he give it a shot? Like he's willing to try anything, is he not?
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
It really comes down to, the difference between would he try it and would he be able to succeed?
I expect that. It seems to me like a lot of Republicans in Congress are becoming concerned with their political futures.
Yep.
Some of them, anyway. And I do
even
think
Marjorie
that,
Taylor Greene.
Well, yeah, I mean, she got so concerned that she just straight up left. Or who knows? Maybe she was. Maybe she realized that she secured the pension and she was done. Or do you think she actually did so out of a move of conscience?
No, I think she was moving against the presidency, probably for popularity's sake, because she saw which way the winds were blowing. But I think that she stepped down because of some backroom thing that we may never know about. Like, or I mean, it could have been the public pressure. She was, as she claims, getting death threats.
Right.
The kind of death threats she was probably responsible for over the last couple of years by being a psycho. But
yeah. That said, I would expect that the Republicans in Congress would not vote for that because they would fear for the Democrats taking the midterm super hard and then losing the presidency in 28, and then with the new precedent established, the courts would just end up getting packed in the other direction.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, to Azahai's point in chat, Marjorie still has been speaking out, whether that's because she genuinely cares or because she's trying to position herself for some future round, political.
I don't give her any specific credit. Like, obviously, we should leverage her speaking out, but we shouldn't give her too much rope to get anything done with, because she is an absolute psycho and a degenerate.
Yeah, I don't want the Republican Party to hand off the reins to people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and, for that matter, Thomas Massey for all the good
Trump,
that he's doing
but
with
somehow dumber for Marjorie Taylor Greene. But
well, I mean, not even dumber, but just like conspiracy brain.
Yeah.
Right, like Massey, for all of the credit that he gets for his efforts with Ro Khanna to pursue the Epstein files, is like a full-on chemtrail conspiracy theorist. And I would prefer that the Republican Party trend, if not more liberal, at the very least more reasonable.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know. Anyway.
Back to the vid.
Why?
We are nearing the point where we're actually going to be watching stuff for the first time again.
Kind of institutionalists in the Senate.
Wow.
On the Republican side and on the Democratic side, who would never consider doing something like that, because they view that as like a nuclear arms race that is completely unacceptable. And so he just very simply would not have the support in Congress to do that.
I disagree. And I think that we can just look to the fact that we literally have just essentially invaded Iran, stolen the Venezuelan president, and not only does he have full support from his squad, he has some fucking Democrats that are tagging along for this as well.
Well, the president the president has way more latitude to do foreign policy stuff unilaterally than he does to pack the court. He doesn't.
The Democrats that are going along with what?
Well, the Democrats that are going along with. I mean, so I guess there's Fetterman.
To the Iran and the international stuff, a little bit, yeah. I mean, it's not hard to find someone that's okay with the idea of trying to fuck up Iran.
Right.
That is just a super complicated question, and it's one of those things where I think there's plenty of great answers, and the only bad answer is that everyone who disagrees with me is obviously wrong. It's so complicated.
I'm going to ask you. I'm going to tee you up so that you can shake off some of these red lefty vibes that you've evidently given some of the conservative folks who come on the show.
Okay.
Do you think that are you rooting for Iran to win the war?
Oh Jesus! Oh God, no. That's not the direction I was going for it. No, I was saying maybe that's the one. That's the one. Is the pro-Islamic fascist state. That's the one perspective I will just outright say is fucking stupid. Thank you for giving me that tee up.
Absolutely. No, I want you to earn some of your credibility back. Especially because apparently all of your opinions get conflated with me, and so now people are going to be like, those guys,
yeah. That commie and that guy who's like a commie, the guy at the lunch table with a commie. Much like Nazis, if there's one communist at a lunch table of 10 people, then there's 10 communists.
He just frankly, under the current interpretation of the Constitution, that this is what the cabinet is saying, and people can challenge it in court, and I imagine they will in terms of like war power stuff. But he has the ability to fucking send in 5 Chinooks into Venezuela and kidnap Maduro, or start bombing Iran, and the mechanism to challenge that would be through the Congress or through the courts. And so,
do you think the president has the ability to declare anyone himself as a terrorist and then go extract them from wherever they are? Can he just wake up tomorrow and declare that the president of South Korea is a terrorist and go exfil him to the United States? Is that in his power?
I mean, he probably thinks that, but again, you would have to challenge. Like, if he were to do something like that, the mechanism that you would use to challenge that authority would be through the Congress or through the courts.
Okay.
So, but you would agree, right, that he can just pick up the phone and order the military to go into Venezuela and do that, and he can just do that, right? Like, he can't just add Supreme Court justices. Like, he would have to go through the Congress to do that. And so it is different from foreign policy.
There's a lot of what should happen and what does happen as well. Like, what should happen in a lot of these circumstances is not what does happen. What does happen is that he produces some wacky executive order, and then things get done and they don't get challenged, or they get challenged and they get tied up in the Supreme Court, or they don't see them or everything, and then that becomes that, and then it's a reactive situation.
Well, a lot of it gets blocked too. A lot of it gets blocked in the courts too.
Sure.
He's had a number of things like blocked in the courts.
So are you against the idea that if the Democrats took power, knowing how fragile things are right now, to hack the court, and then the example I've given in the past is make DC a state, make Puerto Rico a state, how do you feel about that?
I am on board with all of those things to varying degrees, but like as far as hacking the court goes, well, I guess the only reason I think
that's such a difficult one, because that can be legitimately criticized as just a way of increasing your side's stock or your side's votes in the federal government. The same sort of thing did lead up to the original Civil War, guys. Different states that were pro and anti-slavery were being added to the Union as a political tool of affecting whether or not we as a nation had slavery. So the southern states wanted to add, because it was such a close margin, the southern states wanted to add states that were pro-slavery and block states that were anti-slavery. And so what they ended up doing to get around that was anytime a pro-slavery or anti-slavery state wanted to make it into the Union, then they had to find one of the opposite side to join at the same time, and they'd pair up and join. Our state, actually, Kyle, joined our way of getting around that, because we wanted to join, but we didn't have anybody to join opposite us to balance out the way that we affected the vote pro or anti-slavery. Is our solution was no black people are allowed in the entire state.
Yeah. I remember reading that about the history of Oregon, and having it explain a lot of the culture shock that I experienced when I first moved here.
Yeah.
Coming from Cincinnati, Ohio, where there are black people, like just not, and I'm not just talking about like one or two, but like you go downtown, you go to the hospital, there's black folks working in the hospital. You go to the grocery store, there'll be some black folks there too. It's not just in in Oregon where it's like, oh yeah, if you go to this one area, there's a guy who runs this specific place.
In
everybody...
many Oregon towns, you know who the one black guy is.
Right.
Like, y'all know Marquise. He's
Yep.
he's the black person around here.
Right.
Yeah.
My understanding is that Lake Oswego in particular, that was like the last holdout that clung to that rule of no black folks being allowed, and up until I think it was like the 60s or the 70s, something embarrassing like that.
Jesus. We had an actual no race policy. Jesus.
It's not good.
I think we were also the West Coast hub for the KKK for a good while.
Yeah, I remember reading that.
Jesus. Not great.
No, not so good. So, I mean, I don't know what the solution there is.
Better than being for slavery, okay? We had reasons. Well,
sure. I mean,
originally, and then it was just racism. Then it was just racism again.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe
Whoops.
a bit of that.
Whoops. All right.
About like the only opposition I have to that is that it just doesn't seem very, very plausible right now. It just doesn't seem very likely that they're going to have the kind of...
get it done. Let's say you could get it done.
Yeah,
Let's say
I
that
would
there's
support
like
it.
this huge
Yeah.
like fuck Trump movement that happens.
Yeah, I would
and
support it.
We're 2.5, 3 years from now, and
I would support it, yes.
you would support it. I would too. I think that that's something that should happen. So disagreements. So I don't think that we should. First off, I don't think that there should be too much federally happening, because I think that's kind of pointless. But I do think that Democrats need to pull out a lot of their inner Roger Stone and realize that the future of the country is on the line.
Wait, hold on. When you say the federal stuff doesn't matter, what do you mean by that?
Well, the Democrats can't accomplish anything, essentially.
Right now, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But what they can do is they can do things in states. So I think that Democrats need to, as I said, pull out a lot of that inner Roger Stone. Winning is winning, and save the country, essentially, and slow down.
I like that. Bring out your inner Roger Stone.
I mean, if Roger Stone didn't have such a connotation of...
If he wasn't so just absolutely awful. But
right, he's a belligerent human being.
Knowing what he means by that, though.
Well, what do you think he means by that? Like, what's the generous interpretation of the Democrats bringing out their inner Roger Stone?
It's I mean, that's a great question. Does it mean going farther than the Constitution allows? Because in Roger Stone's case, fucking A, it does. Like, he was part of the fake elector scheme to a degree, I think, right? He was in on all of those, some degree or other. He helped, what was his name? Guccifer, decide how to best politically effectively use the hacker leaks that he got to hurt Hillary's campaign, etc. So I know what Dan sort of spiritually means, but that's just another loaded situation where it's like saying we just need to go as hard as we can. It's like, well, we might be able to go a lot harder than you mean by that. So once we actually get into what that means, I think, like we said, the differences are going to dry up a little bit.
If there were a left-wing equivalent of Roger Stone, who would it be?
Who would it be?
Who is the left-wing Roger Stone right now? I can't think of anybody who... I mean, I guess George Soros is often referred to as being the source of all fuckery on the left side of American politics.
Yeah, I don't know how true that is to any legitimate extent.
Yeah, I suspect not at all.
He's more, not at all. I imagine he's more like what the left-wing Trump was before Trump was actually going for political office. You know, just one of these people in the backgrounds donating massive amounts of money and having influence.
Right.
Although I think Trump probably exaggerates how much he actually did that. I imagine he wasn't actually the mover and shaker in politics that he pretends he was behind the scenes at fucking all.
I mean, if he's ever self-reporting an amount of money that he gave or received or currently has or what something is worth, we
if
can
it's
just
good,
assume...
he'll increase the amount. If it's a bad thing, then he'll lie in the opposite direction. Like there's nothing the man won't lie about.
Right. So I'm going to take his claims of donating to the Democrats with a grain of salt.
Yeah, maybe 1.5 pounds of it.
a lot of the illegal things that are happening and the cruel things that are happening. And the best way of doing that is making people realize that, you know what, Kristi Noem, she might be protected. Trump might issue a pardon for her. Trump might even go so far as to put pressure on the state, saying, if you charge this person, I'm going to cut off your funding and I'm going to do all this and all that. Like, that's possible. But what isn't going to happen is the people that are under Kristi Noem, maybe 2 levels under them, the ones that are actually doing the killings or doing illegal acts as defined by the state, these people are not going to have that level of protection. And I think that if it is known by most people in the news and the media that ICE agents are getting arrested by state courts and Trump can't do anything about it, or that, people who are doing crypto crimes, even though the federal government isn't prosecuting that type of stuff before, they're still getting charged by the state. If companies, even though the Clean Water Act or whatever is gone, even though all of these things are gone, states still have a lot of power to say, well, we can just do it on our own. And I think they should do that. And I think that if you start seeing massive state actions towards these people that don't rely on the federal government, I think it scares the shit out of the people that say, I really like my job. It's pretty cool that I'm the director of Homeland Security, but I kind of don't want to go to jail for the rest of my life if Trump loses power. And that slows them down today.
But everything you're describing now is fine. Like, these things are doable.
But they're not doing them. They're not doing them, though.
Well,
that's the issue.
What do you mean they're not doing them? I mean, like, let me get at this.
Do you even know the names of the people that killed Freddie?
No. Do you?
That's what I'm talking. No, I don't.
Okay. Well,
that's what I'm talking about.
Hold on. Let me address your point in a different way. So step 1 of your plan is already happening. Like, we are winning elections by fat fucking margins right now. And so we can look to the various candidates and see what they ran on and see what they found the most success with.
I don't take that to mean too much. The fact that we're winning elections is relatively meaningless. Like,
well,
when you have,
hang on. It's not just that we're winning elections. That's not it.
The incumbent's party is usually going to get smashed.
No, but hang on. It's not just that we're winning elections. It's that the margins are unusually high. Like,
Yeah, we had some elections where that swung like 17 points from when they were pro-Trump to pro-Democrat, right? That's massive, and it's way more than we've seen in a normal year. So they be fucking up, and I think there's 3 sort of strategies that we're 3 factors and 2 strategies that we're looking at here. One, there's the factor of Trump and everybody be fucking up. Like, it's obvious to anybody that's paying attention that they're fucking up, and it's not good, and that's driving the thing down. The 2 strategies that these 2 are talking about is, Hutch wants to say, focus on the good messaging that's going to actually get us there. We need a positive message. And Dan is saying, we need to prosecute. We need to make sure that these people are held accountable. We need to make sure people know that these are criminals and they can't be trusted, and that this party as a whole, they're somewhat speaking as if these 2 things are contradictory, but I think we can walk and chew bubblegum on this one and do both. Why not have a positive message and the negative message? It seems like there doesn't need to be a choice. Like, if they were quibbling over which one needs to be the 51% and which one needs to be the 49%, then that would be a different conversation. But I don't necessarily agree with Hutch that one takes away from the other. Like, does the negative messaging really take away from the positive messaging?
Yeah, I think that if anything, the idea that, and I'm reading this from boltsmag.org, that in 2025, the Democrats flipped 21% of all GOP-held seats that were on the ballot throughout the year. I think that bolsters the idea of, and we should therefore do whatever the Democrats can on a state level to prosecute wrongdoings, because we actually have the support for it.
We have the momentum, yeah.
Right.
It's so much easier to political message when you're not in power, because you can throw up any seemingly rational solution, even if it won't work, because you're not actually, even if you can't get it passed, because you're not actually going to be judged on that. You're going to be judged on the vibes and how does it feel.
Right.
Because that's all the Republicans have run on in the since Bush, is just like, the Democrats are bad. Like, brown people are bad. We need to protect our borders. And there's never any there. There's never much of an actual policy behind any of it. Yeah.
To suggest that what's happening right now is just normal kind of politics is not true. Like, they are getting stomped by margins that look like the precursor to the 2010 Tea Party movement. And even last night, there were some astonishing shifts in, I don't remember what state it was. I think it was in Georgia. There were some astonishing shifts, like 50-point shifts, 40-point shifts in this city or that city. Like, that is not normal. And so and also the amount of Republicans that are retiring is really abnormal. Like, it's abnormally high right now. So they can see
Hey,
like
James.
where this thing is headed. And
Yes,
so
sir.
back to my point,
What do you think is going to happen with Texas?
What?
Do you think they're going to flip it in the Senate? I mean, maybe. I mean, we could. I'm thinking more near future. The midterms are coming up. Do you think that Tallarico can take a Senate seat? Do you think that? I forget who's running for governor, but there's a Democrat running for governor in Texas.
I love me some Tallarico. If anybody can do it, it seems like he'd be perfect for it. You know, because he can speak leftish while speaking to a more common ground of like a Christian underpinning for his beliefs. So, and I don't think he does so. He doesn't do it in a way that's going to annoy the left wing. And so it seems like it will just play to the right wing. If somebody can do it, I think Tallarico's the man. In fact, I lost a lot of respect for Crockett for running against him. Like, I don't know how she thought she was the person between the two of them that Texans would go for more. Like, Ed just seemed deeply irresponsible. We might, she lost her place in the House because of it. Like, does she even get to run for House anymore? Did she completely...
I think her district was gotten rid of. Like the district that she was a representative of has been. Well, that was the whole, when they redistricted Texas, part of it
she's
was
one of the people that, gross.
Yeah.
Gross.
So,
I don't know how I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that it might have
changes.
just been, it might have been to take, what political momentum that she currently has and try and put herself in a better position to advocate for her policies, but...
Yeah, that's way more respectable. I completely understand now. I still don't think it was necessarily the right move, but I'm not as critical of her.
Well, I mean, as evidenced by the fact that she didn't win the primary. I think that her jumping in as late as she did, well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll take that back, because one of the biggest criticisms of the Democrats in 2024 is that they didn't have a proper primary. And as a result, they didn't vet their candidate, and so we ended up with a weaker candidate. As a result, I think that maybe having a more contested primary against somebody like Crockett was better for Tallarico. I think that it's
tough to say.
It's tough to say.
Apples and oranges.
But I also think that Tallarico has a better chance of taking any momentum that Crockett's campaign got. And this is also credit where credit's due. Thanks to Crockett immediately conceding and saying, like, now we got to get all behind Tallarico and just setting aside any differences that they may have had. Even when they did have quote-unquote differences throughout the campaigns, neither of them really caved into the mudslinging. Neither of them allowed their campaign to get dragged into that shit fest.
Yeah.
So I think ultimately I'm encouraged by any of that. I don't know. I don't know if they can, because is he going up against Cruz? No, he's not going up against Cruz. He's going up against the other guy.
The other white meat?
Right, the guy, I believe the other Texas senator, John Cornyn. Yeah, I believe John Cornyn won the primary. His biggest challenger was that former Texas Attorney General who had apparently had a bunch of scandals. But yeah, he has held office for a while, and Texas is quite red. Oh, yeah, from 2002 until now.
What's his name?
John Cornyn. Cornyn.
All right. Does he suck?
I mean, he's probably not great.
That's what you're gonna say.
Yeah, like, what do you want me to say? I don't agree with him.
Does he suck? Ugh. You hate to see a man that looks good serving evil. He looks like a good man, but that man is serving evil.
I guess so. I'm not sure if I can get a read on the guy based on his appearance, whether or not he looks like a good guy. I've seen some pretty shitty people.
It's the
who
R
look like
behind his
that.
name that does it right now. Like it's tough to be a good Republican unless you're voting with the Democrats.
Yeah.
It's we've never been in what seems to be more of a morally black and white choice.
But see, now a state flipping like Texas, that I think would give a lot more momentum to these things that Dan is saying we should do.
Yeah. Yeah, if you were turning some of those redder or deep purple districts significantly and obviously Democrat, that would both tell you that there is enough distaste in the public to want to work against these people, and that it would be successful. You know, it would be successful. Yeah, it tells you where we're at and that we should keep going with that.
So yeah, I'll be really curious to see how that Texas race goes, because that might be an indicator for how hard the Democrats can go in the coming years before we trounce the Republicans in 28.
Yeah.
Reagan style.
Yeah. Right.
The candidates that are having the most success right now are not running on like scorched earth, fire and fury. They are running on like government corruption is bad, but they're mostly
You think
getting.
they could be running on I'm a vegetable and I'm here and I'm a Democrat, and they would do mostly okay as well?
No, I don't.
As long as it's any non-extremist position. In fact, the only Democrat I think that we've seen that hasn't had insane turnout, I could be wrong, are ultra-progressive Democrats are the only ones that are not overperforming. Anyone who's just a centrist,
That's not true.
liberal,
I mean,
boring. Okay, well, give me some examples, I guess.
Well, I don't have names off the top of my head, but like I don't know if you're thinking of like Mom Donnie versus Spanberger and Cheryl. Like they did better than he did, but there have been progressive. There was a progressive in Texas in the Texas Senate. There was a progressive candidate who was like a Bernie style progressive, and
Was there another Democrat running also?
No. This was in the general, a special election against a Republican, and that seat shifted by like 32 points. This just happened like a month ago.
Well, that could have been 50 points maybe if it was not a super progressive, right? I can't really base anything off of that, right?
Well, you're saying that we should talk about your hypotheticals more than we should be talking about the actual results.
Well, the actual results are that boring candidates are outperforming people who are extremists.
But they're winning because they're running on a very disciplined messaging campaign focused on affordability. And so I think if there was an appetite for the kind of fire and fury that you're suggesting, they would have discovered that in the focus groups that they do when they decide what kind of platform to run on and what kind of messaging to use. But that's not what they're saying.
I think there's a fundamental imbalance of what's best for the country and what is best for the candidate and what is best for the candidate's backers, and those things are not aligned. So
that might be true. I mean, but you should still like I understand your point, but like nonetheless, you should run campaigns on what's going to juice turnout the most, not necessarily on like the morally correct thing.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think winning is the most important thing. I just don't think that I don't think progressive politics are somehow this huge thing that's like, oh wow, look, this is crazy how much the shift is. I think like any shift is expected with this, and we've seen pretty boring candidates.
Hang on, but you keep ignoring like the margins are unusual. Like Republicans are getting slaughtered by really unusual amounts, and it's a combination of disgust with the Trump administration and the Democrats having really strong candidates right now that are running on good messaging. And so, step one is already happening. It's already happening. It's going to happen even more in the midterms. We're going to fucking stomp them out. I think we're going to take back the Senate as well. It's going to be fucking nuts. And so maybe when we get beyond that, Trump does 10 more like really fucked up things, and then that creates an appetite for the kind of messaging that you seem to be suggesting, which is like lock them up and just do whatever we can to like throw them all in prison. But right now, that is not what the voters are responding to the most. And it feels like a very online take. It feels like you're projecting your kind of rage and your disgust at the injustice on the general electorate. But these are people that, a lot of them are just not.
No, I mean, we're confusing two things. Like, I'm not saying that politicians have to do anything. I'm saying that state people who are not running for Senate, who are not running for Congress, just the district attorney of Minnesota.
They can do that.
Or whatever.
They can do that.
And they should, and they're not. And that's a problem.
Well, I don't know. Are you familiar? I don't know. Maybe that's happening. Do you know that that's not happening?
Yes.
That the state level district attorneys and attorneys general are not running on like accountability for crimes done by people in government. I'll bet you anything they're running on that, but I don't know. I don't really pay attention to those races and the kind of campaigns that they run.
That's not a race. That's not a campaign. That's just regular people should be prosecuting illegal acts by the Trump regime right now, and they're not. That's it. That's what's happening. I'm not talking about how people should be running their campaigns or even the messaging, like, oh, we need to have Nuremberg 2.0. I'm saying that the day-to-day state employees should be doing their fucking job instead of not doing their job, which is the current case, and I have a problem with that. I have a problem that we're not seeing significant
Do you realize how much money this will save us?
No.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Wait, Carl, this thing's gonna save you money. Wait a sec.
Oh wait. Oh,
Significant pushback that makes people think twice before they get really frisky.
So much for
because
my
I will
money.
say
Or
that
forever.
we are,
damn it.
we're at a place coming up with the midterms, and I know you're very excited about it, but the whole Stalin thing is very serious. Those who vote decide nothing. Those who count the votes decide everything. That is very, 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 very much what is going to be the case, and there will be more shenanigans besides what we've seen. Like, Trump is a moron, and I will give you that, but the people that are pushing his illegal, sneaky shit are not morons. They're ultra Roger Stone sneaky fuckers like Stephen Miller. They are thinking about how can they do this? How can they do this in the most effective way? And I'm telling you right now, the way is not going to be something you're going to predict. It's going to be a week before voting happens. Trump does a bunch of EOs, and then people are rushing to try and go and challenge it in the courts. But oh shit, as a result of the courts, it has to start here at the lower one first before the Supreme Court does it. And by the time it's actually been challenged, this illegal shit that Trump has done to sway the election so that he wins. By the time that's happened, okay, it's too late. It's over. The elections are done. They've been counted. It's for Trump, and we're in the sunken cost fallacy at this point, and that's an issue. And I'll say the issue, and it really matters because we had Bush instead of Gore.
I think this is one of the bigger fears that should be taken seriously. This is why I understand people in DGG that are just like, fucking get them, fucking go get them. They're about to rig this fucking election, and once it happens, I'm personally skeptical about that. I think I hate to be a fucking Ben Shapiro, the institutions will hold person, but I don't think Americans are that stupid. I think if things were going better, then they might be able to pull some shit like that. But I think, given how things have gone, given how much chaos there is, and how economy's not turning out, just basic living has not gotten better for the American people. I don't think that this happens as easily as they think it does. I go even more conspiratorial. Like, they're not planning just to try and rig this election. They will. I'm going full conspiracy here. Like, I think they're willing to false flag against the United States to keep their power. And I think I don't think we're going to see that in the next 9 months, other than just them playing up terrorist threats around the world, etc., and grandstanding about how the Democrats are stopping the Department of Homeland Security or whatever. I'm actually paranoid enough, and I have so little belief in this government that they would, once it becomes more clear that they are losing this battle because of how poorly they acted in the first year, that they would do what Putin did to wrest control of his government in the first place. I don't know if you know about this, but it's believed by many that he is directly responsible for blowing up apartments in a way that helped get him elected, because he was the national security guy. He was ex-KGB.
Right.
I don't know if you'd heard about that. I know it sounds out there, but I think these people are that desperate and that crazy. I know it's crazy. I'm not saying, well, this is obviously what's going to happen, but I am worried about that shit.
Yeah, I mean, could be. It could be that some of them are and some of them aren't. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've got my eye on the SAVE Act. I think that if that passes, I'll probably start to agree a bit more with the DDG Fed posters than I otherwise would.
I mean, that will just obstruct perhaps millions of Americans' ability to vote.
Yeah.
And like at that point, the social contract is fucking gone, right? Like,
right.
We all agreed that we are in a democracy, and you guys cheated again.
Yeah, I think taking away people's votes, hopefully, I mean, fuck, you would hope that it would piss people off, but I mean, given voter turnout is like what, hovering around a third of the country.
Yeah, on a good.
Who knows? Maybe people won't even give a shit.
They'll just give in to their slop fascism.
Oh, God. It's awful.
Slop fascism, here we come, brother.
So doing the shit and doing it sneakily matters, and it wins if you do it at the last minute. It's an absolute thing to be considering here. And you're like, oh, well, they probably won't do that. They absolutely will do this, because if they don't, their life is on the line. Like they're
We've got Azahai in the chat says it's the lack of media accountability. I think that's absolutely one of the most major problems. Absolutely is the sensationalist media that just prints whatever it can to get eyes on it. Like even the mainstream media has gotten worse over this, or maybe you're speaking of the lack of media accountability towards this administration. Why don't you let us know which one you mean in the chat?
Yeah, that could go a couple different ways, depending on what you mean by that.
Yeah, there's a lot of failures in our media's landscape. Just, it's bad. It's bad.
Yeah, as institutions, I think they're bad. There are some individuals within the mainstream media who I think are pretty great. Like, who's that reporter from CNN's Caitlin Collins? I think.
Oh yeah, sung
she's
her
great.
praises again.
Yeah, she's fucking great.
Yeah. Killing it.
But yeah.
Mehdi Hassan kind of counts, but he literally got kicked out for being too based.
Right.
What ended up getting him taken out?
I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. Now he's part of the independent media space, which is
he's kind of in a halfway point, right? He's making his own semi-legacy, semi-new wave, right? Like
right.
He's not from outside media, but he is making a non-mainstream source. So,
yeah, Zateo is, I think, probably has a lot more credibility than other.
Exactly. Yeah, it kind of seems like best of both worlds. You don't have the perverse incentives, but you do have the journalistic integrity and training.
Right.
Huge Mehdi Hassan stan.
Mehdi's great.
I'd absolutely vote for him for any office.
Really?
Yeah.
Even the presidency?
Well, yeah.
He wasn't born here, though.
He wasn't born here? Well, fuck that. As the great Ryan Mullally said, great Ryan Mullally says, we are a propositional nation. It's not. And I don't. Okay.
He's going to turn us back into a monarchy.
Mostly.
You know it.
Would I support him as president? Of course. Is that against the rules right now? Of course. Is there a serious reason for that? Of course. But would I love to have Mehdi Hassan be president? Of course. That guy fucking rules. He's got a great heart, great mind.
He's too British.
British
to be president.
A little too British.
Yeah.
Not great. Born in the wrong country, Mehdi Hassan. Although maybe he would have been a terrible person if he was born here, like so many Americans are. Although he made it in Britain.
Yeah, they got some pretty shit folks there, too, as far as I understand it.
Yeah.
Freedom.
Okay, well...
I'm going to go off cam for a sec.
I don't know how to address that. I feel like in these conversations a lot, it kind of goes to, well, what if the worst case scenario happens? And it's like, well, if that happens, then we will, I assume there will be a massive movement in this country that would respond to that. But
like with Gore versus Bush?
Well, I mean, that was a particular case, but I don't know. Like for this,
who was the president though for that term?
Who
ended up being president?
Well, that was, listen, I'm old enough to remember that election, but what do you want me to say? Like if that happens,
what I want you to say is that like very small fingers on the scale.
But you just said a minute ago. You said a minute ago that like our hands are kind of largely tied right now. And as far as the idea that state level prosecutors can indict current presidents and current cabinet members, that's never really been tested, and that seems unlikely to succeed.
Trump does stuff all the time that's never been tested. Okay,
and a lot of it but a lot of it gets thrown out of court. Like a lot of it gets blocked, right?
Sure, I think Democrats should be more careful, but they should start trying some untested stuff.
Well,
what do you? It has legal footing.
So are you saying that like Tim Walz should announce like that Minnesota is indicting like Trump and Noam and what?
The ICE officers that are going to be charged for murder, state murder.
Well, they have. Well, hang on. There is a process obstacle when it comes to that, because my understanding, because I listened to Keith Ellison talk about what are the things that are on the table, and what he said is that the statute of limitations is not going to run out by the time Trump is out of office. Those people will be subject to criminal prosecution if they do their own investigation and
I don't want to do it later.
Well, hang on, you need to let me finish. But like if the state level prosecutors decided to press charges right now against the ICE agents who shot those people, then the administration, they do have the authority to take that to a federal judge and say, we think that this should be taking place in a federal court, and they would have the right to just usurp that investigation. That was my understanding.
Turn heads in the totally redesigned
Those are
Subaru
outside, James.
Like straight from.
I've heard, yeah, dude. Though, as soon as I walk outside, the fucking Google knows when I walk outside and it plays ads. I don't know if we got that in this version of the stream or in the one that nobody saw, but when I walk outside, Google knows that my headphones are further away from my computer and they play fucking ads. I thought I was crazy at first when this was happening, but no.
It's
Google
greedy
somewhere.
bastards.
I'm disgusted. That is actually like psychologically damaging to me. Just like when I found out that yes, your phone is listening to you all the time and serving you ads based off that.
Yeah.
Do you believe in that one? I think Destiny still doesn't believe that shit's real.
That's absolutely real.
It's absolutely real.
I've gotten ads for things that other people have talked to me about, things that they wanted or things that they were planning on getting, and then I start seeing ads for like, I don't know, I forget, like gutter repair services or whatever the fuck somebody was talking about. I'm like, wait a minute, this doesn't apply to me at all.
Yeah,
this is literally just something they heard my friend talking about while I had my phone on.
While my phone was in my pocket, closed and off.
Yeah,
that's fucking wild.
Little weird. Little weird.
Yeah. Seems like we can stop that if we just get together and say, "Hey, stop." Am I wrong about that? Is that all it's going to take is for us to be like, "Hey, that's crazy, don't."
I mean, you'd think I guess I would think that would have already happened because nobody likes this, right? Like Who's stoked about the fact that they can get more efficient advertising because they've got a spy living in their pocket?
Yeah, but we're just not organized, so it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you remember Pipa Sopa. I forget the something Internet Acts. Pipa and Sopa. I forget if they were good or bad, but if they were bad, we stopped them, and if they were good, then we made them happen. It was basically internet neutrality, where internet.
We didn't stop that from.
What's that?
Net neutrality got killed, though, right?
Well, eventually, but this was like 10 years ago, the first time it came. Trump eventually killed it, I think at the end of his first term or something like that. But basically it was that carriers had to treat all data the same and they couldn't prioritize based on their business connections. I think that did eventually change, yeah.
Yeah, well,
but it's just a situation where if there's enough awareness on something, then absolutely we can make it happen. I think this is one of the more abstract things that it would be difficult to stop it without legislation, and it's just not the thing that you get eyes on for saying. It's not sexy. But,
right.
But it could be. It could be. I think this is a lapse. I think data protections is a huge opportunity for whichever side wants to take it up first. Parentheses, it will be the Democrats because Republicans are just corporate stooges.
I mean, to be fair, Andrew Yang did talk about it when he ran in 2020. So, I mean, I know I think a lot of people kind of look at Yang as a bit of a meme, but like he had some pretty good points and brought up some things that I thought were important to at least have in the conversation. And one of those things was data protection. Now, his solution for it was to, I think, get people paid for their data.
Yeah. That's a cynical capitalist stooge answer, if you ask me.
Yeah, if it was like opt-in, maybe, but
Yang's an interesting mixed bag. He's willing to say that we should just straight up give people UBI, but at the same time, he's not willing to say we should just stop the data collection.
Right. Well, I think that like his whole perspective is that like, you know, the tech bros more or less have this in the bag when it comes to like a lot of the technological advancements. They're just happening too quickly and they're making too much money. So the best we can hope for is
proper legislation to limit those problems. That's
right.
Respectable for sure.
Or get people to like financially benefit from them.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Azahaya, says Yang was propped out. Azahaya also says that send a letter to Ron Wyden. Oop, never mind. He takes APAC money. Don't try to get anything done.
He took AIPAC money a long time ago. I think is the truth. I love me some Ron Wyden, so fight me, chatters, if you think Ron Wyden is stooge for Israel. How much money has Ron Wyden taken from AIPAC?
Merkley took 0.
Merkley's the one that took 0, yeah.
Yeah.
Wyden and Merkley both voted against both Iraq and Afghanistan conflicts. Epically big. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I was thinking Merkley. No. Wyden's taking a milli. He's taking a cool milli up to 2024.
All right. Well, that's a decent chunk of change.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? Take it back that he won't get anything done on it, okay? Ron Wyden's based, even if he takes Israel money. Fuck. I'm gonna have to look into that. Because my partner and I both love Wyden and dislike the way Israel acts, so we're not fans of the AIPAC. I'm not somebody that believes in the Zog. I'm not crazy like that, but I do think that they have an outsized influence in a lot of places.
Well, I mean, to Azahai's point, though, I mean, the important thing is that we don't support candidates who take AIPAC money, even if they get things done. It's just too big of a an emotional burden to take on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are we quoting that opinion correctly, Azahai? I'm certain we are. Don't correct us if we're wrong. We'll be banned for supporting AIPAC.
Keith Ellison is the Attorney General of Minnesota. That is what he said. So he said even if they brought charges now, the feds have a process by which they can just usurp that and just take it out of their jurisdiction.
Well, it sounds like they need to go to the rule books and look for shenanigans where that can't be the case.
Well, hang on. Let me get some water real quick. Can you give me just a second? I feel like I'm running into the same situation
he got water
that I ran
fast.
into with Destiny, where I would ask him for details. Okay, like what is your plan? What does it look like? And then when I would push back and say, well, there's some obvious like obstacles to what you're saying, he would push back to me and say, well, the how doesn't really matter. Like once we decide that we want to do it, we can just figure out a way to do it. And I'm saying that in this girthy American democracy with a constitution and a set of laws, that's actually not always the case. Like sometimes you actually don't have the option to do the thing that you want to do. And if you want to change that in the future, you have to like pass laws and do reforms. But under the current structure, you just can't do it. And this is one of those things where like, again, the state attorney general in Minnesota just straight up said, we do not have the option basically to charge these ICE officers with murder because the feds can just come in and take it over. Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. So that's incorrect, right? They can charge. They can charge anyone for anything. Will it survive that thing? That's untested and unknown.
It's not untested. It's not untested.
Sure. Well, there's a unique situations with this, right? As there is with any case. Everything is untested.
Wait, Dan. I just said, if Attorney General Ellison announced that they were going to do charges,
he shouldn't have said that.
The administration can go straight to a federal court and say, we want that. We think that should be in this jurisdiction. And the court would defer to them and give them the case. And then they would just drop the charges.
You know what? They would say this is them trying to protect a murder. And this is an extraordinary case. And we think that when we can say that the federal government is acting as a co-participant in an illegal act, which we can prove by the fact that this illegal racial segregation and discrimination was taking place to find people, we find that the federal agencies themselves are almost a co-defendant as well as the agents who committed the crime. And as such, to relinquish control to them in this extraordinary circumstance would be inappropriate.
I don't know how much that legal precedent exists, but I have heard, I think, Pisco speak about it as if it is real. Or maybe that was Destiny, who's a little bit less legally qualified, but it sounds plausible to me, at the very least, that they would be allowed to make that argument. And that would at least give us grounds to maybe make it worth it. Like, even if they do win all of these, like pre-trial things to make it, to take the trial out into federal courts and sort of sabotage it, that says something to the American people. You know, that's going to show that they are running from justice, and I think it pays to have them on record doing that. Even although that you might run into a question there of, well, do we run into a double jeopardy issue if we do that and they take it and squash it? You know, can we try them again in 3 years when we've got a Democrat in the federal offices?
Right. It'd be a shame to blow the load too early and then be left with no recourse.
With post-judicial, what's that called?
I don't know. Post-judicial lip dick, I guess.
I was trying to take it away from the penis metaphor, but thank you, Kyle.
Oh, well, I figured we were staying there.
Postcoital- Jesus. There's a word, postcoital dysphoria. I typed postcoital. It tried to finish it with bleeding.
Oh,
I was like, Jesus.
that's
brother.
no good.
Why are people Googling this so much? There we go. Postcoital regret is just all the word I needed. That's the only word I needed. I didn't
Regret?
Yeah, postcoital regret.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Post-nut clarity.
See, that's more clear. I thought that you were just saying like, yeah, we just did it, so
Post-judicial clarity. Are we
Yeah.
gonna do this and wish we hadn't?
Feel like, oh, we really shouldn't have pursued those extra legal charges.
Well, not necessarily extra legal. No. We don't believe in this case that they're extra legal. We're talking about the case that we think we could win of murder
Oh,
in these.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Back.
No, but the whole point is that there are compelling arguments to be made, and these pussies aren't even trying.
What do you
And
mean?
that's the issue that I have.
But why do you say there are compelling arguments? What do you mean?
Because
There's-
that's a compelling argument right there.
But it doesn't
is.
matter if the federal
If they don't try,
government.
I agree. Yeah,
No.
it doesn't.
Dan, you're treating it as though this is like something that maybe we can do it. We just have to test it. But that's not true. The federal.
It is true.
It's not in this case.
It's true by the fact that Trump
What are you
is
talking about?
literally
Bro, the
taking people out of countries.
That is
we're
a
going to war.
different thing, Dan. Dan, I
Okay,
hate,
I know it's a different thing.
but I hate this argument that like just because Donald Trump can do some things unilaterally, this
But
means
he can't, though.
This means that we can
He's
do
not
everything.
supposed to be able
Hold on,
to. No.
what? You got to stop cutting me off. You keep
Dan's
saying
arguing
like,
both sides of the fence and doesn't
the logic
realize
that
it.
because Donald Trump can do a lot of things unilaterally, and it takes like a long process to like challenge him a lot of the times. When you say that and then say, well, this means we can do whatever we want. That's not true, though. That's just not true. You are going to have to contend with the system, the girthy system of American laws and the Constitution. And
Sure.
in this particular
Girth
case,
one more
it is
time,
just
Hutch.
true that the executive branch can usurp those investigations and just close those, like drop those charges. They can just do that.
Mike Capel here, Patriot Software's founder. When I was 8 years old, I knew in my heart that I should be an entrepreneur.
So I disagree with what you're saying. I think that this type of, first off, the act of doing this is something that dissuades people, which is good. So they're not even trying right now because they're like, it's not, I've seen this before. And, when an FBI agent kills someone, they kind of take it away. So fuck it. But they're not even trying. And the thing is, trying, one, sends a message that illegal shit, maybe they got lucky this time. They didn't get lucky this other time when it happened here. When that state court did it for these guys, they found, shit, they could keep going as a result. Like, this scares people. Have you ever been sued before? By any chance?
No.
Okay. The act of being sued, the act of being named, these things by themselves, success or not, are massive dissuasion
You can
from
sue
doing
the federal
illegal acts.
government. You can sue the
I'm not
executive
talking
branch.
about that. You're not listening to me.
I
What
am.
I'm saying is that the people that killed Freddie should have their names out there, and these people in state should be doing their damnedest to bring them to justice, even though they may not win, even though it's a crazy task to try and overcome the idea that this might be handed over to the federal courts. Despite all that, they should throw everything at the wall. They should appeal every ruling. They should do everything legally within their power to hold what they view as unfair, discriminatory, illegal acts to these people specifically. Not just because they want to get justice for the people that were murdered, but secondly, because when other ICE agents see the absolute hell that these people are going through, the fact that they might lose, the fact that they might go to jail, is enough that the success doesn't matter. It is the act and the throwing everything at the wall, legally speaking. Okay, I do not think that we should be doing things that are we're not going to be planting evidence, that type of shit. But there's enough here that I think that we should be doing everything because the act in itself is good, and the act in itself dissuades more illegal discriminatory actions from happening. Because right now, if you're an ICE agent, you feel like a fucking god and no one can do anything, and fuck you, Trump is going to protect me. But if we saw that Tim Walz was going out there and he was doing everything he could, and by the way, states are still pretty fucking powerful, there's still a lot of ability for states to do a lot of shit that the federal government doesn't get to touch. That would scare people that are thinking about continuing to do crazy illegal shit. And I think we need to see more of that, and we don't. And instead what we get is what you're showing, which is the state AG being like, well, we can't charge them because the federal government could just say that they could just take the case. But technically, sure, they could do that, but then you could appeal that. And then they would appeal that, and then you could appeal that. And the whole time these ICE agents are going to be like, am I about to go to jail for the rest of my life? What the fuck is happening here? And there's going to be people getting subpoenaed and asking for evidence and the whole thing. And this is good.
So again, you talk about suing the administration. You can do that right now. In fact,
Not suing. Sorry, any word that you suing there should be criminally charged.
You
not
said
suing.
you did say
that's
lawsuits.
Nothing.
Okay, but you did say that.
Sure, lawsuits on top of that as well.
Right.
Lawsuits and criminal parts as well.
Okay,
So
but
yeah,
that's what you
absolutely,
said.
yeah.
I was responding to that. So you
That's
can't.
my misspeak there, but I do
Okay.
think lawsuits should be a part of it as well. So
Okay.
you should have Freddie suing the families directly, as well as the state.
family suing him, you mean?
Yeah, the family should be suing the agents. The family should be suing Kristi Noem. You should have the state should be suing the agents for damage to tourism. I don't know, 101 things along those lines. These are all super helpful things to have happen, regardless of the outcome. And and they should appeal every negative thing that happens along the way. They should drag it out as long as possible. All of these things are positive.
So as far as like legal obstacles to the administration, I see democratically aligned lawyers and advocacy groups and democratic states like suing the administration and fighting them in that kind of way through litigation all over the country. What do you mean?
You know what? This kind of harkens back to something that I think was super.
You just keep cutting me off like as soon as I keep talking.
Sorry.
You know.
But people, not administration. I'm not saying to sue the administration. I'm saying suing people, individual people. Sorry,
but you don't acknowledge that there are like potentially enormous obstacles to what you're saying. Not obstacles, but just straight up just like walls that you cannot get through. Like the idea like, oh, we should just try it anyways. Nobody would care if Minnesota announced tomorrow that they're going to file criminal charges against the 2 officers. The Trump administration would immediately go to a federal judge. They would get that thrown out immediately, and no one would care. Like this would barely make a blip on Twitter for 2 hours, and people would be on to the next thing. So I don't see the value in these like symbolic process fights that you keep proposing. I don't understand the point of them. I think we should be using.
What do you think? Would it just disappear? Am I muted? Hello? Kyle, you there? Oh no. Hello? Oh no. Well, I guess you guys are just here with me now, which means... That mean? Am I still here? Yeah, I'm still here. Well, we've lost the other member. Yeah. I'm going to say I don't think it would just disappear. I think it would be... We would want to drag it out, drag it through the mud, keep it going. Just keep the prosecution going for as long as we and eventually we'd at least get the optics win of getting people to pay attention to the corruption and the problems in the administration. I tend to agree with Dan here on
using our resources in much more efficient ways instead of trying to chase down legal avenues that are just not open. Like Minnesota does not have the option to criminally charge these officers. They just don't. And you're saying, we'll just do it anyways. And I get really frustrated with that kind of thinking. Like, you should not waste your time doing things that you can't get done unless there's a really good unless you were 100% confident that the optics of it would really benefit you politically. Then sometimes doing symbolic things can have value. But in this case, no one would care. No one would talk about this. It would barely make the news. It would just be on to the next thing. It would be killed. The effort would be killed literally probably like within a day or two. They would go to a court immediately and get it thrown out.
I think you're delusional. I think you're wrong. Legally speaking, I think you're wrong.
Delusional's
speaking,
a bit
I think that you're wrong on the perception of what would happen as a result of this. I think the people that brought these cases would be fucking heroes. I think it would be slow for them to try and stop it because there's novel arguments in here about how the federal government is directly enabling the illegal behavior, so it shouldn't be transferred. I think there's a tremendous amount of ambiguity here on the situation that it wouldn't just be handed over the next day. And I think that when you do this, I'll tell you 2 people that will care a lot about this when the second this happens, regardless of what may happen in the outcome. The 2 officers that killed the guy, okay? They're going to care a lot. Their heart rate is going to be 150 for the next 2 weeks. They're not going to sleep. And do you know who else is not going to sleep? Other people that are seeing what's happening to them as a result of this. This would not move quick. It would move slow. And it would be a major positive for immigrants across the country. Just flat out. Nothing happens in a day, by the way. Regardless of what's happening here, they can't even get, like, I'm sure you saw the whole thing with federal judges telling the federal government, hey, you can't send people off to fucking El Salvador. Even that wasn't happening in days. Those were weeks. And that was day 1. They're like, this is illegal. What are you doing? And that was weeks. So this idea that tomorrow it'll be instantly flipped and they'll come will not be the case. You can make this take a long time. And importantly, the federal government is not in control of the state courts. The state courts are in charge of what happens there.
So again, they can take it to a federal judge, and then the judge can take it away from the states at that point. But this is already. I mean, sure, I would imagine, but like this is already, they're already,
take time?
like the AG Keith Ellison, they are doing an investigation into these shootings. They're running into a problem because the federal government is not cooperating with state level like investigators. And so the idea that they're not building a case right now is just not correct. But you would agree, you wouldn't want to bring a case before you felt confident that you would be able to like secure a victory in the court or, secure a guilty verdict from a jury, right?
No, I disagree. I disagree.
Okay.
Because I think that the act of attempting to hold these people accountable is almost as important as the result of what happens. The fact that you are even going out there and publicly saying, we're going to do everything to hold these fuckers accountable. They killed one of our citizens, and we're charging them. And we have the approval from the grand jury, and we're going forward. The fact that they're doing that, I said, will greatly slow down future discrimination, and that is the greater good over the...
That seems undeniable to me. The idea that... I mean... there might be some pushback from some. It might flip on some people where they'll get that extra little bit of ego that, that the Trump administration was already enabling them to have. I don't think so. I think that would just generally, if nothing else, even, if you take away how does this affect public opinion and voting, etc., even if you take that away, it feels like it would still at least send a message to the individual ICE officers that we're not just going to give you free reign to just fucking execute people on the street. Jesus.
Result of a single case. The result of them successfully charging these people is meaningless at all, right? It's completely meaningless of how happens with these officers. Like, it would be good if they were charged, but what happens to them isn't as important as what the administration continues to do with discrimination. So, I look at cases like, the LA riots that happened after...
Rodney King?
Yeah, exactly. Right. The act of simply, they weren't even sure, like, are we going to win this case or not? Or because I think it was just like a video footage, and the before wasn't known, and it's like usually in these cases it wouldn't happen. I think the act of bringing the case is sometimes more important than winning the case. Trying and showing people.
If you bring charges before you're confident that the process plays out in a way that would secure a guilty verdict, then you can't. There's double jeopardy issues, right? So, like, I don't know. I think that's
we don't care about them going to jail. We care about stopping the harm.
Oh.
Dear God.
Tech geniuses.
I take zero blame for this. My roommates turned off the internet.
Sue them for your potential earnings.
Yeah, I intend to. I absolutely intend to.
Oh, hello?
Well, now I have to figure out how to get my camera to work again. So,
oh yeah, because of that process, yeah.
Yep. So this will be magical. Go ahead and keep the stream going. Hopefully, I'll get visual again at some point in the near future.
You can hear though.
Yeah.
Cool. Basically,
of thousands of other people.
They're back to talking about even if we don't get the actual win in court, the amount it does to stop ICE officers from feeling like they have free reign to just do whatever they want would be suppressed by the fact that some officers are actually feeling the sting of the investigations and the court proceedings and wondering, like, am I going to fucking jail for this? And that would spread. And that's the general conversation they're having at this point. Welcome back.
Okay.
Being sent to fucking El Salvador and shit. Like, that's the whole point here. Right? What do you think is a bigger deal? Are you not a lever puller on the track to save the 100 kids by killing one?
I mean, sure, yeah. I will never shy away from a trolley problem, but I also think that you need to be, like, efficient and practical, and I don't generally think that there's a lot of value. Like, there are outlier cases where this isn't the case, but, like, I generally think that these symbolic kinds of things just probably wouldn't do much. But all of this, by the way, everything that you're describing is within the boundaries of the Constitution and the law. So I'm not even sure that I want to even fight you that much on this, Dan. Like, I don't have an issue. If there was a state level, I mean, I could hear your arguments and maybe be persuaded that the Democrats at the state level and local level could be doing more to fight the administration. I'm sure they could be. I'm sure that there's more that they could do. But everything you're saying, like, it doesn't require us pursuing any kind of, like, extra legal means to go after the administration.
Well, I guess the issue is that you think, like, oh, well, it's not normal. It's not the norm. And I'm saying anything that's not the norm is now on the table. Like, Democrats need to be way more Stephen Miller-like, way more Roger Stone-like to make sure that this country does not become insane. And that means things that normally have not been done but are technically legal to do, that make sure that the country does not become a monarchy, those levers should be pulled. So it is not normal. Well, it is not normal that in a case where a federal agent kills someone, that the state would get involved. Usually they would let the feds to do that. But this is a technical, maybe there's a technical ability that we should do that now. Or if... packing the courts if we get to that situation, or any other number of things that normally we wouldn't do. Normally you wouldn't get rid of the filibuster. Normally you wouldn't do all this stuff. I think a lot of this type of stuff you need to re-examine.
I don't disagree, Dan.
Let's just hear on tradition.
I don't disagree on these, Dan. Like, everything that you just laid out here, these are all things that we can do within the boundaries of the system. I do think that we should get rid of the filibuster. I do think we should pass not insignificant reforms. I do think that we should pursue novel strategies and get creative. I don't have an issue with any of that. That's not at all what I've been pushing back
It sounded
against.
like you were discouraged of the idea, like, we might not be able to get a conviction against Preddy's killers. So I don't, and I think the federal...
Well, I would rather get like justice. I mean,
Well,
I would rather...
a good question. What would you rather have? Here's a trolley problem for you.
Okay,
Question.
all right.
Trolley.
Match with a local TurboTax expert at our new in-person locations. They're specialized in your unique tax situation.
Lever one, the killers of Preddy are charged in 3 years and go to jail for the rest of their life. Okay, but it doesn't start for 3 years. Lever 2, they are charged today, and it's a huge show, and people are tuning into it. Lots of evidence is coming out, lots of discovery. Trump is doing everything he can to bring it back into federal court, but there's being this one annoying circuit state court that refuses to do it, and it's this whole thing, and they keep tacking on charges, and the federal government's not sure how to do it.
I would take a second one.
Wait. But the important part. But in the end, the two guys get away with no charges.
No, I would take
after
the
3 years.
No, I would take the first.
Well, that's just delusional then.
I would. You would rather. I mean, I just don't understand the.
What do you think? Take the trolley problem.
Can you reiterate the way it's framed in this case?
Let's go back for it.
I would rather get like.
Ready.
I do think
it's here on tradition.
I don't disagree on these, Dan. Like everything that you just laid out here. These are all things that we can do within the boundaries of the system. I do think that we should get rid of the filibuster. I do think we should pass not insignificant reforms. I do think that we should pursue novel strategies and get creative. I don't have an issue with any of that. That's not at all what I've been pushing back
it sounded
against.
like you were discouraged of the idea, like we might not be able to get a conviction against Pretty Stellars. So I don't, and I think the federal.
Well, I would rather get like justice. I mean, I'd rather.
A good question. What would you rather have? Here's a trolley problem for you.
Okay. All right.
Trolley. Lever 1. The killers of Pretty are charged in 3 years and go to jail for the rest of their life. Okay. But it doesn't start for 3 years. Lever 2. They are charged today, and it's a huge show. And people are tuning into it. Lots of evidence is coming out. Lots of discovery. Trump is doing everything he can to bring it back into federal court, but there's being this one annoying circuit state court that refuses to do it, and it's this whole thing, and they keep tacking on charges, and the federal government's not sure how to do it.
I would take a second one.
Wait. But the important part. But in the end, the two guys get away with no charges.
No, I would take
after
the
3 years.
No, I would take the first.
Well, that's just delusional.
I would take.
That's. It's a little bit of a tough one, but I know where I'm at.
I
think it's worth it. I think it's more important to throw the dirt on the Trump administration than it is to have that one individual person end up in jail. Because in the meantime, we have ICE agents running amok. We have the federal government doing whatever it wants unimpeded without significantly being contested on these individual problems. And we need to make some sort of front that says, we're in this fucking battle, and you chose this battlefield, and now we have to fight here. And it doesn't matter if we lose, the people are going to be on our side. That at least that's what I think would happen in the end. That's the stance we need. That's the 10 toes down that we need to take to this situation.
Well, that's really the question, is what would the fallout of losing those court cases be?
Yeah.
If they didn't end up getting convicted, would there be some sort of negative repercussion to having gone through all of that only to not end up with a conviction? Would the swaying of public sentiment be strong enough from having done all of that to counter any regression that would occur? I don't know. It's not very satisfying.
Hey, we got Chapingro in the chat.
Oh, hey, Chapingro. Yeah, it's not. It's the idea of not getting any actual
conviction.
Justice for those individuals is dissatisfying. If doing so in vain would ultimately put enough water on the Trump administration and the various goings-on.
Maybe not enough water to flip things, but some water, some sort of dampening on the violence out of ICE or the way that the federal administration maneuvers. Some water, I think, is more valuable than the individual justice applied to this individual bad actor. Is that where you're at? Was that where you were aiming towards concluding?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, it for me, again, it comes down to like what would actually be most likely to produce good outcomes. I'm not as concerned about the doing it for its own, doing the good deed for its own sake in these circumstances. So I'd be willing to live without the satisfaction of getting them actually convicted if it meant that we could, make more meaningful change sooner.
Yeah. I think that's way more valuable than, well, we got him after we had already somehow righted the ship. it's like, well, the ship's righted. That's not actually as valuable to us as any amount of relief would be right now. And I think it lends itself more towards getting that relief of having a democratic or other institution. Yeah, almost certainly.
I'm reading the chat right now. I read up a little bit. Azahaya says, idea for a new guy just dropped. Guy who never shies away from a trolley problem.
Okay. Sure. New guy. That's Hutch. He's not a new guy. He's been here.
For a minute. I don't know. Maybe Azahaya is brainstorming a new...
Bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kyle, why don't you keep an eye out in the Discord in case somebody comes and says hi.
One of these folks wants to come hang out with us.
Yeah, Chapingro, we ended up streaming the first 40 minutes of this video, except it wasn't being streamed. We thought we were live. We did the whole show. It was better than the first take. It was way better than the first. Not that this hasn't been fantastic content that you should watch, but we did an hour of stream, but I hadn't clicked go live 15 times instead of 14 times or 16. I don't know. I needed to click go live a third time or a fifth time or something because of the fucking thing that we added to my OBS.
Well, the tricky part has been remembering everything that we said the first time, word for word.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been different versions of everything we've said, and some things kind of got mashed into one. It's been...
I'd like to think that the ideas got more refined as they went, but I'll be honest, like the third time going through the video where it's like, fuck, I already said this.
We watched it once each a little bit, and then we actually tried to react to it, and now we're reacting a third fucking time. Oh my god, I'm so mad at that plugin.
At this point, we are watching things that we've
it's all
only
fresh.
ever
Yes,
seen.
this trolley problem is fresh.
Yeah, we didn't get to this on the first go.
We almost did.
So we're actually making genuine reactions.
We're about 4 minutes ahead of where we ended last time, Kyle.
Beautiful. Well, all the more reason to
continue forward.
Back. Indeed.
So yeah, we're Team Dan on this trolley problem, and I guess generally, but like we've said a couple of times, this turned out it started out very contentious. Because they thought they had some ideological lines drawn between them, some serious disagreements, but the more they flesh things out, the more agreement there is.
Yeah, both sides seem to have the same goal. It's just a matter of how do we get there, and it's like we said earlier, I believe off stream, where yeah, both sides are kind of assuming the worst of each other until you actually sit down and hash the details, where it's like the people who want to push hard for as much legal prosecution as possible are looking at the other side and thinking that they're milquetoast and they don't want to get anything done. And the other side who's like, hey, let's not go crazy with this, are assuming the other side just like full on extra legal strategy, which
they're like to be just tiki torches in the street, mob justice or whatever, you know.
Yeah, which to be fair, I mean, I guess there have been some posts of that nature coming from certain communities like DGG, etc.
Yeah,
but I mean, you know, I usually, maybe I'm a little biased, but I usually just accept whatever they say with a few decibels lowered just to get a sense of what they actually mean.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
I know. I think you're dead on. Yeah. I think it's one of those things where it's not even that I wouldn't say they're assuming the worst about each other, but rather they are giving the level 10, level 100 position that they've heard from that general side. So like if you heard someone was a Marxist, you'd be like, you wanna destroy all landlords and eat their flesh and tax, get rid of money tomorrow and have a fully regulated economy. And it's like, well, no, that's what some communists believe. You know, when you talk to someone that that is from a different ideology or a different general space, you start to make the assumptions as if they're the worst person on Twitter that believes that.
Hang on a minute. Are you defending communism again? I don't know that
That's not. It was an example. It was an example. Okay.
Listen, I don't know. Ryan got really nervous when you said non-negative things about communism last time, and like we said, I don't want to get painted with the same brush as you. So just to be clear, I am not a communist at all.
I am not what you think of when you think of a communist. Okay.
All right. Well, listen. McCarthy's going to be coming after your ass, not mine.
Sure. Yeah, he went after a lot of great people, didn't he? Chapingro says Nuremberg trials are something I keep hearing.
Yeah, I feel like the analogy of the Nuremberg trials is a little misappropriated, considering there hasn't been a mass execution of 6 million Jews, etc., in the country. I think that what's that rule where everything on the, even if it's just rhetoric, some rhetoric is far too threatening to not take seriously. I think that's fair. Yeah, I think comparing it to the Nuremberg trials, it gives the wrong connotation to the conversation.
Yeah,
I think that having reconciliation and just framing it like that without going full on Nuremberg is a little more appropriate way to approach it.
It's a little bit hypocritical coming from a community that's spent 10 years telling people not to abuse language in a way that devalues those words. I think that's to a degree what you're doing when you say Nuremberg trials. Like, you can say that in the right circles, right? Like something like a Nuremberg trials. Like you could whisper that amongst your amongst your friends and it not be a ridiculous thing. But if you're blasting that out on Twitter, on your channel, without like 18 asterisks, like, but then you're just adding fuel to the fire, and I don't think you're having a productive conversation.
Chapingro alludes to Ryan's reaction to our conversation last week, where he said that he had fun except for the communism.
Yeah, that was his. Yeah. That was what he said right after we got off stream, I think. Yeah.
Yep. So we got
you're really great guys, except for the communism. we didn't do very much communism. I just said it. I was just. I was even apologetic about it. Whatever. I get it. You know what? There was a debate going on for a while about whether communists and Nazis should be considered equally distasteful, like to the Overton window of conversation, and I do find that to be ridiculous to equate the two. Like, at the very least, one of them has positive intentions that people can agree with. They want people who are people who are communist identified want a lot of things.
Yeah,
I lost my track.
I mean,
there.
Did they want gulags?
No.
Some of them did.
Some of them did. But that's the thing. It's not inherent to communism to want gulags or authoritarian control, etc. It is inherent to Nazism to want Jews to not be a part of your society. And that is the inherent goal of Nazism is racist and supremacist, whereas the inherent goal of communism. So just on those grounds alone, I think it's silly. You could say they are misguided. You could say that you could make the argument that communism will inevitably lead to the same outcomes, and I respect that argument, even though I disagree with it completely. But to pretend that they are just so obviously and on their face should be treated equivalently, I think that's absurd and childish. To pretend that Nazis and people who want a community-based government that looks out for people, to say those are equal goals is absurd on its face.
All right, well, we got non-compete over here, extolling the virtues of tankyism.
Wait, non-compete. I was thinking non-fun, and I was like, what? Yeah.
Oh no,
non-compete, wife guy.
Chapingro says, "Wild, James."
Wild, sir.
He thinks that you're wild, and thank you for pointing out James, not you guys.
not you guys.
Just to be clear,
There are only some people in the marketplace of ideas who aren't blatantly against communism or whatever. Y'all are crazy. But communism isn't just Marx, okay? Just because he's the most.
it's also Mao Zedong.
Fuck you, and Stalin. Great, great. Thanks for your help, Kyle. Thanks for your help.
I'm looking out for me right now.
Clearly. You know what? I will save you all the rant on how communism and socialism exist outside of Marx.
I just want to ask you a clarifying question. Do you think that the Holocaust was bad because Jews were unfairly painted as being disproportionately in control of the banks? Or do you think it was bad because you shouldn't kill Jews because that's wrong?
I'm not sure of what this question means. You've trapped me into what you pre-phrased as this is an easy question, but I think you fumbled the question in a way that, because I can't answer it now, I look like a Nazi. Thank you again, Kyle. Killing it out here for us. For you, at least. You're going to bail on this show and go have a great podcasting career. Fuck you, brother. You're going to leverage the 6 viewers we get a stream.
Listen, man, Ryan...
Sell me down the river to Ryan Mullally. Fuck you, bro. We've known each other for 20 years. You get one taste of a 1,000 subscriber YouTube account, and I'm fucking out of here.
All right. My roommate has informed me that there needs to be another potential internet disruption.
Sure.
So
and that means Chapingro needs to get in here and take your place for a minute. So do we know that you will just randomly pop off? Is that what we're saying?
We will see how it goes, but if it does happen, I should be back shortly.
Sarah. Que sera, sera. What a casual freeze frame we have this time. Last time he freeze framed in The Thinker. And this time we have we'll see what Kyle the freeze frame demon. Just whenever he freezes frame, he's holding frame. Killing it, Kyle. Even when you're not here, you're killing it. All right. Kick him? How do I kick? Block him. I actually can't kick him. Oh. Kick button. He's the admin. I can't fucking kick him. You should have left, you bastard. Hey, there he is.
What
okay.
happened?
You just took your camera froze.
Oh.
I've been talking for like 5 minutes about it. What are you've been ignoring me? Fuck you, Kyle.
No, my internet legit went away.
It went away for that moment.
I got full on disconnected. So
That's
any shit that you talked about me was unheard by me.
Legitimately unheard. You weren't just memeing.
Hang on, let me sort out the camera again.
Hello, Chapingro.
Much evening, gentlemen. How are you?
Good evening.
Very evening indeed.
Very mucho eveningo. My goodness. What a day. What a day. Good memes.
I'm disappointed that I didn't get the best stream you guys have ever produced.
You should have seen it. It was so good.
Incredible. We can hype this up so big because there's no evidence that I'm lying right now.
I said the funniest things. So did James.
Kyle, thank you for calling back to that. I said Kyle said funny things. He did not.
I said a couple funny things.
Yeah, true. Okay.
There were a couple things
I
here
played
and
him
there.
up. I played him up.
You gave me sympathy laughs?
No. I mean after the
Okay.
fact. In the second stream, the one that actually happened. Anyways.
You know, I hear some people are saying that Kyle is the funniest guy.
I'd believe him.
Funniest
right.
guy. A lot of people are talking about
A lot
it.
of people saying
A lot of people.
James Vagabond, washed up fat loser in a red hat. I'm losing weight.
Emphasis on the red.
Sorry, I got lost in my own obese cheeks for a second there. Anyways. How are you tonight, Chapingro?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
You got me in here because you.
By threatening to kill Kyle's internet. Yeah.
No, it was the communism is Nazism is
Ooh.
childish. You're right.
Oh,
Communism
thank
is like
you.
92% as bad as Nazism.
You can argue that the outcomes are 92% as bad, but on their face, the goals are
No.
infinitely better. Infinitely better. Unless
No,
you're
they're
going to
not.
pad Nazism with like, well, they actually wanted good things for the German people.
It's exactly the same mindset.
Well, no, we outside of their moral systems all agree that the on-their-face values of Nazism are bad, whereas we disagree only on the outcomes of communism, whereas we both agree that the people who are communist goals are inherently or are acceptable.
If I'm part of that, I don't agree. No.
Okay, so you think that if you kind of zoom back.
Here, let's make this really simple. If you could get, and I know that you're not pushing for communism, at least at this point in your life, but at whatever life that point you were super on board. If you could get communism just for your city, would you do it?
I mean, that's a really complicated question. Right, I would be making judgments day by day. Is this process working? Yada yada. If you're giving me a monkey's paw
if the
or
goal
a
is
wishing
so
genie,
great, why is this difficult?
well, because there's a difference between the goals and the legitimate outcome. Are you saying I would have my wildest dreams of communism come true in my city?
Just for your city. Yep.
If I had the wildest goals of my communism just in my city, absolutely, of course, because people would be provided for and have liberty and freedom to choose their courses of life in a much more equal, equitable, and just way. Absolutely.
All right, now some greedy Republicans see that you guys are doing amazing over there, and we hate it when people have a good time.
True.
Right? So
I've heard this about you.
what Republicans realize is we can just come into your city during the day, take advantage of all of the things that we want, take them back home to our houses, and leave at night.
No, you can't.
Like,
we have
we come in,
police
we
and
take-
military. I can still
We
have
don't
police and
contribute,
military.
and we leave. There's police and military in your communism?
Well, there's ways to defend properties, certainly.
Okay, then we're getting somewhere. If I keep coming in and taking, and I'm not a regular member, do you think it would be such a bad idea to have a rule for your city's communism that says only city members get to have the communism?
Now we're going to get into the argument of, like, the difficulties that a communist society has working against societies that are not invested
You're the one
in
who
that
took us
society.
here.
Invested in
you could
that
easily
society.
bite the bullet and say, I'm perfectly happy with the greedy, evil Republicans coming in and taking advantage of our communism because the goal of communism is so great that it can handle this.
Why would I have to be forced into that position? No, I don't think I'd be forced into that position at all. No.
Well, because
what if it's not? What if it's not? That doesn't mean if communism.
Which part of communism
isn't
is
able
good? Is
to
it the
infinitely
theoretical part
produce
or
for its
the
neighbors, it's flawed. Is that what you're trying to argue here?
I'm trying to argue that your pushback against the Nazis, in which it's communism but only for the Germans, is exactly where you would end up over and over and over. It's communism, but just for my city. It's communism just for
well,
my
you
group.
gave me a wishing genie. That's not my actual goal. My actual goal isn't communism
Exactly,
only for my
exactly.
city. You
I
gave
gave
me
you a wishing
pod.
genie. I gave you
built
a genie.
it into the hypothetical.
Even with the genie, you couldn't do it.
But you gave me a limited wish genie that gave me a bitch-made version of communism. You're like, if I build you a fake version of communism, wouldn't it be bad? It's like, yeah, you built the hypothetical to fail.
This is why your premise that the goals of communism are ultimately good is silly, because the real goal of communism is all or nothing. There is no in between. You're not happy with just one city. It has to be a whole state.
I think even Marx would disagree with that. I think he spoke about communism as much as a process as an end goal. It's not Marx's end goals of communism are not terribly clear, because he recognizes that there's a path forward of having to build and experiment with processes, and that state-like things would come into and out of existence even in a stateless classless society. I don't think this is.
I like how you were just bashing Marx 10 minutes ago, and now.
No,
like,
I wasn't
yeah,
bashing
Marx,
him. I was saying that there's
Marx
communism
is the high point
outside
of
of it.
communism.
I'm saying that there's communism and socialism outside of Marx. I wasn't bashing Marx.
To be clear, can I ask a clarifying question?
No, absolutely not.
Well,
Based.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
Based.
Be funny, dance, monkey, dance, Kyle.
Do it,
James. I want to make it very clear this is a joke that I'm asking you
yes,
right now.
Okay, excellent.
Is your position that it's good, so that communism has good, worthy goals, or is your position that it's not as bad as Nazism? Because I remember the original framing being it's not as bad as Nazism, and I think it's an important distinction.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's an important distinction. I would say the on their face goals of communisms and communists are absolutely good. Yeah, because they want equality. Think about the basic term of communism. It just means a pro-social, pro-communal form of living at its base.
But I mean,
and then you can go into the Marxist forms of communism, which get really complicated, and even self-admittedly within Marxism, they don't know what the end goal looks like. So it's tough to say, like. Sorry, I was going to jump back into the Chapingro hypothetical. Did you have any other clarifications?
Not really. I think that was the main thing because I wanted to make sure that we're not framing it that you think that communism is a good thing that we should strive for, or that you would want.
I think the goals of communism are good things that we should strive for generally.
Okay, but I mean, if the goal is equality, there's multiple ways of getting to equality. One of the ways of getting to equality is getting rid of the people that you think shouldn't be equal, right?
Sure, but that's not anywhere in the dictums of communism or whatever.
What is the actual dictum of communism as it pertains to equality?
As it pertains to equality, it's stateless, classless. So the distinctions would at least distinctions of what? I mean, this is getting very complicated. I'm actually having a little bit of trouble following it myself. Re-ask your question. Try and refocus me.
Yeah. So sure. So if you're saying that the stated goal of communism is to achieve equality, how it achieves equality is an important caveat to that goal. And I think that
I mean,
God,
equality is another loaded subject that we'd have to break apart. Like, do we mean equality in all things? Will everyone be 6 foot, and will there be a lack of gender? No, obviously not. I guess it means more equal, more equitable, more providing for people better. The real goals of communism are very much the same as most systems. Okay, now I see Chapingro. Great. Now I see Chapingo. But okay, one of the major thrusts of Nazism was excluding people, whereas that's not an inherent goal of communism. Would that be a fair way to recenter that, Chapingo?
I appreciate that you see what I'm pointing toward.
Yeah.
I think you're doing a little bit of a communism is just ooh-woo, and we want all the good parts about it, and there's nothing like, if you're doing it right, there's really not any bad parts. That's just the evil humans that try to do it.
That's not
Well,
quite the
who else
argument
is
I made.
trying communism?
The only people that have tried communism are nations in serious disarray. So factor that in for once when you consider communist
come on.
systems. The French
Calling
Revolution,
USSR disarray.
the USSR when it overthrew the what the fuck were those guys called? You're a history guy.
The Bolsheviks?
Yeah, things were not great at the start of the USSR.
Well, the Bolsheviks were overthrowing the Tsars, and then
there we go.
The
when they were throwing
but
over the Tsars, there we go. Yes, the Bolshevik Revolution. Things were not just super great for everyone, and the Chinese communism
why do you need to roll the clock all the way that far back? Like in 1975, the USSR was the second most powerful country on this planet. Were they not still attempting communism at that time?
But they were. Well, I don't think they've been attempting communism since Stalin fucked everything up.
So once again, communism is ooh-woo, and whenever somebody comes in and actually tries it, that's when it goes bad. It's not communism's fault.
I find that argument just so boring because, like, if in the definition of something it says democratic and all of these attempts are undemocratic, then yeah, none of these things are fucking communism. Like you can make the argument, and that's why I don't like
shade on my own side.
Sure.
I'm not an ANCAP anymore. Because this argument, which you're calling lame and boring, is just so true. If it's always humans doing the endeavor, and they just can't ever seem to get it right.
Though. I've never made this argument that
I know you're not making that argument.
Saying that these things started in utter chaos.
ANCAPistan is just as silly as Communistan because they're both ultimately, at the end of the day, forgetting that it's people that are trying to do this thing. So, like,
you're bringing two other people's strawmans that don't approximate my position.
I'm bringing my own position.
You're criticizing other people. If you want to... Okay. I'm not saying that the problem is just evil humans all the time. I am saying that in the cases where it has been tried, it was tried in extremely dire circumstances in every case. Am I wrong there?
Yes.
Cuba...
As a starting point...
which one of these places was just like a lovely utopia that tried communism and got just absolutely fucked afterwards?
Tell me that in 1975, the USSR wasn't the second most powerful country on the planet.
You think it was communism at that point? You think it fits any definition of communism?
What I'm saying is, if they were
is North Korea a democracy? It's got it in the name, brother. That's what this argument feels like to me. Is like, well, they called themselves communists. Well, they were a fucking anti-democratic, like, fascism, obviously.
Well, then your argument is just we've never tried it.
Yes.
It's never actually been done.
Yes, we have never successfully moved down the path of communism. And I'm okay with you saying
right too. We've never actually done ANCAPistan.
So the reason I think that the general argument of why Nazism versus communism is just stupid on its face is because that's not factoring outcomes. That's just saying, are the goals of this worthy or not? That's what the question bakes it in of communists versus Nazis. Should they be equally derided? And that's why I think that conversation should just be considered blatantly, obviously, no, they're not equivalent. One of them is just pro killing anyone who disagrees with you.
Yeah,
one of them
is
like
8% worse.
That's the problem with Nazism to you. The killing everyone who disagrees with you is only 8% of why you disagree with Nazism. You could find a 92% elsewhere.
Yeah, what were the goals of Nazism?
Enlighten us.
It was utopia for the German people. It was James's city of communism.
No, it is inherent as to the Nazi project.
Yes, to exclude everybody else so that they could have their pet group of people, which is always a stupid idea because humans don't function like that. But they could have their pet group of people who could live their own way without anybody else bothering them. And it's going to be great because the German land has always been fertile and able to take care of itself. And it's always been the evil rest of the world that's coming in and making the Germans not as great as they could be.
Now, wasn't there baked into that, though, this idea of racial supremacy of the Aryans?
Yeah, and that's only 8% of the problem with Nazis.
Yeah.
That's only 8% of the problem with Nazis. 92% can be found elsewhere. Can you tell us about that 92% that isn't... That's the real problem with Nazis?
The real problem is that when you create a goal, which is utopic in this way, it will always have these terribly dark turns. And this is the pattern that we see. And the answer that you always get, the answer is, oh, it was somebody else's fault. Churchill was really the bad guy. The world was really against the Germans.
Do you think that's equally as groundless an argument as Russia and Cuba and China were in very difficult places, and the French Revolution were very difficult places to try and create a government out of whole cloth, out of thin air?
I find it interesting coming from you, James,
equally acceptable
because
arguments for why your society went awry? Because I think
if
some of those are real arguments, and the one that you're saying that Nazis have is crazy.
If we check our media literacy book on history, we're going to see, well, we only really like the Russians because they were our allies as opposed to the Germans, which is why the winners, having written the history, put the Russians as not as bad guys.
I think that's dodging the thrust of my point. But I'm not sure how to cycle back to it.
I mean, this is something you and I we don't disagree on everything. Obviously,
yeah. We have a lot in common.
It turns out we actually see eye to eye on quite a lot.
Yeah,
but you do tend to put more faith in this trope than I do. I'm not going to say you fall hook, line, and sinker, but you are of the belief that like power dictates how we view the world. Why is it that you think, from a historical lens, and who had the power, that we look at Russia as, nah, they weren't so bad. They were actually trying to do good things. And we look at Germany as, those fuckers were evil.
Wait, we look at the USSR as extremely evil. What do you mean? I look at the USSR as extremely evil. Just because they call themselves communists doesn't mean I give a fuck. They were fucking awful.
That doesn't make sense by your very premise. In your very premise, you're pointing out the USSR is not anywhere near as evil. Like, this was the whole thing that I can fly a commie flag.
Communism isn't nearly as evil. The USSR was a fucking travesty. How could you not understand that distinction?
Hang on.
Just because you call yourself a thing doesn't mean that you're a representative of that thing. North Korea is not representative of democracy. Just because you call yourself a thing
and the Germans aren't representative of National Socialism.
They are the only National Socialism. They are the name. If I had come to you and said, should the USSR be considered similarly as evil as the Nazis, then I'd be on the same team as you. But that's different. Because Nazism
how about this? I'll change up my verbiage.
No, Nazism...
The Germans don't represent fascism.
The Germans
There were other people who tried fascism.
Oh, okay. I see what you're doing.
You can't boil down to fascism to just what the Germans did. The Germans didn't do fascism right.
Well, okay, fascism is defined outside of the original.
It's flexible authoritarianism and political corporatism, right?
Not necessarily. No. There's
not.
I think
that's a good technical definition to describe the type of governance that are often employed by fascism. But I think I think there's a lot of good working definitions for fascism.
See, I'm willing to bite into a definition, which is why I'm willing to say that these two things are, like, they're both pretty fucking bad. But you don't ever want to say, well, yeah, this is actually the idea I'm pointing to, because they didn't do it
Nazism is
right.
a specific
And there's multiple
project that has specific viewable goals, whereas communism is a philosophy. Like, if you, once again, why don't we just take it back to, if you were to ask me to compare the evilness of the USSR and the evilness of Nazis, I would say, yeah, they're in the same fucking boat. But if you ask me, is the philosophy of communism and Nazism, should those be equally considered similar? Obviously not.
But what's wrong with a utopia for the German people?
That's not what we're talking about. If you ask me, what do you think about a utopia for the German people?
That is the stated goals of Nazism. Killing off Jews is not part of the stated goals of Nazism.
That is part of the Nazi project, and it's wrapped into it, though. If you were to make a poll where you said, are the goals of specific Germans during Nazism bad? Then the answer could be no, because there could be specific people who are against the evils of the Nazi project. You could have specific, you could say, are the goals of those people and their philosophies bad? No. Is Nazism bad? Fucking obviously. In the same way that you could say, are the goals of communism bad? Obviously not. Is the philosophy of communism bad? Possibly, maybe not. You know, I'll leave that up to the individual to say. But we should all agree that the philosophy of communism and the philosophy of Nazism, not just German utopia, but the Nazi project, that's what you're equating there. And that is on its face and obviously foolish and a dumb question and a waste of time. And it shows people's bias. And it shows people's...
the irony in what you're saying right now.
Nah, you just didn't follow it.
I am absolutely following it. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that prima facie, communism doesn't have these baked-in evils, and that Nazism pretty much did in the way that it was constructed.
No. The question itself bakes that in. The question of Nazism is, what did the Nazis do and believe? Whereas communism, as just the philosophy, is just what does a
that's
communist
why this
believe?
is irony. This is ironic, because communists, if we ask that exact same fucking question, we get to an equally terrible place. And you're going to say, no, that wasn't communism, that was the people doing communism.
If you ask me about a specific communist project, I can give you a specific answer in the same way that I can with Nazism.
All right, give me a specific communist project that went well.
I can't. That doesn't prove anything. That you're like a person in 1899 saying, like, no one will ever fly an airplane. Show me an airplane that's ever gotten off the ground. It's like, that doesn't prove anything. That your argument is nothing new can ever happen.
That's
sorry, the basis
James,
of your argument.
You are just... You've blown my mind with your brilliance. You're so correct. There's nothing that anybody can say to this.
Okay, you're a very
right.
smart person. That argument I find very dumb. Is like, well, can you show me if it's ever worked? Then it can never work. The fuck is that argument?
Saying we grade communism on the idea, but we grade everything else based on the people and how they perform the idea.
Nazism isn't
retarded.
Just an idea. It's an active project that has a living thing that we can point to and say, what were their ideas and how did they end up?
So is communism.
No,
we have an active history to point to.
Russian communism is a specific one.
Chinese communism.
Yes, you can point at the individual ones and say they are bad.
Cuban communism.
You can point at the individual ones and say they are bad, and I will agree with you.
I'm pointing at an individual Nazism that happened to go bad. It wasn't because of the ideology. After all, it was just the people who implemented it.
Well, then you're going to have to actually verbalize that greater philosophy, which you haven't.
I did.
No,
I told you it
because
was
if you just said
the German people.
Exactly, if you said German utopianism, I could be on your side. I could say, you know what? I could see German utopianism being okay. Whatever that is, which you also haven't elucidated, because that's so vague. Like,
but you just said communism was so vague. Communism is not elucidated. So what are you defending?
So this is number 4 of the English translation of the National Socialist German Workers' Party schedule. Number 4 says that none but members of the Volk, a people large tribe, may be citizens of the state. None but those of German blood, whatever their creed, may be members of the Volk. No Jew, therefore, may be a member of the Volk. That does seem like a pretty clearly stated bias against a certain ethnicity of people, and despite the flaws of communism, that there is nothing quite equivalent in any stated communist manifestos that I'm aware of, unless I'm incorrect. And I think that for somebody to compare the stated ideals of the two philosophies, it's easy to look at one side that says we think that people should have universal health care and universal education and should receive more of the same stuff so that they have better outcomes, versus the other side, which has stated in its philosophy that, like, the Aryan race is supreme and no Jew shall be considered a German. Like that
It's baked in, brother.
I do understand why somebody would think that Nazism is quantifiably worse than communism
On its
philosophically.
face. And that's the question, is on its face, should these people be treated equally? And the answer is obviously no. It would be childish to say anything else.
You're correct. It would be childish to say they're exactly the same.
8% Okay, you were about to say, you were trying to say, well, sure, German idealism is vague and undefined, but so is communism. Do you actually think that communism as an idea is equally vague as just saying German utopia? Do you actually think that those are similarly vague? The world of developed ideas about communism.
James, you're arguing with yourself, buddy. I was just pointing back to what you said earlier.
Yeah, but you're relying on that for your argument. So either you're just.
I'm not allowed to take what you say in good faith as like part of a counter argument to what you're saying.
You're absolutely allowed to internally critique
communism
me on that.
It's very vague and hard to define. Right? Can we agree on that?
Sure.
German utopia is very vague and hard to define.
Correct.
Can we agree on that?
Sure.
Okay.
Or wait. What this comes down to is there are a myriad of things you could mean by communism, and there's a very specific bad thing you would mean by Nazism. And so, just because I'm saying that there can be
there's
wide
not a myriad
array,
of things. You are correct. There is one aspect that the we don't like Jews part, and there's a historical lens which could be dived into here. I'm not going to do any apologia for the Nazis, but I think the way that you guys are reading that from a modern lens is slightly skewed. I just want to concentrate on what you said earlier. One is very vague, so we shouldn't talk about the people who tried to do this vague thing, because what are we even talking about? Okay, the other one is also very vague.
Wait. German idealism, yes. But nobody's going to say, yeah, Nazis and German idealists should be treated the same. Like, nobody's making that argument. So you've built us a meaningless column to.
I'm just going based off of what Kyle read for us.
Uh-huh.
Kyle, do you I don't want to make you read it again, but was that German idealism or was that the Nazi?
That was from the Nazi Party. That was from the stated goals of the Nazi project.
Yeah, I thought German idealism was kind of a vague notion we just created for this argument.
You brought this in here. I didn't bring in German idealism.
You kind of did in that we were trying to create an abstraction of the Nazi philosophy, and I was like, well, what it would be similar to.
Just listen to what James said. James gave us the description. It is abstract. It is very hard to define with the very clear exception at the end. Which is
no. Which one is hard to define?
Everything that James said up until Jews aren't allowed.
You mean Kyle?
I'm sorry. Everything that Kyle said.
Okay.
I misspoke. My apologies.
Sure, but that's not. I don't see what that gains you.
It doesn't gain me anything. It just makes the field that we're playing on more clear. If the rules apply to an ideology like communism, in that it's too vague, so we can't point to actual examples of it being attempted.
That's not what I said either. That's never what my argument has been. That's never.
Then I'm misunderstanding. Clarify for me.
Yeah, I'm not sure where to unwind this knot for you. I have no idea where to unwind this knot.
Can I give it a try?
Please.
And you can tell me if I'm right about your stated position?
Please.
Only if you're funny.
Okay. I think that James's stated position... No. I think that James's position is that both Nazism and communism seem to lead to bad results for the countries that try.
That's not my argument.
Can I finish the whole thing so that you can tell me how much is wrong, or do you just want to dismiss it outright?
Other places are wrong. Keep going.
Sure. James also believes that communism is based and everybody should do it, and that he would force everybody into re-education.
Yes.
No. What I was actually
nice guy.
What I was actually
communism.
What I was actually going to say is that the stated goal, like just the way the goals are written of Nazism and communism, are not equal at all, even if the implementation of those systems leads to similar results. How wrong am I?
I think that's a great starting point for us to try and re-engage with this, because to me that's what's baked into the question of, should these two people be treated the same, communists and Nazis? I think it's insane to equate those two, because so much of this group, of the communist groups, even if you believe that communism always ends up bad, the goal they have is not obviously bad. Whereas the goal of Nazism is obviously to kill Jews, exclude people, eugenics, fascism. Like it's baked into it, because not only are we talking about their general theories, but we're talking about the specific project of the German Nazi people. So if you said Russian communists, I'd be like, yeah, fuck those guys. They were fucking crazy and they did a bunch of fucked up shit. We would be together then. The question I don't like, and that I think is obviously stupid on its face, is, are communists who, even if you think communism always ends up bad, have acceptable goals, should those be treated the same? And you think that's only 8%. I think that's absurd. To say that people that want a communal society should be treated the same as people who want to fucking genocide the Jews, I think that's... Boop! Okay, I think... Beep, boop, 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 boop.
You gotta get yourself a censor button for your soundboard.
I think it's... I think... Ugh.
Please don't become one of those streamers that fed posts but just pushes the beep button. That's retarded.
Luckily, I was about to beat myself for the R slur, so we're not anywhere near fed posting.
Which Chapingro just said without compunction.
Yeah, I was just gonna call that R slurred to pretend that people whose expressed explicit goals include killing Jews and people whose...
I thought we moved forward in the arc of history, and since we've reclaimed the R word, now it's good because we're on the correct side of history.
That wore thin very quickly when everyone that was using the R slur was acting like they were a fucking hero. That wore thin for me. We did it! We took back the Normandy of free speech, and we can say... We can say all the slurs again, guys. It's all better. We fix society.
We can say retarded. It's the one word that
we took back. And you know what? Great. Enjoy it. I'm not worried about it.
Anyway.
People weren't mass oppressing mentally disabled people because of the R slur. They are inherently mass oppressed. It's not great out there for them. Anyways, back to the argument.
So Kyle gave a premise. James clearly disagrees with the way that Kyle laid out James's premise.
No. The original way he was doing it. He ended up regrounding us pretty well. A little bit.
Kyle, would you mind if you still have it up? Would you read that stated goal.
All right, this has become a Nazi theory stream.
All right, the stated goal, and meanwhile, I'm trying to figure out how to get my fucking camera to work again properly. Okay, English translation of the National Socialist German Workers' Party as provided by Wikipedia. Number 4. None but members of the folk may be citizens of the state. None but those of German blood, whatever their creed, may be members of the folk. No Jew, therefore, may be a member of the folk.
Where's the source of this?
It's Wikipedia. This is the English translation of the National Socialist German Workers' Party.
Are we really questioning this? Does this disagree with any historical lens that any of us have?
No, I think
that sounds right to me.
No. I think there's
It's
some
number
nuance.
4.
There's some nuance to when this was
point
produced. There's some nuance.
This is number 4 of the 25-point plan that was announced by Adolf Hitler on the 24th of February in 1920, before approximately 2,000
Okay, there we go. There we go. See, because like if this was like 1943, then I'd be like, well, there could have been. You could make some argument for some proto-Nazism that could be argued to be less shitty or yada yada. This shit was back in 1920. It was the beginnings. The very first word in it is no Jews.
Yeah. Well, the very first word.
That's the last part of point 4 here.
Oh, is this the fourth point?
Yeah, that's the 4th point. The first is we demand the union of all Germans to form a greater Germany on the basis of the people's right to self-determination.
But okay,
that sounds evil.
Couldn't Americans do that same thing, and it's exactly what we said in 1776 to some degree? That first point is not a big problem, right? If number 4 wasn't in here, then we'd be having a different fucking conversation. Or,
well, this is a Google search, so equally, let's take it with a grain of salt. Primary goal of communism is to establish a classless, stateless, and money-lender-free society based on common ownership of the means of production. It seeks to eliminate.
Those are definitions. Is this a wiki? Is this an AI summary? No offense, no shade.
Yes, it's the primary goal, in the same way we were reading the primary goals of...
Well, yeah, but that's from a source. This is from an AI summary of...
Bro, what would you take here?
I'm not trying to throw shade. I'm just saying it changes how it affects the argument. This is...
I'm fine if you throw shade, but then you have to tell me what meets the bar.
Well, I used Wikipedia, so...
Well, okay, a Wikipedia article of a direct historical document. You're trying to pigeonhole me to this definition, and so I just want to resist that a little bit. But you can move forward with it.
All I'm trying to do is get you to play fair across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever standard you set out, all I'm doing is asking, is this standard being applied consistently to all of the things he's talking about here?
But that's the thing.
I'm not trying to pigeonhole you in anything. I'm listening to what you say in place A and asking, does this equally apply in the way that you frame place B? That's the only thing I'm asking.
Because it's smuggled into the premise of the question. Again, it's a philosophy versus a philosophy paired with historic results, and the philosophy's inherently broken.
All right, since
it's threefold now. It's threefold absurd.
You broke the what's it called when you're at a party and you're drinking? You finally go. You broke the seal. All right, so we're throwing shade at each other at this point. You've already thrown shade at me. What you're doing is akin to the Destiny conversation with Ben Shapiro. You're judging by different metrics.
No, I'm saying that these two things are different.
That's what Shapiro said.
Okay.
Of course I use different metrics.
I've made this point a dozen times. Let's see if it sticks this time. In the case of German Nazism, we have not only an inherently flawed philosophy, but we also have a living state whose results we can measure. And so once again, I could say, if you said Russian communism, then I would say, yeah, fuck that. If you said Cuban communism...
Then let me ask this to clarify, okay? Again, I think I'm hearing you. You're saying that communism is this very broad idea. It's been attempted many different times. The exact implementations are separate from the idea. Am I misunderstanding that?
That's one part of the argument of why this is absurd. Yes.
Okay, but at least on that part, I'm
Yes,
hearing you,
yes.
correct? Okay. Is it possible then to separate the idea of Nazism from the people who attempted that idea in the same way?
Yes, and it would still be obviously different. Turns out it loses in both cases, as we just found out. Because, like I was saying, like I'm sure you could extract some ephemeral Nazi ideals that aren't about killing Jews. But that's not
We
what
can.
most
Of
of
the four
Nazism
sentences
is.
that
But
Kyle read,
yeah,
3 of them were not about killing Jews. Now, I will grant you, they were all exclusionary in a way that communism tends to not be framed as exclusionary.
Yeah, so even just on the merits, before this specific thing, which I think is another part of the argument, the fourth part of the argument would be German Nazism kind of obviously directly leads to this because it is German superiorist, anti-Jew, and it creates the in-out group based off of things that will always be disastrous. It will always be disastrous to everybody outside of that group. Whereas none of that is baked into communism. If you want to have arguments about the specifics...
Do you remember the thought experiment that we started this out with?
What's that?
You get your communist city.
Yeah, but then you're just trying to tie me to
how
some
quickly
weird
were
monkey
you
paw
ready?
wish. You're just tying me to some
It's not a weird monkey paw wish.
Yeah.
I'm playing the game that you're playing.
You're,
and I
you're
don't
saying, what if
mean
you had
game is to
communism
undermine
that
it.
wasn't actually complete communism and people made it bad?
You're
Would it
making
be
a separation
bad? Yes,
between
it
the
would be bad.
idea and the way that it always gets implemented. Whenever we try to implement it, it clearly seems to suck.
Yeah, and then you're unwilling
I'm
to
just-
have
I'm
a
just
serious
applying the same
discussion
metric.
about the fact that all of the states that tried it began in terrible circumstances and gave up the communist ethics almost immediately. Right? Which one of these authoritarian fascisms is a democratic stateless class
That's a cheap
society?
out, James. That's a cheap out. Why are they switching away from their goal of communism as soon as they get some prosperity?
Because power structures can be taken advantage of. Like that's why
Okay.
I think it's so absurd for you guys
So
to
maybe
say,
it is also
"See,
doomed
it
from the
went
start
wrong."
in the exact same way.
You say, "See, it went wrong, therefore it must always go wrong," and that's stupid. Just straight up, that's your argument is it went wrong, so it must always go wrong.
That's not my argument, but I understand why you think it is.
All right, well, bring it out a little more for me then. How is that not your argument?
You are correct to say that saying that this does not meet the threshold, thing A it does not meet the threshold, does not mean that all things do not meet the threshold. I agree with that. Okay? Can we start from that common ground? We are in the same place. We're saying just because you point out that thing is not a cow does not mean that cows don't exist. I don't want to move on, but before we can we just have this little simple bit of agreement before going forward?
James?
Oh no.
Uh-oh, did we lose James's audio? James,
He is frozen.
Oh.
That's quite the frame as well.
That's
You guys are doing the frame god thing tonight. I love it.
Oh my god, is my camera off again?
It is.
Good lord.
You all learn your lesson. You shouldn't bring me into these things. It's just...
What's that? Oh, well, you're not the one who turned off my camera.
It's
So
bad for the juju.
I don't think it's bad for the juju. I think that I just need to get a proper webcam that isn't my phone. Because apparently that's just they tell you something that doesn't work as is stated is my phone and communism both together.
Well, here, do me a favor, Kyle, because you're, as always, being the Chad centrist in the middle of these
I'm
things.
not a centrist. But yes, I take.
Apologies
I
for
take your
any
point.
negative implications. You're sitting between the two of us. So like,
Fair enough.
where do you think I'm being silly?
I think that I think that you're both approaching the conversation from different angles. I think that you're looking at like what is the outcome of communism, and anybody who has a vague idea of the history of communism should understand this. And I think that James is coming at it more from a okay, here's how I would frame it in a way that makes me agree with James's position. If I'm interacting with two teenagers, one of them is fascinated with Nazism and one of them is fascinated with communism, I'm going to have a very different approach to each of those kids. Like with the kid who's into communism, like I can understand how you might think that some of these stated goals are worth pursuing. And within that history, all these countries that tried it, they fucked up, and here's why, and here's how, and that's why ultimately this system of governance is not good to pursue. Whereas the kid who's fascinated by Nazism, like my assumption is that kid does not like Jews, and I've got to take a completely different tact to talking to that kid about like, hey buddy, what's going on in your life that makes you, be a fan of eugenics and thinking that Jews are bad. Like that's when I'm thinking of the more generous interpretation of James's position, that's what I think of. If that does that make sense? And James, I don't know if you caught any of that, but does that accurately represent more how you're coming at this?
I only caught the end of it. My mic died.
Damn it.
My headphones died.
Right.
How much of my rant got out there?
I'm pretty sure 0.
Fuck
like
me.
like as soon as Chipingro finished the question, we heard nothing.
God damn it. I went on a great rant, and I thought I was too mean, and that's why Chipingro was silent. But it's because I fucking ranted to nobody.
Between your microphone and my camera...
You do know that I have soft feelings. I'm very easily hurt, so
yeah,
I appreciate you holding back.
Yeah. You're only not an SJW by fate. Not by disposition.
I think Kyle has given us a great framing here, and it is a good way to look at it. We've got two kids, two 14-year-olds. One of them that decides that communism is the future for the world, and one decides that Nazism is the future for the world. Are we going to treat these two situations differently? On its face, like, I think it would be silly to disagree that we would treat these two differently.
Yeah.
I think there is more that we could unpack there. Like...
Yeah, and okay, maybe I didn't frame the question correct. Well, no, I have. I've repeated it. Should we treat these people similarly? Fuck no. Fuck no. God no. One of them almost certainly wants to kill Jews and anyone who isn't German. That's fucking weird. And I'm not 8%
but isn't that likely
different
because
from that.
of his socioeconomic background and upbringing? And he just needs education and maybe some therapy.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but the communist guy might not need fucking any of that, right?
No, he probably also needs some therapy.
You think I need therapy?
I mean,
I think
do you
if
think
you're a 14-year-old
do you think I should be treated
deciding
8%?
that the world needs to go in one of these two directions, that you're probably... I'm being facetious about the therapy thing, but
you think
you're probably looking very skewed lens of what the world actually is.
Do you think I should be treated 8% different than a Nazi? No, that's retarded.
You're not actually a communist, are you?
He said his R slur.
Yeah, I did.
Comedy's back, baby.
He's back.
Hey,
James
we're back.
Vagabond stock skyrocketing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the marketplace of ideas took a break for a few years. Now that we've gotten through the woke era, we're back, baby.
I mean, yeah, I identify as a communist in my heart of hearts, but I just take a much different tact. I think it's a 500-year project rather than a 10 or 50-year project. I think there's a lot that needs to happen on the way to communism that might never happen. But
Here, James, you tell me, how differently should I treat? Because I live in the boonies. Mm-hmm. I got a bunch of redneck neighbors, and personally, I think it's because he needs more education. He needs to be more aware and exposed to the world and people. But There's a kid in the neighborhood, nicest kid in the world. He's super sweet, but he's been convinced. You know, the donor class is running our country, and these people eat babies and all this other stuff. It's just really sad.
Wait, eat babies? Okay.
Yeah. He's been sold down the river. This kid is
No,
displaying.
take the baby eating part out. Take the baby eating. That spoils it. That spoils the metaphor. Yes, you should treat two people that think the government is eating babies as crazy, but that's not because they're communists.
How should I treat this person, given that he thinks that a certain ethnicity, religion, group of people should be excluded from our society? Should I just go ahead and throw him in the gulag because he has bad ideas?
No.
All right, what should I do with him?
Should you treat them all?
Communism versus a kid who espouses the virtues of Nazism? How well would you expect that they accurately reflect the way they've been implemented in the world? Because I'll tell you, my perspective is that the communist kid probably, like, he got an idealized version of the virtues of communism, which, you know, all those things kind of sound nice if you don't think about how to get to those points. Like the idea of everybody having education, everybody having healthcare, everybody having money. That sounds nice. It kind of sounds like Star Trek world where it's just massive abundance. Whereas, but I, you know, obviously I know I don't think that that's true, and I would then have to impart on the kid like, hey, just so you know, like these things might sound good, but this is where it leads. Versus the kid who's espousing Nazi ideas, where it's like without talking to him, I'm pretty sure that kid is like a full-on anti-Semite, which is, I'm going to have a lot harder time getting through to that person than I am the kid who thinks that communism is going to get us abundance. I don't know if that was helpful to reframe things.
It is helpful, and I appreciate where you're going with this. I would say I think, God, now you guys are making me into something. I feel uncomfortable taking this position, but I still think it's true. Ultimately, I think in both of these cases, I'm never going to live this down. I think it's a problem with education to some extent.
I mean, I would agree. I think, yeah, lack of education is probably what leads a lot of people to anti-Semitism, because it allows them to be taken advantage of by those who would seek out vulnerable people for whom to take advantage.
Like my example kid here, the kid in my neighborhood. Yeah. You on his face, you would say he's anti-Semitic. Does he even actually know any Jewish people? I highly fucking doubt it.
Yeah, I mean that certainly speaks to certain experiences I've had where, like, dealing with kids who espouse Nazi ideals, and yet I know for a fact they've never interacted with a Jew, or like they're racist, and I know for a fact they've never talked to a black person.
Or they're buying into the same slop that previous generations have bought into a different direction. Oh, well, it's all just the media. You've been lied to your whole life. We live in a post-World War II world, and that's what creates the narrative. Like, at some level, without the right amount of education, historical understanding, exposure, just fucking exposure to other people, it's very easy to get into this bubble where all of this sounds good and great. And again, I'm pointing out this kid in particular because he is really a nice kid. Like, I was flabbergasted to hear this kind of stuff come out of his mouth because he's the last person I would ever expect to be hateful. But he's not coming out of a place from hatefulness. He's coming out of a place of ignorance in which he's trying to look after the people he loves.
Sure. I feel like you're setting up hypotheticals that maximize the how that's only 8% different. Let's say so you've got a guy, and
that is what we do when we're disagreeing, right? We try to give the best examples for our side, and you would likewise create examples that makes the difference seem
right
extraordinary.
I'm gonna finish where I was going. Let's say I'm gonna do the opposite then. Let's say I'm not saying that's a bad tactic. I'm saying it doesn't give us a good picture. This metaphor doesn't give us a good picture because you're trying to focus too much on creating that 8% difference. So let's look at a place where that 8% difference doesn't look as true. Okay, so let's
Probably a bad picture, but go ahead.
we've got we've got a situation. You've known a guy for 6 months or whatever. He seems cool, and he seems responsible, seems chill, and you're gonna let him babysit your kids, all right? And then you find out that he's either a communist or a Nazi. I feel like the question has been asked to a degree, right? I feel like that should activate you to see a little bit of that 8% widening, right?
I'm honestly horrified in both cases, but for different reasons.
Yeah. Okay. You're
Like,
horrified.
the reasons are
right?
different.
Like, so some granola eating hippie. You're like, yeah, I'm not fucking letting them.
Well, maybe I think we need to paint a fuller picture of who these people are and how they come across before we just say one's a commie, one's a Nazi.
I guess, yeah.
Because like
No,
the granola eating
I don't mind what
hippie
James is doing. I think what James is doing is
it's kind of low
worthwhile.
resolution. It's kind of low resolution.
No, but it's a good endeavor, and I like where you're going with that.
Yeah.
You're basically saying, you know, if the most valuable thing that you love, e.g. your kids, which I don't have any, but if I did, that's what everybody says, right? If they were in the watchful eye of this type of mentality versus that type of mentality, which of these is ultimately making you most uncomfortable? Now, for James, the answer is easy. For me, it's not so much. And I think this is going to come down to fundamental differences. Like, I have a strong I'm blanking on the word, but like a strong affinity for authority and hierarchies of authority. I'm guessing James doesn't quite as much. So a communist coming in and teaching my kids ideas that will ultimately disrupt hierarchies of authority, I find very disturbing. I also find it disturbing to think that my kid, even if he's like pro-authority, right? If he becomes a Nazi, he's very pro-authority. That doesn't mean I'm just happy all of the sudden. But it is going to play out in other ways. Probably not in my house, but it's going to play out in ways that he's going to go or she's going to go get into issues out in the real world. So the question is, where would we rather have the disruption as a parent? A child who's going out into the world and doing evil, or a child who's been convinced of ideas that are bringing, this is my opinion, it's not James's, bad ideas into the house?
I think the metaphor falls apart. I thought you would have just a little bit more of an instant visceral recognition that, like, so I want you to imagine the spectrum of people that are communists and the spectrum of people.
I do
that
have
are
your
Nazis.
instant visceral recognition.
Sure.
I'll just say it on first glance. I have to pick one.
Yeah.
I'm probably picking the commie.
Yeah. Because, like,
okay,
what are they actually going to do? They're going to be like, you should be nice to people and share.
But I'm not taking a first glance. I'm taking a holistic lens.
Yeah,
in which I'm trying to unpack what the outcomes of these things will be.
Falls apart a little bit.
Why? That's exactly the argument that we keep having over and over and over. Is I keep trying to say, well, let's look at this thing on the whole, and you're saying, no. Let's separate it out into the ideas and the people. There's value in that. I'm not disagreeing with you that there's value in that, but I want us to play on one side of the field or the other. Are we going to do this total separation, in which we could do this separation for all kinds of ideologies, or are we going to do this holistic with outcomes? When you look at the Nazis, you do the holistic thing.
No, I do both. And in the case of communism, which is a philosophy that has only been tried a couple of times, etc., like, if you put it into the specifics, I'm with you again. I'm like, yes, USSR is bad. Yes, Cuba is bad. Yes, China's bad. But to me, that's just the easiest ground to fight on. Like, I'm okay with you establishing your, like, I want to treat these people 60% similar, 70% similar. Beyond that, I would really want to fight you. I think they should be treated like 20% similar, even if you think communism always goes bad. You should see that these are built up of completely different things. And I'm not at the end of the day, I totally respect people that think that like communism will always go bad and it will always go fascist, always authoritarian, and always oppress people. I can respect that opinion. But what I can't respect is people that want to just say that these people ought to be treated the same. On its face. Like, there is a deeper argument that we keep approaching of communism versus, other failed utopian projects. And I think that's a fair conversation to have. The argument I'm trying to have right now is saying, equating and treating communists as equally foolish as Nazism is stupid. And it shows a lack of willingness to engage with nuance on its face.
Just for the record, are you saying that my position is stupid?
It approaches stupidity sometimes. The 8%.
Well,
I think
I'm asking you what the rules of the game are, because if you want to jump that fence and we want to go play in that field, I'm fine with that.
If you want to say that,
but I'm also going to play in that field with you.
The on its face criticism that communists and Nazis should be. If you're going to stick with 8%, then yeah, you're a fucking idiot. I love you. If you actually think 8%, if you actually think that these people should be treated 92% as uncharitably as Nazis.
All right. You halfway did it, but I wasn't quite understanding in the way that you laid it out. What is your number? I gave you a number.
What is
I said they're
my
8%
number?
different.
I'm acceptable to people's number ranges up to about the 70%, but my number is you should treat them 0% similar. Yeah, if you hear someone's a communist, you should be open to their ideas and a conversation about what a better world should look like. If you're talking to a Nazi, you should assume there's very little middle ground, and you have to do a lot of anti-brainwashing to get them back to being a functioning member of the social order. I may have overstated there, but
so we treat them 0% the same.
Okay. All of the bad things that you treat a Nazi bad for.
I'm just asking for a number, buddy. Can you just give me a number?
How much? That gets fucking complicated. They both drink water. They should both be given air. You should both treat them with like human dignity. Like, what is that?
I realize
92%?
that, and that's all baked into my number.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Do they have a similar amount of chromosomes? Are they from the planet Earth? 92%. Like that. At that point, I feel like you're quibbling past the purpose of the conversation. Going
back to what I was saying earlier, I assume that somebody who is a Nazi is an anti-Semite, and I'm gonna have a really hard time getting along with that person. The communist person, I feel like I need a little more information. I need to know, like, do they just believe in the ideals of like universal healthcare and education and more money for people, or all that sort of utopia stuff, or do they actually like if I bring up re-education camps, are they going to be super gung-ho for that idea, like some people are, or are they going to say, well, I don't know about that? At which point, like, I'll still disagree with them in terms of their philosophy of government, and I think that maybe they're misguided when it comes to what they think would be a good government system, but I can at least get along with that person on a base level. Whereas the Nazi, unless I'm able to have a breakthrough with this person, we can't really be friends. The communist person, I might, like, if they think that, people who did the re-education went too far, or, certainly they don't support gulags, like, okay, I'm not going to write the communist off as quickly as I am the Nazi. And I think, to be fair to Chipingra, you said this earlier, like, if, given a decision at gunpoint, who are you taking, the Nazi or the commie? You're going with the commie, and that's kind of where I'm at. But what's that?
By 8%.
So as far as the number goes, I mean, 8% is also enough for me to be like, that's enough of a difference. But how the fuck do I quantify this? I would
say only a 1% genetic difference between us and mosquitoes or whatever the fuck. Like,
I would say that I would put the communist, someone who's like I'm an absolute communist. I would put my level of disagreement with that person at a spectrum of anywhere to 40 to like 85-90%, depending on what the rest of their belief system and how dedicated they are to the tenets of communism, whereas versus the Nazi.
Yeah, at that point I would say it's almost basically 0% because it doesn't tell you. It doesn't tell you. You're not going to find that 1% Nazi where you're like, "Oh, I see what you mean by Nazism and I'm on board." But there's plenty of people within communism. So that answer kind of becomes 0 because it becomes not the factor. The factor of disagreement with a Nazi is Nazism. The factor of disagreement with a communist is something else.
Here's the answer I would give, and this is hopefully going to appeal to Chipingro as a mathematics enthusiast. The answer I would give is not enough information for the communist. That would be my actual answer. What do you think, Chipingro?
You're pushing my buttons by appealing to mathematics. It's hard for me to, when you say it that way, how can I possibly say no?
Possibly disagree? It's almost natural law at that point.
But you know what? But you see what I'm saying? Like there's a chance that
I do see what you're saying, but can you see how what I hear from you guys is equally as exclusionary?
Well,
you're saying prima facie.
When you say you guys, don't remember. James is the commie.
Sure.
You can tell because of his red hat.
All right, say what
anyway,
in the description you just gave, Kyle.
Okay,
you're saying prima facie. If it's a commie, well, I need more information. But if it's a Nazi, well, I know without needing anything else that I'm not going to be able to get along with this person. So automatic exclusion.
Well, maybe not automatic exclusion, but like. There's
my assumption is that we won't there's a chance that the Nazi guy says something that completely throws me off, like, oh yeah, I don't hate the Jews, but like, oh okay, that's not what I was expecting you to say. But like, I'm assuming that that person and I are not going to get along, and if they've got Nazi insignia and stuff, like, I'm not going to fucking associate with them. Whereas the communist, like, I mean, depending on where they are on the spectrum of communist enthusiasm, there's a chance that I might think of them as a friend who I disagree with when it comes to governmental philosophy, to a person who's like fully unhinged and I would put in the same camp as the Nazi. And that's more because of the way certain people who didn't grow up in communist societies think about and react to communism. There's a lot of people that claim to have communist ideals who might not actually be communists.
I was just going to ask a question very along those lines. So do you want to unpack that a little bit more?
Yeah, I think that there are some people who get wrapped up in a lot of the sort of Che Guevara type of imagery, and or they might just be dissatisfied with their life living in a capitalist society. They might be focused on the problems, of which there are legitimate problems that come along with capitalism. And they might be looking elsewhere in a sort of grass is greener type of thing, or they might be looking for something that, you know, speaks to their desire for equality on a more visceral level. They might identify with the revolutionary ideals of someone like Guevara. And so they might think, oh, this communism stuff, maybe that's the answer. And at some point they'll come across the gulags and the re-education and all the bad shit that comes with communism, and they'll either say like, yep, I'm for that too, in which case, like, full on fucking tanky, get the fuck out of here, as bad as a Nazi, or they are like, well, that seems like they're just taking it too far, in which case I kind of feel the same way about them as I do about like a non-extremist religious person, to where I disagree with our understandings of the way things work, but ultimately I don't think like our goals are the same. We just disagree about how to get there. Whereas the commie who's all in on gulags and re-education camps, we don't have the same goals.
As a James enthusiast appreciator, I do want to point out that he's making it very clear to say those things don't directly come along with communism. It is the people who were trying and miserably failing at attempting to do communism that brought in all the bad shit. That's not inherently part of communism. Is that correct, James?
Probably. Yeah. My answer would be probably. Most likely.
All right. I just want to be fair to the sides.
I know that's unsatisfying.
Anyway, this is fucking retarded conversation.
It's gotten
What else
there.
is new with you?
We looped at some point. I hope I wasn't too mean.
I am so butthurt and angry.
Excellent. Good. Okay.
Listen,
Actually,
I just want.
now I hope you were.
I feel like I might have stuck my neck out there a little too hard for James. I might have just felt bad for
You're going up
selling
against
him
the wall.
upriver for Ryan Mullally's approval. I've been nervous ever since he said that he had fun except for the communism. I need it clear.
All right, my memesters. You're both my lovable memester people. How do you're memeing about this a lot. This is coming back up, and I know I was making the joke, and now you're excessively making the joke. So now I have to ask, all right, how do you guys really feel about that conversation?
About the one with Ryan?
Yeah, the one with Ryan. Because it on its face, it seems like maybe there's some. I don't really like how that went. It kind of feels like we end up saying things. Yeah, please.
I thought it was a decent conversation.
Yeah.
For my part, I felt like I was too much of a non-factor, really, to offer any criticism, because my criticism would be of me for I should have taken way more stimulants to get over my my.
You were sick as a dog, bro.
Yeah. You get a full pass. You get a full pass for that.
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate that.
No, I'll say, just first and foremost, none of my negative feelings of that are towards Ryan. Like, I don't feel like he acted in any way like bad faith or whatever. I think the real answer is, before I feel willing to fully engage on a subject, I want to know that I have a good argument, or at least with someone like him who's putting out a project like that. I would want to make sure that I'm on firm ground to criticize and make counterclaims, etc.
Hey guy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but North is in the chat. He wants in.
Bring him.
He also says that he is drunk.
Oh, it's a drunk North stream.
Oh, wait a sec. Wait. Okay.
All right.
I was never around for these. Apparently, this is the origin story of North.
All right. Well, we're bringing in drunk North. North.
I'm getting a beer.
Sorry, bud. I didn't see you there. I hope I didn't leave you hanging too long.
Hello, how are y'all doing? I am currently halfway through this. 12% alcohol. How many ounces is this?
19.2.
I'm assuming you're drinking beer if you're saying 12.
5 fluid ounces, 148 milliliters. And
Okay.
then also halfway through this beer as well. So.
What are you? Is
Wait,
it
you
some
have
sort of
5
imperial?
ounces of 11% beer and you're just toasted?
This is Land Shark. No. What if the 11% or 12% is like fruit punch? It tastes terrible. My roommate bought it for me for my birthday. And then this Land Shark beer is it's pretty good.
Did we miss a birthday? Happy belated birthday.
I March 1st was when I turned 22. So.
Hey,
happy birthday, bud.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, coming up there. Very cool.
Got myself a Phaser Hazy IPA going. I'm just about to crack it open, actually. It's 6.5% alcohol. Looking forward.
Well, shit. If there's people getting inebriated on stream, I suppose I'll have to follow suit in some small way.
Well.
Although I won't be drinking anything. I'll just have to be breathing in special air.
Okay, I got some things to say.
Yes, sir.
So I'm not too drunk to say them. Okay. One, James, your camera's not working. It's all black. I don't know
I
what you
blacked
did,
it out because
but...
I've walked away.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Who is running the live stream right now? Because I can hear you playing Arc Raiders. I can hear that in the background.
I've got it down to 13% volume.
You son of a bitch!
I can hear the Arc Raiders equipping of all your bullshit.
Can't believe this shit. I'm here fact checking. I'm looking up things about the German 25-point plan, and this commie motherfucker sitting here playing Arc Raiders the whole time.
Living
I
off
honestly
of the
thought that was
hard
a
work of the
production choice.
capitalist. the little background
I figured
music.
you guys were like, yeah, we'll have the theme music for Arc Raiders going on in the background. It'll keep everything hyped.
That's what I figured.
I thought about that too, but then I heard like the equipping of the items, and I'm like, Jesus
Once
Christ,
I had
these guys
other
actually just
people
playing.
talking around me, I was like, okay, I can't do another fucking round. That's distracting. Like weird voices in the background. I was like, well, if it's just like the music and like a little bit of explosions once in a while, people will tune it out. It's at 7% volume. Fuck it. I was like, can I play this game silently? No, you need fucking audio cues or you will get destroyed by a robot.
Yeah, you gotta prevent Arc from destroying you. Jesus. I heard y'all were talking about the Ryan Mullally discussion.
Yeah.
That guy?
That's
Oh man.
that guy.
What was the contention exactly with that discussion? Because it seemed like you guys didn't really get into any. At least when I watched, it seemed like a fine discussion.
Yeah, well, I think what Chapingo is worried about is Ryan and I do have like very different, political ideas, moral structures, yada yada. And I did a lot of letting him have his space to give his side without pushing back significantly, or at least he's worried that I feel that way. And to some extent I do, but only to the extent that it's like, wow, I sure can educate myself so I can actually have these conversations and be contentious with people like Ryan who know their shit.
Well, that's kind of part of the how should I say this? The criticism of the media space that's happening right now is that you watched that Joe Rogan thing?
Which Joe Rogan thing?
With Constantine?
Oh no. Yeah.
I watched
Destiny being mad about it. Does that count?
Yeah, well, yeah. A major criticism that people have for Joe Rogan, and I agree with this criticism, is that when he brings people onto a show as like experts or people of like influence, Joe Rogan never critically counters them at all. And I don't know if that's an amazing. I've never had that before, but it makes me want to watch Star Trek and eat SpaghettiOs.
He means the beer I shot the camera.
Oh.
Hey, we have.
It was
we have
just
somebody
Joe
on the
Rogan makes
stream,
me
that's
want to
nice.
watch Star Trek when he has experts on that he doesn't push back against.
True. Yeah, sorry.
It makes me want to watch Star Trek.
You pointed
you are
out
drunker than we thought,
I got a little sidetracked. Yeah, it's a discussion that Joe Rogan is uncritical to the people that he platforms. He got anti-vaxxers.
Yes.
He's got people that are denying the election. He's got people that they claim to have these systems of the entire universe figured out in isomorphic shapes or something like that. I don't know. It's all complete bullshit.
Yep.
And he just platforms them uncritically. So if I were to guess what Chapinko was getting at, I guess he was saying that it's nice to have people who know what they're talking about on your platform. It's nice to have people who are larger than you on your platform. But if you take everything that you say that they have as gospel, then you might be a little bit dangerous with how you platform future people.
Yeah,
because sure, Ryan might be fine during that conversation, but what happens when you have like an anti-Semite come on and you guys don't have the cahoots to push back on them properly? Well,
even at the end of the day, like I would consider my politics adversarial to Ryan's to a degree, right? Like he believes that the left is bad enough that it's okay for this administration, or this administration is at least superior, and I find that to be like on its face absurd and like detrimental to the well-being of every citizen. So like there are serious disagreements, and I've had that thought about anytime we would have someone we disagree with, like to what extent are we just letting them proliferate their, now I'm drinking and so I can even more misspeaks, proliferate their ideas that we consider to be negative. And I think where I'm coming from at this point is that's not my place right now, and it may never be my place as part of this show. If I want to develop that space for myself, then I need to develop that space for myself later. Yeah. Building
one
the
uncomfortable
marketplace
rub.
of ideas is that's not my place right now. Right now, my place is to show that we are a place where people can get a good conversation, a fair shake, be treated well, and get their ideas out there. That's the purpose of the marketplace. Cheers.
I love that, and I think North, your framing on this is a little bit too rigid.
It's a little hyperbolic. I can agree that's a wee bit hyperbolic, but I think the overall statement that I say is correct. Is that when you ever have someone on your show,
I don't even know if I want to say
accept what
hyperbolic.
they say
It's just
It's not what Chapingra was necessarily worried about specifically.
Oh, sorry. I was sort of stalemating you with your.
Well, let's
Or
agree with
having the
North's
bigger
position
conversation.
to start off with here. If you are a Joe Rogan and you are a place that people come to as like, I can hear the experts speak here or knowledge come here, and there is no like, and you keep bringing on people that have a certain bent and lean. Clearly, at some point, you're not doing your due diligence, because you know that your viewers are walking away thinking what this guy just said is true, and I just agreed with every step of it along the way. But to get to what James is pointing at there, if we always have this, I can't platform bad ideas problem, then we just end up not platforming good conversations. It can only ever be a fight.
To be clear, I never said that you couldn't platform anyone. If you want to have the discussion, have the discussion. Platforming people is not the issue. It's when you platform
Recklessly.
Irresponsibly, recklessly, whatever you want to say it. Yeah, I am not one for advocating for not platforming someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's the practical difference here when the rubber meets the road?
I mean, the
What am I-
difference is like, how do you meet their ideas? Like, I think that I'm not one to praise Piers Morgan, but Piers Morgan had on Nick Fuentes recently, and like at the very least had the decency to like call him out for his shit. We could talk about maybe Piers' motivations were like, well, hang on, this is gonna make me lots of money.
Hang on,
but.
That was actually really good. I got to give that one to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But
we make fun of British people a lot in our spare time.
Hang on a minute there, Gov. I'm British. I'm Piers Morgan, and I'll stop. But yeah,
you can compare Piers Morgan to Steven Crowder, and you can see the difference between the two. Piers Morgan brought him on, and he at least questioned him. But when you look at how Steven Crowder treated Nick Fuentes, it was ridiculous. He was treating him like a son.
Not too far
I
off.
was about to make a comment there that would probably get me antagonized by the entire Steven Crowder community.
How are they doing, by the way? How's the Steven Crowder community hanging? Last I heard that Steven Crowder guy got in some I don't know. He seems to have fallen off.
He beat his wife, or he divorced his wife, or something like that.
That's a big spectrum of different things.
Sorry, you're right. That is big. Sorry. He divorced his wife, and as part of the drama that involved divorcing his wife, there was video footage released from their house in which, while his heavily pregnant wife was like cleaning, he was demanding that she go to the store and pick up something for him while he was sitting on a porch smoking a cigar.
Yeah, that was weird. I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, are you guys going to make me take the poor optical position here? Like, if you've been in a relationship, I have had 100 times worse fights than that. It didn't get physical. Like,
Okay,
bad things are said.
I retract what I said about physical violence. I have not seen any proof of that.
Yeah, there was no
I
evidence
just know
of that.
that
It was bad vibes, is
they-
all it was.
It was very bad vibes.
It was bad vibes,
When, you're the,
but that's
when
it.
your wife is heavily pregnant and you're lounging with a cigar in your mouth.
And actually, I think you might be wrong.
feel
I
like
think he
there's
was
a little
actually
bit of
trying
a-
to make it so she couldn't leave because she would be leaving him there alone without the ability to yada yada.
Yeah, well,
I think one of the big things
this
was
is what he
the
talked about
dog
on his live
medicine.
stream.
Right? He wanted her to give the dog medicine, and she was pregnant, which could possibly be bad for the dog. But it sounds like they had a previous
For the baby,
agreement.
you mean? Not the dog. The medicine
for
would
the
be
pregnant
bad
wife,
for
it could
the
be
pregnant
bad.
wife.
I'm
I'm sorry,
you know.
yeah.
Jesus, no, I
I
just
misspoke.
know.
But I feel like this is one of those things. If we're honest with ourselves, and we ask, like, what's the worst fight I've ever had with a significant other? And if the internet were to see this fight, what would they think of me?
If
Maybe
they
I'm just a
compared it
really
to
bad
everybody
person.
else's worst fights, then they'd probably make me a saint. I haven't had a ton of relationships, and me and my partner are extremely good at communicating, so I'm just lucky there. I'm an outlier, but I can imagine what you mean by that, and I respect it. Yes, yeah. A lot of people's worst moments in a relationship, if you took them out of context, you might think they're a fucking monster when they're not that bad of a person.
And I can understand that, but then he follows it.
And well,
with
that's the thing. He has all the time in the world to say, "Hey, I was kind of being a dick in this. I get why you'd be like, hey, you're a freak."
True.
He never said.
But
he never got that far.
I'm talking about the if only Texas didn't have a law that would allow women to divorce men.
Oh
That
God,
was
yeah.
a little bit weird with the with that rhetoric.
Talk about fucking doubling down, yeah. Psycho,
yeah,
psycho.
I don't know how I particularly felt about that. Felt a little weird. We'll say that. Maybe you could interpret it in good faith and said he loved his wife so much that he wished that she would never leave. But
Yeah, he loved his wife so much that he said something insane. Sure. But
well,
that means
by
he's insane.
You mean like
that means
like,
he's
I love
living
you so much
insane.
that I would kill the president or something like that. I disavow in Minecraft.
Yeah.
You could say something like that.
and then at some
and
point in your
maybe
life, you'd have to have the sense
insane,
to
but it
disavow.
also could be said in a loving manner. if
Sure.
that makes any sense.
Yeah.
It's the good faith interpretation. The bad faith interpretation is, like, you think women shouldn't be able to get divorces in Texas?
And yeah,
Jesus.
they should effectively be property at some point. Like if you follow that to its in equal bad faith as your good faith version, the outcome of that is women don't have rights.
I gotta
And
say,
frankly,
there's a
I
list
think
of
that is the
conservatives-
best faith interpretation of what people like him believe. I think that's the real world they want to live in, and they never get to.
Oh no! Come on!
Steven Crowder
No.
wants
There's
to
a list
own
of
women.
conservatives that I think will
Steven
never
Crowder would
interact
not
with me
stop
ever.
at owning one
Steven's on
woman
that
if he
list.
could. Okay, he's
Wait,
one
what
of
was
the.
that, Nor?
If we're speaking directly to about Steven Crowder, I might even be willing to give this. I'm really uncomfortable with the way this is being framed, but it's totally possible. It's highly likely that he is just an asshole. Like, highly likely. I will grant you all of this. But to say that the best faith interpretation of somebody saying that women should have like a submissive role in society is that they just want women to be.
That's not what
devoid
I
of all
mean.
rights.
I mean specifically with Crowder's case, with who he is as everything we know. Like, if someone just said, I don't think people should be able to no-fault divorce or whatever, that, like, I'd be like, oh, you're all fucked up and your ideas are bad, but you're not necessarily evil. But when Steven Crowder says it, my best faith interpretation is, now I know that Steven Crowder would also be okay with owning women in society. That's my vibe takeaway from that. You think I'm going a little too far? Like, this is the guy that
I'm
tried
trying
to
look
show.
up
This is
Steven
the guy
Crowder women
that had
tapes.
someone
It's
sit
not
on his neck to
going
pretend that George Floyd didn't die from the police sitting on his neck.
Well,
So,
you have
like,
to give him
he's
credit,
a
though.
deeply.
He did do it, and he did the waterboarding thing too, which is
How much
like,
fucking pressure do they
he-
put on his neck? Okay.
Well, not what I mean. What I mean
You've
is
got
like,
you've got your
he went through with it. He
went through with
like,
staging
he,
that.
He didn't pussy out. He didn't say that, oh, I'll do it, and then he ended up not doing it.
Are you kidding me? He could
actually went
he
through
had
it.
he had somebody whose job is dependent on not hurting him pretend to sit on his neck, okay?
He got waterboarded. I mean, what the fuck?
I'm talking about the George Floyd thing. I don't know about him like waterboarding.
Well, he literally decided to get waterboarded. I mean, maybe you could say that waterboarding is only torture and it's not.
We're going out there with this.
It's not actually like attempting his life, but
it's only torture.
It's only torture. Exactly. It's only torture.
Christopher Hitchens did it that one time after being adamantly opposed to the idea that it was torture, and then immediately changed his mind.
True. Yeah. Have you ever seen that video of the guy in the Spider-Man costume?
He jumps in the pool and then realizes, and then all the kids, they don't quite get it. They're just splashing with more water.
He's waterboarding himself. Jeez. Oh man. You were asking what I was talking about before, Kyle, about conservatives that'll probably never interact with me. Matt Walsh, because I DM'd him on Twitter and I told him why I fucking hate him. And then I think Steven Crowder too, because they did the same thing. They will probably never, ever platform me. And I don't expect them to either. I'm not going to be salty about that. It's because if I'm going to be an asshole to them, they're going to be an asshole to me. Understandable.
No, fair.
Is this good?
This is probably the best Mr. Girl take is that Steven Crowder is one of the worst political people on the planet.
That's a pretty tame take, Mr. Girl.
Yeah.
The worst? That's kind of, I don't know.
One of the worst. One of the worst.
Like if I were to put Steven Crowder on a scale of bad political actors, I'd put him on if like 10 is George H.W. Bush, my hero. And
okay.
One
I thought we had.
is like
I was
Adolf
thinking
Hitler.
10 is badness. Okay.
And one is like Adolf Hitler. I put him on a solid 5. I think I give him a
solid 5. Only a 5. Okay, yeah. I mean, when you got people out there. Let's do Coney. Coney's a 1. Okay, Coney's worse than Hitler. Probably.
Coney as like the African warlord.
Yeah. Can we put him as 1 and then
Jesus.
Hitler is 1.1?
Yeah, where's General Butt Naked on this spectrum?
Who the fuck is General Butt Naked?
Wait, you've never heard of General Butt Naked?
No. Open this rabbit hole for me.
All right, General Butt Naked was an African warlord who had a child army. He fought, as you might have guessed, without wearing clothes.
General Butt Naked. I'm looking this up on Twitter. I don't know what's going to happen. The Cannibal Warlords of Liberia. General Butt Naked, the notorious Liberian warlord. Now helping ex-children. What?
Straight up murder hobo that got a gang.
Basically.
He's living the D&D murder hobo dream, dude.
Yeah, he had a turnaround.
Yeah, the turnaround? What do you mean? How do you turn around? He put pants on.
I mean, he's like doing charity work now.
Guys,
helping the child soldiers that he enslaved.
They're like Hezbollah.
He went to therapy. We have to give him another shot.
Yeah, he's reformed.
That's all it takes. You have to go to a therapist once and get a gold star.
That's a major tenet of Christianity is that you forgive people. You forgive. Yes.
So anyway,
you can tell I'm drunk. Jesus.
General Butt Naked.
God damn it.
Not the worst African warlord?
Not the oh god.
Are there worse people than Hitler? That's our next subject here.
Oh,
are there worse
absolutely. Historically speaking, come on.
Yeah, give us a history lesson on the worst people ever.
Well, you have to remember, Hitler never had the opportunity to run a charity after the war.
That's
he just killed himself.
Yeah. If only he had gotten the chance, we could have seen him turn around.
I mean, his final act was killing Hitler, so not to make that
true. Yeah.
A lot of people forget that. We all talk about would we go back in time and kill Hitler? He didn't have to go back in time. He took care of it.
Here's a moral question. Is it morally okay to kill baby Hitler?
No.
Is it morally okay?
That becomes complicated for me because then you got to factor in like, would there have just been a different Holocaust, right? Is there something of an atrocity vaccine that needs to take place in society?
Let's say you don't even have a time machine. You just have 2 buttons. One is to let Hitler live, and then the other one is to kill
No baby
Hitler.
killing. Take the
so
baby
you
killing.
you can't affect him, or you can't teach him to be better. You only have the option to kill baby Hitler or to let history go as is. What is the moral choice?
Wait. How about
and why?
abort before 20 months, 20 weeks?
Jesus.
No,
Christ.
he has to be born and then we kill him. That's part of the deal.
Is it part of the deal? I want to know, North. Is that the question we're answering, or are we trying to say Hitler or not?
No.
Look,
Let's not
you
take
have
this
a
to abortion.
3-month-old baby Hitler sitting in his little German Austrian manger.
I see.
His Jesus Christ. He's has his like daddy Hitler whispering anti-Semitic things into his ear as a baby. You have the option. Button 1, you click it, you kill baby Hitler. Button 2, you click it, history continues as is. Nothing.
And he dies of
changed.
influenza or something inane, so it's not like a tragedy for the family. Well, it's a tragedy. It's
And then
just
if
a
you
different-
don't click it, if you don't click the button, you get shot.
No, don't worry about it. It's not that big a deal. He just died of the flu. Don't worry about my
It's
dead
a different.
baby. It was
That's a
only-
different
it was
proportion
only
of tragedy.
influenza.
It's a different proportion of
Yeah,
tragedy.
wasn't.
I'm just saying that I'm trying to tie up loose moral ends here. I apologize. I'm just making it worse.
No. You know that you explicitly caused the death of baby Hitler.
I know it. I just don't want them to know it because
He just doesn't want it to be violent.
They don't know it because you're in your modern time.
Okay,
Look, you're in your modern time. I'm not saying it's a time machine. If it's a time
Describe
machine,
in
then it'll be like a
detail what
whole
happens to
thing.
the baby.
Jesus.
Okay.
I don't want to describe the death of an infant, even if it was baby Hitler.
Let's back up.
That seems a little bit too gruesome even for me.
Hey guys,
All right.
let's start a charity. We got to make up for some shit we just said.
You've got to make up for some shit. We don't have to do. We don't have to
We'll
do
call it Baby Hitler Incorporated. It'll be about. We'll donate money to the Ukrainians or something. I don't know.
We
Ladies and
money.
gentlemen, the marketplace of ideas. The only way on the internet that you're going to get this kind of deeply detailed conversation.
I should not have drunk tonight.
I was thinking the
Marketplace
same
of
thing
Ideas,
about
the
3
official
words
home
in.
of the Preventing Hitler's charity, where we donate to kids who aren't very good at art.
Where we
that can go to
attempt-
art school anyway.
We donate to African warlords so that those kids get shot before they can become.
Gee.
I mean, that's really. I think Kyle hit it on the head. We don't actually need to kill Hitler. We just need to make sure that our artists can earn a living such that they don't feel like they have to become the chancellor of a country.
True! Actually
they
true.
already could a living. There was an art school. He was so
He got
fucking
kicked
bad
out.
at it that he failed. He couldn't even get into the thing that would let artists make a living. That's what it was.
Yeah, well, he should have
Well,
gotten
there's
a
a lot of
teacher
other
before he
stuff
tried
too,
to go
but
to
sure,
school.
yeah.
He should have got a private instructor before trying his audition for college.
He was
So they could've-
he was making custom postcards on the street of Vienna because he was such a bad artist. That's what I.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have happened if they had a UBI. They're trying to say.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we needed UBI in Austria.
If he had fulfillment
or in
outside
Germany
of
or
wanting to
whatever.
be a soldier after he yada yada.
Listen, I'm not saying that there's a long history of people who are kind of shitty at art, and when the art thing doesn't work out, they move into political demagoguery as a
Ben
as a second
Shapiro.
career.
Ben Shapiro.
Killing other
Ben
groups of
Shapiro was an
people.
artist.
He tried to become an actor. Yeah.
I'll say
Damn guys, I didn't make it as an artist. Let's start up the gulags.
No,
and-
there is a failed Hollywood actor to alt-right not alt-right, but like right-wing pundit pipeline. I think Crowder's in there.
Crowder tried to be a comedian.
Yeah.
Jesus. Whoa.
Rubin?
To be fair,
Dave Rubin?
that was never going to work out. We all know that.
I remember once David Pakman was on Joe Rogan's show, and Rogan was trying to defend Steven Crowder as a comedian, which is rich coming from Joe Rogan, that stool-humping fuck.
You have barely a comedian defending not a comedian.
And so he's like, no, he's a comedian. And David Pakman's like, oh, what's one of his jokes? Well, he likes to wear a dress sometimes. It's like that. I think even Pac-Man was like, "Oh yeah, it's hilarious. What a great joke."
Hang on.
I got a
I love
question.
Pac-Man's
Eddie Izzard.
sarcasm,
Eddie
dude.
Izzard was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, genius.
Yeah, but
that's
was-
not
wearing
because
a
he wore a
dress
dress.
sometimes
Eddie
is
Izzard didn't just
perfectly
put a dress
valid.
on.
That
Like, hey
wasn't the
guys, look
joke.
at this. Hey, look at this. I'm a bitch. I'm a woman. Hey, oh.
I got
Anyway.
a question for you all. Dave Smith. Opinions on Dave Smith.
Grifter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anti-intellectual.
Are you familiar
grifter,
with
dipshit.
what he said earlier
Loser.
today on his Twitter?
What'd he say?
Oh God.
Nothing worth hearing,
Informative.
but go for it.
Dave Smith said, and I hate this because I defended him on Twitter the other day.
Oh, okay.
Was protect Tucker Carlson at all costs. And this is a response to Tucker Carlson releasing his video talking about how the FBI was investigating him for FARA violations. The same comments were made by Marjorie Taylor Greene, which Marjorie Taylor Greene said that she would stand with Tucker Carlson. Opinions on that?
I want to know what FARA violations he was involved in. That's my
I don't
first
know either.
question.
I would love to read that report because apparently this was a preemptive video. The FBI contacted Tucker Carlson over it, and he wanted to get ahead of the story. So
Yeah,
I
so
don't know.
Have you guys heard the thing that it's coming down because he's at odds with the administration currently over the war, and there's been some backroom fighting?
Sure.
Like, I want to say that Trump is angry at Vance because Vance brought Tucker in, but now Tucker is arguing against the admin, so Trump's not happy anymore, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, would I believe that he's violated FARA? Almost certainly, sure, yeah, that's totally believable. But if the Trump administration is bringing it, well, now I don't believe that. Like,
But remember,
it's almost always going to be
Tucker-
biased prosecutions in political games with these fucking losers.
Tucker brought up text messages between him and the Iranian regime. If this really is bullshit allegations, it's going to end up like every single other one of Trump's bullshit prosecutions. It's going to end up being tossed out, and there will be no attorney general willing to do this prosecution.
Possibly.
But it'll still
if
bring
we go
its-
full cronyism.
Yeah.
Like in a cronyist society, people are actually committing felonies or breaking laws in ways, and a crony leader wants that because if you turn on the group, then they have hard evidence against you. This is the thing where everybody has to stab the corpse after the gang.
Yeah.
So it is very possible that this thing has been going on, and it hasn't been such a big deal because, of course, it wasn't causing a problem for the administration at the time.
Yeah.
But now that it is, the admin is going, oh, well, this is why we keep this shit on people.
Yep. I wonder where they
It's
learned
too
that.
brute.
I wonder where they learned that thing of secretly being friends with people, but then having dirt on them to use against them for leverage if they ever try and turn against you. I wonder where they got that idea.
Apparently,
Look at
they
mommies.
were investigating his thing already. They were monitoring his text messages for whatever reason.
Jeffrey Epstein is what I'm saying. Jeffrey fucking Epstein.
Oh, that's
That is a whole different can of worms.
It's
whole
overblown
Jeffrey
and it's
Epstein thing
underblown.
is
I agree.
is a
Chapingo,
lot
I'm
of
so with you
conspiracy
on that
theory
statement.
bullshit.
I'm so with you. Like, when I talk to some people, I'm like, there's actually a lot there. And with other people, I'm like, they didn't actually control the whole fucking world, dumbass. Like, just because he did work with Israel isn't proof that Israel was pulling the strings in the entire world all along. It just means, like,
Yes.
these are the sort of normal backroom cigar smoke rooms deals that like, have always happened. But it's not nothing.
I think the
but
problem
it's
is
not
that there's a
everything.
conflation between
my
there's a conflation between the pedophile ring
Wild.
and the government conspiracy. So pedophile ring, pretty fucking bad. The problem is the people who are harping about the pedophile ring will immediately say, "Oh, and that means that there's a giant conspiracy and the world is run by lizard people."
Yeah, and Zog
Then you get-
and et cetera.
Yeah, etc.
The
So then
lefties
you've
want
got
to
the
claim
other
it's
side,
the
which
proof
is
of
like
Zog, and yeah.
nothing really went on here. Nobody it's all just lawfare, and nobody really did And to them, I say, no, pedophile ring is pretty fucking bad. That shouldn't be something that we sweep. It
And a lot
doesn't
of
mean that we
big
have to go
politicians
full.
are wrapped up in it in a way that affects politics, but that doesn't mean that, like, yeah, that doesn't mean that Jeffrey was the puppet master of the world in the back rooms. No, he was a guy. He was a facilitator, right?
Yeah, I'm 100% on. Yes, there are things that we can look at honestly here and say this is a problem. We should fix this problem. Is it at the level that our Congress should be doing like legislation to enforce the release of legal documents?
Only because Trump made it an election issue and because he's deeply implicated. If they wouldn't have made it
Oh,
an
yeah,
election
yeah.
issue, I'd say
Well,
leave it the fuck out.
There is a problem that
Well,
should
actually,
be
no,
called
no.
out.
Even if they didn't make it an issue, the fact that he's so tied to Epstein, we should have been painting him with Epstein since day one.
There is an issue to be called out here. That being the fact that there are foreign actors intentionally trying to push the Jeffrey Epstein stuff so that it destabilizes our domestic politics.
For sure.
We've seen Russian bots pushing this bullshit. We've seen Russia Today push this bullshit. And since the start of the Ukraine, or not the Ukraine war, sorry, the Iran war, we have seen Iranian AI images pop up saying, courtesy of or for the pedophiles or something like that. Like they're pushing into the Jeffrey Epstein narrative.
Yeah,
And we have to be hyper vigilant to make sure that the opinions that we're forming are actually based and grounded in reality and not bullshit pushed on us by foreign actors because they want us to destroy each other while they expand their influence.
You're absolutely right, Noy, but there is one small caveat there in that it works best when there is a nugget of truth, and that forces people into a position where they either want to reject it outright altogether, or it is all true and we have to bite everything that comes along with it. So we should be aware, but part of that awareness is there's probably some truth here that we should engage with without going 10 toes.
Full R.
I completely agree with you on that assessment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we can't do that. Quick, somebody disagree. Communism.
Communism. Fuck
yeah.
Karl Marx. That's what I gotta say.
I'd fuck him. He had a great beard. Good-looking guy.
Jesus.
Dude, Karl Marx was the best commie there ever was.
I am the best.
I find it
communism
funny
there
that
ever was.
nobody listens to Karl Marx ever. Like,
True,
he
especially
said his
Marxists.
thing, yeah, he said his thing, and then everyone has kind of just like
why I'm a
reformed what he
Marxist.
said ever since, to the point where none of it's relevant anymore. Except for maybe the what do they call it? The theory, labor value theory. They still kind of believe in that, even though it's
Even though that's like one of the most obviously obnoxious and dumb
Yeah.
ideas in all of Marxism.
I don't know why they keep the labor value theory, but they do.
Wait.
So-
This will be fun for me. I'll get to defend Marx. Why is the
Oh boy.
labor theory of value stupid?
Wait, before you do
Hold
this,
on,
can I just potato salad this whole thing? Skip through the Are you
If you don't want
they
to
don't
do
know
it,
potato salad.
we can jump. We can jump ship.
No, I'm happy
No
to be
worries.
here. I'm glad to hear you defend Marx better than I can. Are you
Oh, poor North. I love you, brother.
are you like Steel Manning? Is this devil's advocate, or do you believe what you're about to say?
It's leaning toward the Steel Manning, but I think that there are, like, the descriptive analysis of Marx, I think, hit a lot of notes that point toward truth, that point toward reality.
Yes, a lot of our understanding of economics, I think, does spring from him. Our understanding of recognizing class consciousness is big.
I'm not jumping all the way.
Sure,
I'm not
sorry,
going that far.
sorry. Go
I'm
for
saying
it. Go
his
for it.
description of how economics has progressed throughout time and what is, like, his descriptions of value have some validity. Now, there is an issue that
And
every time you
shaped
take one of these
economics.
things seriously, you fuck yourself in the ass immediately because, ow.
I'm in.
That said, I think that there's a decent argument for the, is it labor theory of value?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm not married to it. I'm not trying to establish my economic structures around that.
Let me try to sober up for a second.
My brain is useless, so I was thinking demand side economics in part of my consideration of this subject.
Let's just walk through the simple question. Okay, I have an employee, and my goal is to make money as a business. If I don't increase the cost of what I sell any higher than what the cost of the employee added on to the good, can I make a profit?
No.
Okay, so my business will ultimately fail because, like, if there's no profit generation, then the first time any bump in the road occurs, we will not have sufficient means to keep going. So we have to build profit into it. If we do build profit into it, then at some point along the line, I do have to get a profit. I have to make something off of the difference between what I'm putting in and what I'm selling it for. And what I'm putting in is how much I'm paying the guy who's
for the labor,
who's doing the labor.
Yeah, and then I think we could all agree, because I'm not an idiot communist, that that's just driving past the fact that the person who's investing is bringing value as well, right? Is that where
Say that again for me?
The oh man, I'm crossfaded now. Basically, just because the only value we're trying to measure here that's added comes from the labor, that doesn't mean that there's not before that value added by the investor, the capitalist, the person who's facilitating this business, right?
Yeah, exactly. So in my ideal world, what we would do, because I'm going to go in my Ancapistan, which I've admitted I'm not anymore, but I still lean this way. So in my ideal world, what I would want is I would want a very clear contract between the worker and the capitalist and the owner, because the worker likely would not have been able to make any money without the capital and the business available for them to go and perform that task at. So that's the trade-off. The worker is always secretly, and this is the thing we never engage with when we talk about these ideas, they are themselves profiting off the business owner, because they're making the difference off of what they would have had to invest just to get the business off of the ground in the first place, and what they can turn out on a day by day. So like any deal, everybody's walking away with a little bit of what they want, and they're giving up a little bit. The business owner is providing space, they're renting out space, if you will, for that person to make money. And likewise, the business owner is then taking a difference on what they've produced and what they sell it at, which is the Marx idea. So both are occurring simultaneously.
Is profiting off the owner, I'm being pedantic here because I'm drunk. Is profiting off the owner the correct terminology that you would use for that, or no?
Do you have better terminology? What do I call it if I'm taking advantage of somebody else's location, services, in a way that I would not have been able to do on my own?
I guess it would be depend on how you define profit, because profit implies that you're creating more value than what you had for an expense of it, right? So
yeah, if I don't have okay, I'm selling lemonade, and I live in the middle of nowhere. I set up my lemonade stand.
Okay.
I'm not going to make anything. Now,
Probably
if I
not.
set up a lemonade stand in the middle of Metropolis, city mall, now I'm much more likely to make something.
Sure.
The only difference there is that I'm renting a location in which I can make a profit in a place that I otherwise wouldn't have.
Sure, on the very basic level.
All right. As an employee, I'm making the exact same trade-off. As an employee, maybe I'm a really great car salesman, but if I don't have cars to sell on my own, well, I can't make a lot of money off that. It's like my lemonade stand out in the middle of nowhere. But if I go to my local car dealership and I take on part of their space to do my car salesman shtick, then I'm able to, and we don't think of it this way, which is why I think we should. If we were honest, we would rent the space from the capital owner and then take that out of the earnings we make. In the exact same way that the capital owner is taking out the cost to pay the employee out of their profit.
That would be do you see that's your idealized world, or is that as your descriptive?
I'm making it. Yeah. I'm making a descriptive statement about this is what actually is, and in my ideal world, we would just be way more honest about it.
So
it is a two-way deal.
The description. I mean, I wouldn't argue that it is a two-way deal. I'm more of being pedantic about the word profit. Exactly.
What other word would you use?
I don't know. That necessarily implies that like you're creating more value than like you're putting in, I guess. And I don't know if that's a what's a proper term.
If we frame it in terms of opportunity,
expansive claim, all-encompassing, holistic. That's the term I'm looking for. Is that a holistic claim? In my opinion.
All right,
I'm being pedantic.
In terms of opportunity cost.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
What could I have made without the location, capital, etc.?
I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is that there's probably jobs out there that are probably so unproductive in the labor that you put in that the hours that you put in for the job are and the value that you create with the hours that you put in are so ill-productive that they don't actually create value and thus cannot be described as productive, as it were. Maybe I'm being a little weird with my.
That sounds fucking awesome for the employee. The employee is
for the employer, because the employee. Well, that would be bad for the employer. That would be good for the employee because
that's my point.
That's what he's saying. Anything.
Yeah. Sorry.
The employer's
only
losing out
valuing.
on profit because they're paying for nothing.
The scenario that I gave was that they were maintaining value, so they wouldn't necessarily be gaining or losing anything. But
so that goes back to my original thing: is if I only price the product at the difference between what I put in and what I'm paying my employee to bring up its value to market level, I'm not making a profit. And the first time a bump props up, we hit a bad month, we're doomed. We don't have any backlog. Like that's part of why profit is so necessary. You need to be able to store an asset.
I agree. Very important. This is part of my keyboard. I don't know why I took this off.
To make a point.
What do you think, James? Like, where do you stand on this labor theory of value malarkey?
I think the reality is that we have a system that's built off of valuing the reinvestment of excess wealth and productive value. And I think that's okay, especially now and in the near term, because our system is built that way. But I do feel like we could reach just a better outcome if we found that path forward to a system that doesn't lend itself. The worst part of this system comes out when people get so far ahead in the game that the game is unwinnable for everyone else. And that happens from individuals who accumulate incredible amounts of wealth, just gobbling up other sectors of the productive economy, as well as, how do I put this? Well, yeah, it doesn't empower everyone who could be productive. it keeps those ends in the specific aims of the people who have pre-accumulated wealth, which a lot of the times comes down to luck. Like I would highly recommend the book 1929 by somebody. Goes over the Black Friday economic crash and the policies and economic situations that led up to it. And God, it feels similar to fucking Bitcoin bros, where everybody was just printing infinite amounts of money and whole like a giant bubble formed out of an excess of people assuming that the number go up forever, and a bunch of fucking idiots who bet the farm ended up their version of billionaires, and they were a bunch of losers. And like we've got that in I keep calling this guy the peanut butter bar guy. Who's the podcaster bro who comes from who's the podcaster bro who made a protein peanut bar?
What are you talking about?
What's this guy?
I have no clue who you're referring to. The only peanut related media person I know was the Burnt Peanut, which apparently there's drama involved.
He's one of those lay epic centrist guys that Destiny's gone on to. He's just like, God, I can't imagine why people listen to him other than he just kind of repeats the kind of like status quo idiot Twitter level brain shit. And it's like,
what is defined as you said before, maybe I misheard you.
Yeah, I'm just off on a wild tangent.
Unable to be a winner, I guess. What is defined as that?
What do you mean unable to be a winner? What did I mean by
like you said that like you're unable to win in the system, I guess, because
I imagine a game of Monopoly where you start out with the standard like 1,500 or 2,000 or whatever it is, and somebody else starts out with $1 million and already owns Boardwalk. Imagine you start a game of Monopoly and you come in with your $1,500 and every property's already fucking bought and developed. Like all of the people born into capitalism today, unless they come with, family wealth, it's getting harder and harder. That stuff is.
And you're describing this about 1929?
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a time when it had already started happening. More there, I was trying to compare it to like the tech bros of today, where it's a bunch of people who just got lucky and bet the farm, and these people become the sort of movers and shakers and political and social and economic theorizers of the day, when they're actually just dumb fucks that all bought into the same bad idea that worked out in their favor. Like 1 million people invested in, and 900,000 of them picked the wrong fucking stock, and this like little group of people, this 10% that picked the right idiot stock, blew up and become the great men of history that we say built industry, when what really built industry was the need to have these products, the people that actually invented them, who had their fucking ideas stolen by who am I thinking of, Kyle? The guy that stole the shit from Tesla.
Thomas Edison.
Edison, yeah. People like fucking Edison, who, he's not as bad as fucking
Musk.
Thank you for having my brain better than I do. I'm a little drunk. He's way better than Musk, where he could actually. Okay, I keep digressing. I apologize.
You can tell.
Let's just all take a moment to praise Kyle for being so on point, saving the day as always.
What
was your question?
Between is my point that I was trying to make through a question.
Yeah,
was that I don't think the consolidation today is at all analogous to the consolidation of 1929, nor was there really major consolidation in 1929 as compared
not to the same
today.
extent.
And neither today nor the consolidation of 1929 led to the economic downturns that followed. That was more of a matter of allowing like abuse in investment, and a lot of people were getting into the stock market because they thought it was like it would always go up and it would never go down.
Wait, the last thing you're speaking to there, North, is exactly what James is pointing to.
Was it?
Yeah, I said that was one half of my rant, perhaps.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily be analogous to the stock bro thing, because how should I say this?
A lot of these
My
industry
criticism of your
investors.
description
Yeah.
of this of the crypto bros is that they didn't get lucky with the stock. Is that they did what scammers have always done throughout history, and that is convince other people that they were wealthy, and thus, by doing what they did, which is the scam in and of itself, that they would become wealthy themselves. And
That
then
did
that's how
happen
they
in
actually
1929.
become wealthy.
You had people all over the nation, which is why you ended up with bank runs, because it wasn't just the investor class or whatever.
The investor class, Jesus.
Well, the moneyed class, the type of
Donor
people.
class.
Everyone was investing in 1929. That was the issue.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
is that
what
your
would
average
normally be the
Joe
investor class?
was taking out a bank loan in order to
Just try and
invest
flip
in
money.
the stock market.
Yeah.
Because they were
Obviously,
convinced that it was a
1929 was
definite
way
growth.
worse than the crypto thing, but there's a lot of parallels. If you read 1929, you will see the crypto bro.
Put it on the reading list.
Yes,
How
sir.
about
Yes,
that?
sir. Put it on the audiobook list, man. That's way easier. That's how I got through it.
Audiobooks are expensive, man. I don't got
Okay.
that much
North.
money.
North. I'm actually leaning James's way here. If we think in terms of Pareto distributions, what age demographics have the most amount of wealth in our country?
The
Older,
oldest
younger,
generation.
middle-aged?
Generally, it's going to be like boomers and up. Are gonna
Older.
have the
Okay,
most-
They've
boomers
had the
and up are the
longest
vast
to
majority of our money.
accumulate.
Where is the vast majority of the boomer wealth?
If I were to guess, it would probably be in property.
And all of their retirement and everything is built up into the market. So property and the market.
Well, yeah, then part of it's the market too. They put their money in 401ks and all that, and then they retire. But that's going to be for any generation. It's not just going to be the boomers, because that's just how time works. You put little money in the market now, and later it matures and it becomes your retirement fund.
No, we
You
do
better
have a
be
very
funding your
synonymous
401ks.
state. We have a very synonymous state to what happened before the crash, in which we have a large portion of the population that has a very large portion of their wealth invested into this market entity.
Well, the difference between now and then is that then there was, yeah, I know, it was a freaking sword. Is that then there was it was a matter of debt. Was that the average person was literally taking out bank loans in order to invest in the stock market, expecting their value to return, because the stock market will always go up. It'll never go down. And then the market fell. The people that took out the loans were unable to repay. Businesses closed because they needed liquidity in order to pay for the loans that they took, and thus the market fell again. And then it was a cycle that repeated over and over and over and over until it all fell apart.
Why wouldn't that
Now, I
cycle
don't think
just
it's analogous
occur
towards
today in exactly the
because
same way?
Today, everyone's investments are put into the stock market, but there's no debt, meaning that no one's calling on them. At least for the most part, that there's no debt.
Well, they do.
I can't say that there is no debt whatsoever. It's just not a part of the major
Cost
market.
can become debt very quickly, sir.
Ugh.
Or at
I have a
least
feeling that family
interchangeable.
savings rates were probably higher back then
True.
as well. But
We're
I'm
fucked,
pulling
brother.
that out of my ass.
I think that's a good intuition.
I think. Well, it depends. When was the Social Security thing enacted?
I'm out here, poor as fuck, brother.
Well, keep
When
in
was
mind,
Social
everybody at the
Security,
time
did
was
you say?
poor as
Like
fuck.
the 40s, right?
True.
Well,
Social
we're
Security
talking
was
Great
under
Depression,
Roosevelt,
perhaps,
so-
right?
Yeah, the Social Security was a response to the Great Depression in some ways.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I can't drink any more alcohol. I know I'll throw up if I drink more alcohol. So
Damn.
water
Jesus,
it is.
you're already there, huh?
Is there a reason you decided to
I
get
think in
inebriated
effect-
to this degree, sir?
Because I can. That's why.
Okay.
My roommate came in and he convinced me to drink.
Okay, cool.
So I did.
I was worried there was an emotional tangent going on.
No, I'm very emotionally regulated in my life. I'm
Hush
I just-
off streamness. You thought you might be able to tell us something at some point this week. Can you tell us something at some point this week, maybe?
Oh yes, that thing. Let's see. Let me
thing.
check the.
Have
Let me
a
check
debate
their
with Destiny.
website. That's true. I did have a debate with Destiny. That's not what
Yeah, dude. We were thinking about watching that tonight, but we were like,
it's not very.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed
good.
it. Did a great job.
It was interesting, but it wasn't like. I thought the showdown would come over. What was it? I can consult my notes. I thought the showdown would come over to a different topic. Than what we actually went to. It was a lot more fundamental. So I wasn't necessarily prepared for the for where we had the fundamental disagreement on. That being whether it was effective for a state to whether it was effective for a state to punish people without laws in the books versus having laws in the books and punish them like afterward. That was like the fundamental disagreement. I was not good on resolving that, and I don't think he was very good on resolving it either. We kind of just like danced around each other, giving sort of like examples about like what we agree on without actually getting into the nitty gritty because both of us were a bit fucked on it.
Frustrated. It's a frustrating subject because once you just like the content we went over tonight was the Dan Saltman Hutch conversation, which is sort of the same thing, but like more shared ground. So it's a more fruitful conversation, but a less dramatic one.
I gotta say though, Mr. Mooten apparently fucking hates me. So,
No.
Yeah.
Did you find that out post stream or did you just?
No. Well, I asked him a question, which was, "What is your thoughts?" And then he told me that he like fucking despised me and he thought I was like a MAGA op or something like
Jesus.
And
that's just Mooten being dramatic in my estimate.
Well, yeah, and then I left the call because I'm not gonna argue or deal with that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And then
correct choice.
And then they literally spent like 10 minutes just talking about why I'm like a terrible person or something like that. Or why I'm going to vote for JD Vance in 2028.
That's him just venting bile. Don't take it personally, okay? Don't take
I'm
it
not. Well, I'll take it personally, but I'm not going to like hold it against
Yo, you want a rematch versus Mooten? Can we host that on the show, bro?
Can you help us out? If you could schedule that, I would definitely do it.
Fucking A.
Because it was definitely a misrepresentation of my opinion, especially because he was accusing me of being bad faith.
Yeah.
But you would have to actually get in contact with him, and he would actually have to agree to discuss with me.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, absolutely. I've been now that Kyle and I are well again, we are back into get fucking people on the show mode. We're excited for that.
Who should you contact? Not so erudite. You should contact.
We should contact them. It would be great if they.
Very responsive to DM.
Yeah, it would be great if they had already responded to me to a DM I sent them. That would be fantastic. By the way, I'm in a fantastic mood lately.
I have her friended, I think, on
Discord. Unrelated. I am in a fantastic mood. Unrelated. But who else?
Let's see here now. Do you know who? Let's see. Let me look at my friends list and see who would be responsive. For new people. Why do I have streamer mode enabled? What the fuck is going on?
Before we get too far away from it, I want to do a little optical analysis. I ended up watching the discussion twice.
You ended up watching North's debate twice, you said?
In North's discussion with Destiny?
Yeah, it was more of a discussion.
The first time I watched it, because Destiny is really good at optics, I don't know what the correct verbiage is, like holding frame, if I'm going to use an old red pill analogy. Sure. There was this feeling that North was kind of backed into a corner.
Yeah.
It wasn't blown out. I never felt that there was a blowout.
That's how DGG would feel it.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. I'm absolutely sure. But
which is why Mooten chimed in, because he wanted to be part of the stomp on him, Trumper.
Woohoo! Let's go.
But then listening to it the second time, I think North really held really well, walking the line of I'm engaging with your ideas, and nobody is going to do this. Nobody's going to go back and listen to it a second time. But at least for me, having done that, there was a distinct feeling of like, wait a second, North really did engage with all of these ideas. And it kind of made Destiny look like he was, in North's verbiage was, we were dancing around each other. It came across as Destiny was always trying to shift the conversation in a way that he never had to bite the bullet because he knew that North was correct.
On some level, yeah.
Well, I don't think he had an argument, nor I had a proper argument for addressing the core disagreement between the two. So instead, we kind of just kept dancing around like the whole thing. Maybe he was like trying to be courteous because I was supposed to be the one that was supposed to lead the conversation. Maybe that's like the best faith interpretation, but that's sort of what
I think he did want to give you room for your conversation. I think it was mostly good faith, yeah.
But I don't think I got like blown out or anything like that. I think I did fine in terms of like I wasn't epic conservative got destroyed by the liberal,
yeah, of course,
the omni-liberal or whatever you want to call it. No, it was never like that. But
yeah,
I wouldn't say that I owned Destiny or I won the debate either. It was kind of just a sharing of ideas in the end.
Yeah, where one person was maybe being a little bit more performative than the other.
A little bit.
And it's a good time to be performative when your government is being taken over by corrupt fascists. So good time to be performative. No real criticism there. And I think he did engage substantively too. So I won't make any criticism.
I wish
like that,
I watched this and I did more research on this beforehand because this came out right before our discussion. Was you watched the Asmongold clip of him talking about the DGG guy at the Constantine debate? You guys know what I'm talking about?
No, can we watch
the clip? You know what I'm talking about?
Can we watch the clip?
You can watch it. It's like 10 minutes or something like that.
Never mind.
It's a little bit long. It's this DGG guy, apparently, and he was at the Constantine debate. He's British. And apparently he was talking about, like, I was in the audience, and I was like, I should have gone up, and I should have slashed his throat and killed him. Like, Jesus Christ. Like,
wait, killed who? Constantine?
Constantine. Yes. He was like, Constantine was unnerved because I was constantly staring at him. And like, I brought a knife with me. And I learned from the Charlie Kirk debate is that I should have put a thing over his face so that it wouldn't like be blown up all over the news. As the conservatives were like be mad at it was, I should have, I knew that the clip came out, but I didn't watch it beforehand, and it would have been a good rebuttal for the latter part of the conversation when I was talking about the rhetoric that he was using, and his ambiguity was encouraging more radical behavior in his community.
I'm gonna give him.
It's all memes, bro.
I'm gonna give him the most credit I can, which is like, who's actually encouraging this? Donald Trump.
That's about half of his argument was that the radicalization, that's not because of me, that's because Donald Trump is so radical that it's radicalizing my community. That's why. I didn't have a proper rebuttal for that at the time. I don't even know if I still have a proper rebuttal now.
Yeah, I think the problem is how delicate you have to be with it. You've got to juggle. Yes, you have a rational position generally, but you should also do a good job of like clearly stating where the boundaries are. And if you don't do that, then you are responsible for these fringe people who, even if you do the best job, these people are still going to end up radicalized and probably kind of crazy. But if he's not doing the best job, then there's plenty of criticism to be had there.
Sure. I don't know. I'd push back on that. I think when you're responsible for a community, you set the tone for how your followers sort of act. Excuse me. If you really are like the paragon of your community, like how I assume Destiny's, if he says something, his followers are gonna believe it, and they're gonna, what the fuck is that?
Sorry, that's just when I mute, it plays a random sound effect. I need to call someone a bitch real quick. You did it! You shot someone in the back like a bitch. You did it. Okay, I told him that he was a little pussy bitch.
Was that what the air horn was for?
No, that was someone else.
That was me.
Okay.
I did it because apparently it's available on the server. Anyway, what was I saying? Something. Constantine, Destiny, debate. I was on a tangent and I lost it because I'm slightly inebriated.
There's a little bit of column A, column B here. James, I kind of agree with James. I don't know that we
Setting
necessarily
an example.
assign blame to the things that the people that you're, well, or maybe James was saying we should assign blame. I don't know if I feel comfortable saying that we should assign blame to the people given their community members doing things. At the same time, it is true that like if you're not clearly establishing that this is the expectation in your community, then when people are doing just memes, bro, it's just jokes, bro, then how far down that chain of just jokes before somebody thinks, well, this isn't really a joke and I think we ought to go along with this. And yeah, I actually agree with this.
Yeah, this is the issue that I have with the Destiny community is, and even in the conversation that we had, it felt kind of unsatisfying because it felt like even when I asked him to set boundaries and things for his community not to do, he said a couple things that aren't coming to mind, but I just remember feeling a little bit just unsatisfied, as it were. Yeah. I know my drunken antics are causing my speech to degrade just slightly.
Yeah, I think what it
This is
really
the
comes down to
last
is
of the can right here.
beautiful. In as much as you fail to set clear boundaries, you're open to some criticism. But if he is putting those boundaries, I think we'll still see this kind of bed posting, just because, like, if you're an American citizen who cares about democracy and freedom, then sometimes you might have these feelings towards people that don't stand for democracy and freedom, right? Like, I've had lots of these feelings, and you know, it's okay to express some of them, but
they're putting the cart before the horse. That's the issue that Hutch has brought up. That's the
it's not
issue
just
that I
feelings
also
with them.
share.
It's not just feelings. It's these people are committing to breaking with the liberal establishment, the liberal order, and
they're advocating for it.
Pepe, yeah, they're Pepe posting about it. They're saying, "Oh, I'm just joking, but for real though, we got to do something about these guys." And Destiny has too, and I absolutely condemn that kind of behavior.
Something that I came up with before that I wish I talked about during debate is that the tactics that he's advocating for are kind of like loser tactics, and they will ultimately like fail in the end, assuming that our liberal democracy kind of functions. But at the same time, if they do succeed, then that means that future actors are going to be able to emulate the exact same thing you do, and our liberal democracy fails even more. So, are you like
high time preference
like
versus
that?
low time preference?
Am I
James,
what?
I can see like your screen is going white and black going on your face.
Alt tabbing, sure, yeah, that'll do it.
You're alt tapping, imagine.
The king, I know how to use the computer good. Yeah.
Well, we don't have to dwell on this topic if nobody's actually that interested in it.
No, I'm super interested. I think it is the conversation du jour. Let me breathe some life back into it. What's your line, guys? What's your line when it's time to be part of the revolution instead of part of the problem?
The revolution?
That's right.
What are they? Conservatism?
It's 1776, 2026?
Not Trumpism. Easy.
Well, it depends where Trumpism goes. Trumpism could easily cross that line to me. It's tried to already. January 6th tried to cross that line. And if they were successful at January 6th, you better goddamn believe I'm pro fighting that in any way. In any way.
Yes, but Trumpism, I think fundamentally is not conservatism. They are two separate things, and thus we can
just
the
asking,
distinguisher that we can create. We can use it as a rallying cry.
I think you said MAGAism isn't the line, or Trumpism isn't the line, and I'm like, well, it could be. It's working on it. The Save Act. The Save Act is.
Let's play with your idea. Let's be a little bit more fair with it.
Yeah.
We won't fall into the trap of saying, because this is one of those things where defining where the line is incredibly hard.
I'll be right back.
The question is the argument. Yes.
So like, let's do the thing where instead of saying, you need to tell me exactly where the line is, we say, all right, how do we know when we've crossed the line? Because I feel like that's a lot easier of an idea to engage with.
And perhaps even more useful, yes.
All right. if we can look around and honestly say to ourselves, it is worse than where we were like imminent pre-Civil War, I would say we've clearly crossed the line.
That would require me to know a lot more about Civil War conditions. Let me boot those back up into my head. Occasionally people were straight up taking over military installations. There was open rebellion against the law, encroaching on like
I
ignoring
would say
taxation.
the biggest thing here is we are willing to turn a rifle on our neighbor in Minecraft.
Was that happening before it was organized via the state?
I have opinions.
Were people rifling each other
Drink.
before
Someone
they
said
said
something
go
about
in karate?
in Minecraft. Someone said something about times being better before the Civil War. Was that you, Trabringo?
I'm saying I know the line has been crossed when the society is so at odds with one another, akin to just pre-Civil War, that we are all comfortable with the notion of taking up arms against our neighbors.
Not so far of being comfortable of taking arms against our neighbors. It is a matter when our democratic society is no longer able to function with change in our democracy. And that the ability to operate peacefully in our society is not able to enact the change that we want.
Absolutely.
You're right.
That's
you're
right in the
toward,
Declaration
like,
of
the
Independence,
specificity
baby.
of the line.
Wait, sorry, Chipingaro, say that again. I talked over.
Yeah, I was talking over you. I'm sorry. I was saying to North, he's really just again pointing toward, well, you need to be more specific about the line, and I'm specifically trying to not engage with exactly where the line is, because North, what do you mean that we've gotten to a point where our system is no longer functioning?
I kind of feel that way today.
It means that elections are no longer considered what we call free and fair, and which,
That's definitely one of them. That's definitely one of them, and the Save Act goes there. The Save Act goes there.
No, I wouldn't say the Save Act.
It
goes
will,
there.
absolutely. You're disenfranchising millions of
people.
people. Once you're disenfranchising millions of people, you've gone there, baby. We're there.
You're disenfranchising as many people that don't have a real ID for their driver's license.
Which is like nobody.
And people who have changed their name since their ID, and that specifically affects women. So it's going. That's one that's
Government
going
name
to
changes have been going on
that
forever.
one.
We can look at the Save Act right now. We can compare this.
Oh no, I'm not very. I've been told it's very bad, and I've been given a couple of very low resolution criticisms of it. But am I gonna have to get taken to task on this while drunk and otherwise?
I'm more drunk than you. I've had more alcohol.
Hedge.
Hedge? Yeah, I'm a big hedger, bro. I'm all about hedging. That's what skepticism is, brother. Is hedging. That's my life philosophy.
You weren't skeptical when you made the statement
our
originally.
names are in reference to a birth certificate. That's it.
Which statement that I made originally?
That the Save Act is definitely going to disenfranchise a bunch of people. It is clearly bad. There was no skepticism. There was no hesitation.
That's how it's been given to me. Yeah, I'll be better. I'll be better now.
Look,
I may have overstated, but I think I'm right. Kyle said it's right. He's smarter than me.
People in which people who don't have a real ID will require a driver's license plus either passport or like a birth certificate in order to do voting. That's it.
What are
then there's the
baddest parts of the Save
other
Act?
Part of the Save Act is the suing. That's another thing I've seen people criticize, is that any individual is able to sue over an election if they suspect that there is election fraud.
Did that verbiage get changed at all between the branches of Congress?
Well, it hasn't been passed yet, as far as I'm aware. It's still in office, so everything is subject to change. Let me see if I can find it.
I'll display my ignorance. Was it not passed in the House? I thought it was passed in the House.
I don't think it was implemented.
It's in the Senate right now, I think.
Yeah, I would figure it would be in the Senate because the Senate has the what do they call it? The filibuster, so they require the 60 vote margin.
Kyle, you had criticism of the Save Act. What do you got for me? Bail me out.
Right. It was
Bail me out.
Yeah, my understanding is that a real ID is not definitively establishing of citizenship, and that you would require a birth certificate or an up-to-date passport. I would like to get clarity on at what point do you have to present these documents in order to be able to vote.
I think it would be a real ID in order to get it. If I'm going off memory from when I got my real ID, is that you have to bring like a birth certificate plus driver's license to get it.
Okay.
So the idea behind the Save Act, I think, is that if you don't already have a real ID, it's just you do the things that you would need to require to get a real ID. You just bring that to voting, that being driver's license plus.
I hate to just bring in a trump card here.
Birth certificate.
I'm gonna get fucking disenfranchised this because I am too poor to go buy me and my partner a new ID. So fuck you.
What state are you in? I'm in Kentucky and it cost me $40 to do that.
Okay, I don't have $40 for fucking Domino's, brother. I'm cashing out my 401k to keep up with bills. It is not great out here for me. Okay?
Does not seem like
I
am going to be
child.
disenfranchised by this. I know that doesn't seem like a lot to you, but you probably buy your groceries. I get them given to me by God,
I'm sorry,
by Christians.
motherfucker. I'm extremely poor.
Yeah, I'm more poorer. Fuck you. Do you want to have a pour off?
Donations to my live stream actually contribute to.
Yeah, I don't have those donations. I'm poorer than you. Fuck you.
I've given you recommendations for introducing donations to your live stream, and you guys have ignored them.
Well, yeah, but we're having a pour off. I haven't done that. I'm too dumb for that. Okay. My vote is being taken by this act because I am too stupid.
How much you pay every month for rent, motherfucker? How about that?
$12.50 because I'm lucky.
I pay $9.60. Well, how do you pay $12.50? Jesus Christ!
For 3 people too. We live in a basement, a Harry Potter basement.
I live in a 4-person apartment. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, yeah, you pay $9.50 times 4 people paying rent, right?
All right, factual clarification.
We're giving up too much personal information because we're drunk, by the way. Fuck you. We're giving up too much personal information.
I'm trying to add facts.
Yeah, we're okay. Yeah, what is it, Chapingro?
On February 11th, the House passed the SAVE Act. So it has been passed in the House. It is waiting to be passed in the Senate.
Yeah, and then needs to go back to the House to get finalized or whatever.
Wait, we were talking about the SAVE Act? What the fuck?
Yeah?
You didn't realize that? Are you that drunk?
I thought we were just talking about how poor we were. What the fuck?
Well, that was in relevance to the SAVE Act.
I know. I understand all of this. I'm here for it. I understand all of this. I'm memeing, sir. I am memeing.
You're memeing? I'm sorry.
I'm less drunk than you. I apologize.
Clearly.
I should look out for you because you are drunk.
When I get more drunk, it's the autism starts to come.
I am so poor that I put a certain amount of my wages into my 401k so I can cash it out within 3 months. Okay? That's how poor I am.
I'm so poor that I've donated blood in order to pay for groceries.
Fuck yeah, dude. You think you're talking game on me with that? Fuck you, dude. I calculate at the beginning of the month how much blood I need to fucking give out. It's been good lately. It's been a while since I've had to do that. But...
Do you use Octopharma? Or,
hell yeah, brother!
Yeah!
The real poor life. God damn. God damn.
I'm so poor that Octopharma nearly turned me away because my my blood content was too imbalanced.
That'll happen. No, that's normal. They'll still pay you on that day, right? They're good. They're good.
Yeah, they did pay me.
I went in with the wrong pair of laundry and got kicked out for BO.
Wear deodorant, motherfucker.
I am
you won't
used.
get kicked
No,
out.
I'm
Jesus.
good about that shit. Like that's why I was surprised.
Nah, I don't think
That's
so.
why-
If you're getting kicked out for BO, there's
It-
a serious issue going
Yeah,
on.
I think it was literally just
you're
it was
walking in
summer.
and they're like, "Oh my gosh, it's James, Jesus."
I know this guy. Hey, give him $20 to get him the fuck out of here.
True. Put it on his debit card that we give him, and we won't see him for another 2 weeks. You know,
Fuck
we'll
yeah,
declare
dude.
him as British, and he won't be able to donate blood anymore.
Hey, no shame. I no shame. 21st century is hard, brother. God bless us all. We're gonna get through this, and
Did
that's
you
why
donate
we should
blood
talk
in the
about
UK in the
the
last
save
30
act.
years?
Do you know how
okay.
badly I want to turn our pour off into a short, but I'm not going to do that for both of our dignity.
Okay, so this is according to bipartisanpolicy.org. 9% of all eligible voters do not have or do not have easy access to documentary proof of citizenship. 52% of registered voters do not have an unexpired passport with their current legal name. And 11% of registered voters do not have access to their birth certificate. And additionally, birth certificates often lack information that matches a person's current identity, as we, talked about somebody changing their name via marriage. So,
do you guys not live in a real ID state?
Yeah, I do.
I think every state has a real ID. I don't know if there's any states that don't.
They've been slowly
Yeah,
trying
but some
to
states
enforce it
basically made it such that if you want to renew your driver's license, you essentially have to go through the real ID system, like Florida.
I did not have to do
Oh,
that.
no,
I have
mine
a
wasn't a requirement. I just did it because I could.
I have a non-real ID till like 2030. I might not get to vote in this next election.
This is from
Republicans
the
are horrific.
Florida
nightmares.
DMV website. What you need to bring for real ID, your social security card or proof of social security number, and 2 documents that show your primary residence. One of the following: valid unexpired U.S. passport, certified copy of your birth certificate, consular report of birth abroad, never heard of that, certificate of naturalization issued by DHS, or certificate of citizenship. And then it makes a special point: for cases where the current name and the name of the primary identity document are different, you should also bring court-ordered name change document, marriage certificate issued by the court, and or divorce decree issued by the courts. So all of the things that you guys are saying people don't have access to get real ID, you have to have those things anyway. In my state, people were basically forced to do that in order to maintain their driver's license. And we already have carve-outs for how to handle these things when name changes occur, like for women with getting married.
So at what point do you need to present your ID to vote?
Assuming at the ballot
With real
box.
ID, if you have a real ID driver's license, and I've always had to present my driver's license to vote in the first place.
Mhm. So wait, does this end mail-in voting?
No, I don't think it does.
I don't
think
believe
it touches
so.
mail-in voting.
I do know on the page that I was on about the SAVE Act that there was some statement about how the verbiage has changed to deal with mail-in ballots, but like I happen to know that my boomer parents have a real ID and they've been voting that way for.
We can literally look this up. We can, let's see, Command F or Control F, and then
mail.
Mail. Yes. Let's see here now. Requiring documentary proof of the United States with citizenship with National Mail Voter Registration Form, Section 6 of the National is amended.
I am a huge fan of Chipingro, or excuse me, North at the very bottom of his screen. I'm a huge fan.
This is what I do when I'm drunk and I'm doing my thing. Because then I can do like this, my eyebrows, and that makes me expressive.
For the first time.
Let's see here now. By striking, each state shall accept and use, inserting in social requirements of Section 8J, each state shall accept and use, and This is not very helpful. An applicant who submits mail voter registration application form prescribed by the Election Assistance Commission pursuant to Section 9A2 or form described in paragraph 1(2) of Section A shall not be registered to vote in an election of federal office unless the applicant presents documentary proof of United States citizenship in person to the office of an appropriate election official or later than the deadline provided in the state law for the recipient of a completed voter registration application for the election, or in the case the state permits individual to register to vote in an election for federal office at a polling place on the day of the election on a day when voting, including early voting, is permitted for the election. The applicant presents documentary proof of United States citizenship. Okay, so it sounds like you need to provide proof beforehand before you do your thing.
Yeah, the bill would require voters applying for and submitting absentee or mail ballots to submit a photocopy of their ID at both steps in the process.
I'm going to mail in a photocopy of my ID?
Which significantly hurts disabled people.
Why?
Disabled people don't have photocopiers?
Yeah, if you don't have a... Do you have a photocopier?
No, but I'm a broke college student.
Do you know anyone that has a photocopier? Besides
I'm
your
assuming if you took a
fucking
picture
boomer
of your
parents?
ID, that would probably be equivalent. Just as long as it's legible.
Okay. Do you think this will affect a non-zero amount of voters?
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think that looks like?
Probably less Republican voters, if I were to guess.
What about all of the people who aren't educated on the new steps that Republicans jammed in?
Hang on. Talk to North's point.
Yeah.
And is it just my bias, or the vast majority of people doing mail-in ballots probably boomers anyway?
The entire state of Oregon.
Yeah. Yeah. We do a lot of mail-in voting.
Yeah.
Kind of seems to me like
but in general across the country.
I'll just say, before you restrict the right to vote, I want you to prove that there's a reason to. Can we start with that? Can we take like 50 steps back and say, hey, why are we doing this? And the answer is because Republicans want to restrict who votes, like they've done over and over again. Like that is explicitly what this is for, or sorry, not explicitly. Because if you're not an idiot, this is what it's for, guys. Wake up. Right? Like you guys are nibbling at the edges about the reasonability of these policies.
Like there is a reasonable answer to this, and that is that
if you want to buy into the bullshit,
to make it so
if
that
you want to buy into the
bullshit,
bullshit,
not buying your bullshit. It's that you generally want.
You're buying the Republican bullshit. They've done this time and time again. They haven't proven that there's a problem that needs remedying, and they're about to disenfranchise probably millions of people across the nation.
Would you be okay?
I will.
Okay,
I'm going to move off
on
on this. We've been taking this too unseriously without asking the first question. Why are we doing this? And the only answer is to control the voters. Prove me wrong. Give me a good case why we really need to restrict all of this. Give me a really good case.
Generally, you don't want people who are not United States citizens to be participating in the election.
Sure. Can you give me significant proof that that's happening in a way that could affect a single election?
No,
you cannot. So please don't disenfranchise my disabled veteran wife. Please stop.
Look, I can understand the argument that you present that someone who is a disabled veteran grandmother,
I'm not buying a new ID for this.
That they should be able to.
Unless I get a new job.
Be able to acquire
not a lot of good new jobs.
You know what? I actually can sympathize and maybe even agree with those arguments that the real ID probably shouldn't cost a fee, that they probably should be free, and that if you're going to be
do that first,
submitting documentation
do that
for the
first,
real
then.
ID,
this is to control the vote. This act is to control the vote. We've been. But
that doesn't make any sense in the
context
of the fact that the Republicans lose out on the net amount of votes that are involved with the real ID thing.
According to what?
We can literally. Okay, let's go look up at a statistic.
Both of these things can be true.
Hey, you know what?
It can be true that they're trying to control the vote, and simultaneously, North is correct. They're ultimately shooting themselves in the foot. Yeah, exactly.
Could be fine. Could be both. Could be bad in two ways and one that helps me. But fuck, you know what? Actually, that's now the question gets tough. Do I want to fuck over Republicans by being like, yeah, hey, pass this shit, fuck them. Fuck them. If they want to cut their dicks off and call it a win, let's let them do it.
See, this is just the question that we've had this discussion many times is, do you play practicalities or do you play principles? If you are principled, you would say, fuck it. I'm standing on my statement that it's going to disenfranchise people I care about, and therefore I'm against it.
I think it's
What should
easy
it
for
matter
me
if
to
it
now
hurts the
say,
Republicans?
obviously, we should do it. It's easy for me to take that win. I think that's a real question that should be asked. God, now I'm really thinking about, I think setting it up as a norm to play these games is generally the wrong thing, and I think this is a situation where we can, even if it happens to win us on the margins, fuck that. I don't want to get into those games. We can win on way easier grounds. Thank you very much. We got a pedo in office, brothers. We got it easy right now. We don't need to protect the Republic by skewing democracies. That's the Republicans' game, baby, not ours. We're good. I'm good on that, bro.
See here now. Here it's citizens without proof. Download PDF.
If it's to protect human dignity in the Republic, I could see myself going in on some funky Republican gerrymandering, vote stealing bullshit. But right now, we ain't got to be about that.
I think you can get your way anyway. I don't think it's probably going to pass the Senate.
Good,
if
fuck
I were to
'em,
guess.
freaks, not like us, okay? Not real people. These are monsters. These are ghouls. I'm going full Vosh pilled on this one. This is a freak bill.
You're going Vosh pilled?
I'm Vosh pilled.
Don't leak your goon folder, dude.
Apparently, it wasn't Vosh. It was Hassan was apparently agreeing with me on my takes. In the
jeez.
Not with the recent one, but a different one. The UFA one was apparently he was agreeing with.
Has that made you reconsider your position in life?
Yeah, what's it like being on
Hassan's side of the fence?
Yeah.
Well, let's be real. The real answer is that Hassan will take any position at any time if he feels like it can be a niggle.
Anti-destiny.
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah. If it'll just fuck with anyone he hates, and then he'll immediately abandon that in any case where it doesn't help him. So.
I tried finding the another
Hassan is left-wing Trump. I'll say it easy.
Well,
I'm drunk enough to just drop that one. I'm a real leftist, so fuck Hassan. All real leftists know fuck Hassan. So,
that's because Trump is right-wing FDR.
Oh god.
No, that is a wild statement to make.
If you want that as an indictment of the deep failure of the right wing, then absolutely, brother. If you want to say that as a criticism that the right wing has been a reactionary garbage party since like the 70s when they started the Southern strategy of just finding every little nitpicky LGBTQ marriage abortion issue that they can use Christian nationalism to promote.
That he has completely disregarded the powers of the presidency and expanded it to an unprecedented degree, and has attempted things like influencing the Supreme Court and all that. Then yes, I can admit that Trump is the Republican.
Sure, at least FDR had Democratic consensus when he did it. At least FDR had a plurality.
No. FDR,
he had a majority. He had a massive majority of positive.
FDR. Wait, hang on. So did Trump.
No,
Trump just won.
Trump's never gotten the majority vote. He's never gotten the majority.
He literally got the
plurality,
the popular vote in the 2020.
Popular.
This is such a lame talking point.
Not the majority. No, absolutely not.
About Gore,
if you want to talk about the Democratic
popular vote in the 2024 election,
you guys don't know.
He did win the popular.
I think
the popular, not the majority. Not the majority. The majority is 50.1%. No, he did not. 49, 48. No, that's not the majority will of the American people. That's not the majority will of the American people. That is so important. A real mandate comes from having
Gore win
well
the popular
over
vote,
50%.
or did he win a majority?
Wait, did Gore won neither? Oh no, he won the popular. Yeah,
he won the popular by quite a
No, but a mandate is different than being president.
About the popular vote at the time. Did Hillary win the popular vote, or did she win a majority?
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. a mandate.
Answer the question. It's an easy question. If I don't
Okay,
know what I'm talking about, then
I was
answer
listening.
it.
Ask it again. Ask it again.
All right. Did Gore win the popular vote, or did he win a majority?
He won the popular vote. Wait. I don't know. I don't know. What? Enlighten us.
He won the popular vote.
Okay,
At the
great.
time, we always spoke about this as the popular vote. When Hillary,
Yeah, but
did she win the popular vote, or did she get enough for a majority?
I understand that you're going to try and like trap me to leftists saying that like the electoral college, but we're talking about something fundamentally different. FDR
This is the
and
standard.
no, you let me talk. You let me talk. FDR had like 55% of the vote, which is a mandate. When Trump talks about a mandate to govern, he's saying that he has the popular will, the significant will of the massive majority, a meaningful majority above 50%, which he has never had. He has never had a 50%, let alone a mandate, which is 52+% of the significant American vote. That is an actual representation of the polis, which FDR
All right,
had,
so you're going to
and
say
Trump
that you're
has
going to say
taken
that
advantage
Reagan.
of.
Are you going to say that Reagan was an actual representation, given that he got?
Yeah. He got the vote. He
59%?
absolutely got the vote. He did. He was garbage, but he absolutely had a mandate. Absolutely, one of the biggest mandates in American history. Did he not? This is like a 48.
Every state but Minnesota.
The 49. Yeah, he had an absolute mandate more than maybe any other president in history. Just because he was garbage doesn't. Just because his politics were shit, I wouldn't have voted for him. Just because he had a mandate
Kyle, the
doesn't.
specific discrepancy here is we can't talk about the states because we're not talking electoral college. We're talking about the actual percentage of people. And I appreciate that you're willing to say that, James. Like that's consistent. But you were just shitting all over everybody since FDR.
In what way? I think so.
I feel like the only people in the last, I don't know how many years, it's the 90s, that have actually gotten a over 51% of the vote would be George H.W. Bush and Obama.
Yeah, and that
That's the only
should
two.
limit how much they extend their executive power, how much they
No, it really
intercede
shouldn't.
on behalf of the
I'm
polis.
just saying that, like, there's a difference between having a quote-unquote mandate, which is really an arbitrary concept, and
I mean, you could
I
call
don't
it
know.
arbitrary, but it's pretty meaningful to say whether or not
It is arbitrary. Yeah, it is arbitrary.
It's-
It doesn't mean anything.
It's not
Having a
empirical,
quote-unquote
it's not
mandate by the
exact,
people
but
doesn't-
it's meaningful. Absolutely, it's meaningful if
No,
you have
it
the
is not
significant majority of
meaningful.
the American people supporting you. Yes, that's
No,
almost
the
definitionally
difference
what
between-
democracy is about.
The difference between Donald Trump getting 48% of the vote and winning, and Obama getting 52% of the vote and winning, is not. I don't consider that a.
Yeah, it means most
significant
people don't
mandate.
support his actions, and so he should tread lightly with his executive
By
privilege.
most support, you mean
The
40,
majority of
52%.
Americans did not support his his executive agenda. Does that not mean
52%.
anything to you? Does that not mean anything to you? I'm
also, that even depends on how you consider non-voters with that statistic.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of variables, but like that mandate means something. I'm going harder than you're
No,
ready for
it
right
doesn't
now,
mean
and I apologize.
much. I think I don't
All
think
right,
the
so
difference between
Nixon's-
I don't think Obama
Nixon's
getting
second
52
term.
and Trump getting 48 ultimately mean anything in the philosophical term of having a mandate. They were elected president. They enacted their powers however they wanted. If they were to enact legislation, that was more of a matter of their charisma and willing to work with the opposition party and willing to work with their party more than anything else. More than any quote-unquote mandate. That's my opinion on the subject.
Okay.
James, are you also going to bite the bullet that Richard Nixon on his second run, getting 60%, had a clear mandate?
Sure, yeah.
This is the Nixon that had to
doesn't
leave
mean-
office?
Yeah, sure, yeah. That doesn't mean he did good things.
All
Like
right, so John F.
means that the
Kennedy,
people
who got
have
less than
endowed him-
50%, he didn't have a mandate. We shouldn't have listened to Kennedy, right?
He shouldn't have stepped outside. He shouldn't have used as much executive privilege. Yeah, he should have been
What
more.
is the executive privilege that allows someone to have a mandate and doesn't allow someone to have a mandate?
It's not
what
like
is
a
that
simple
defined?
drawn line on a piece of paper. It's just
Well, it feels like you're trying to make a distinction, so I think it would be good to have this stated.
Donald
Wouldn't it
Trump
not?
continuously breaking norms in half at a 48% vote. Bad. FDR
Sure.
FDR kind of breaking things when the I'm trying to Google his percentages, but yeah, it seems like a pretty understandable
Well, I
concept.
think
That
FDR was a bit of a blowout, but
yeah, exactly. So I'm saying the more of the support of the American people you have, the more executive privilege you should be able to feel like you have
no,
some.
that is not constitutional nor anything. That's just like vibes, in my opinion. It's not really based off anything.
Okay. Okay.
Like why? Why does 51% versus 48% in terms of the popular vote give someone
And
the
it's not 48%.
executive mandate to be able to fuck with the Constitution? I guess I would argue that no one has the mandate to fuck with the Constitution just because they got a majority of the vote.
James, this is a quibble, but I think it's the type of quibble that you would normally lay at me. Like
Yeah.
the percentage for Trump from the Wikipedia article I'm looking at is 49.8%.
Okay.
Literally 2.2 percentage points away from the
Versus
50%.
Kamala, which is what, like 48.7 or something like that?
Yeah, which
The
means
margin
that
is 1.48. So 1.5% is the margin difference.
you have a
that
1%
Trump did not get a
over.
majority.
You have a 1% over the opponent. You have
Yeah,
not
that's how
the
elections
majority
work.
will. Like I understand this isn't going to be like a clean thing where it can give you exact rules for like, well, once you've hit 53%, you can off a Supreme Court judge or whatever. Like but I think there is something meaningful to the degree to which people support you, endowing you with the power to be creative or even bend the rules to serve the
problem
needs of
is
the
that
people.
this is vibes. That's the
Right.
criticism.
Sure.
This is basically vibes, and
You don't like that
there's
it's not
no
an exact system, and
Well,
I
why
understand that.
is 51% different than 49% when either win an election?
Those aren't
why does one give? Can you explain in detail why one gives a mandate and why one doesn't? What makes it magical?
I can jump in for James here.
Please, thank you.
49% is different from 50% in that we live in a first past the post style system. So if we are seeking majorities, which is the main idea of our system, if you have not reached the 50% threshold, you do not have a majority.
The problem is that in our election system, that would mean that let's see here now, Trump to let's go look at the Biden election for 2020.
Wait,
I'll give
North,
my
would
own.
you at least agree that in the definition of majority, that the 50% threshold is baked in?
For majority, like
I'm not
if
as
you
married to
define
this.
majority as winning 51%, then yeah, I guess
I would
by
say
definition, that would
it
be true.
means something, but it means less. What like if you say 49 versus 50%, I'm not as worried, but 49% versus 55% or 60% from Nixon or whatever Reagan got, like that is the people telling you we believe in your mission and you're allowed to significantly wield the powers of the executive.
But that changes over time. Like the election day doesn't matter.
Absolutely. And I think that should be involved as well. Sure, yeah.
But that contributes to it more being vibes than anything. For one, and then for two is that then you would have to disqualify Trump, Biden, Trump, Obama, Bush.
By what
Bill
rule?
Clinton.
I haven't made any hard and fast rules for this.
None of them have achieved 55%. All of them have achieved I think the most was
I'm
Biden
saying that should
or
mean
Obama with 52.
I'm saying that should mean that they measure how much executive privilege they take relative to the understanding of that representation of the polis. Yeah.
That's not definable nor constitutional.
It's not simply definable, but I think when you look at someone like Trump, who has continuously and repeatedly, over and over and over again, like tried to undermine the system at a 49%, whereas someone like FDR, who's getting like 55 plus, and all of the senators are generally in his support, him taking a little bit of like executive privilege, especially in like extreme circumstances, you could say, like he had to deal with a lot the rebuilding our economy after the crashes of 1929 and the Dust Bowl and whatever. like he had a lot to go through, so he was in extreme circumstances of like rebuilding society after a financial crash. So that should be involved in understanding all of these factors go into how much executive privilege should you be able to enact as a representative of
But
democracy.
again, you acknowledge this is all basically like
It's
vibes,
inexact,
right?
You like if you just want to say vibe, sure, but like it's a meaningful representation of the people that most people didn't vote for Trump, and
Why
he's
is it
continuously
meaningful?
trying to
Can you
corrupt the
articulate
system.
why?
What? Why is it meaningful?
Yeah, why is 51% versus 48% like different when both of them win the election?
I don't know. I can't point to that molecule that proves that it's like a superior way of considering democracy, but I don't think it's very outside of political conception to say that a person who doesn't have much support shouldn't overwield their privilege. I feel like that's
I would
a
argue
pretty
that Trump had a lot
understandable
of support, but now
law,
he
but
doesn't,
it's
and
just
he's
not
gonna lose
easy
the
to
election.
work that out in the exact moments.
Like the reason why we have
It's not
re-elections
precise.
is that if you do something with your power, and you lose, I guess, your quote unquote mandate, that being losing your support by your party, then you are no longer able to govern properly in the future. And that's why we have midterms, and that's why we have new general elections. We don't elect a dictator; we elect a president that's only in term for
maybe I'm not
a certain amount of
saying
time.
maybe I'm saying that this shouldn't be like hard and fast rules, but this should be how we view politics, and people should see what Trump is doing at a 49.8% vote versus a 49% vote, and seeing how contradictory it is to the values of most Americans, and they should be cognizant of
Why?
that.
So if Trump achieved 51%, you would be okay with it?
That's a great point.
If Trump achieved 55%, you would be okay with it?
I would.
I think you would still say no.
I would still make arguments against it. Yeah, I would still make arguments against it. Yeah, that's a good point. That is a really good point.
Yeah.
I think you've all made great points.
True.
I appreciate you all.
And
I think I repeated a couple points there.
It is 11:59, and my gal has told me that I need to keep it quiet.
It is 3 a.m. for me.
No, it is 12:59. Actually, it's 2:59 where you are, dumb fuck.
Eastern Standard Time.
Well, I deeply appreciate the conversation, and I apologize to anyone I've disrespected in this conversation, because I want you to know that I deeply appreciate and respect you both for your additions to the planet as you wag your keyboard thingy around.
Yes.
Thank y'all for hanging out
with
us.
It's a what do you call it? It's like a thing for my keyboard. I put it right here.
Oh, yeah, for your wrist.
Yeah, for your wrist. You rest your thing on there so that
a wrist rest.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I use this to attack my roommates whenever they come into my room.
As you should. Don't let
as one should.
Yes,
that is true.
Any announcements of coming things you're gonna have coming up?
I don't know if I haven't signed any documentation yet, so I think it's
all right.
They haven't made.
All right, where can people find you?
Well, no, it's the World War debate thing. I'm probably can say on this platform that I am part of that.
Hey, I don't know what you're saying.
I'm still
great job, brother.
World War debate's like a thing.
I know what they are, but nobody knows what you're saying if they are. Luckily, not many people are going to make it to hour 6 of whatever happened here.
Yeah, true.
All right, James, Kyle, you guys got anything coming up?
Wait, wait. Give him a second shot. We could clip it and say, "Great job, North." And
I don't know.
No, you're not announcing. Don't announce it here. Why the fuck would you announce it here?
I don't know. No, you have 3 viewers on your live stream right now, so I feel comfortable being able to announce it here while drunk.
Ooh.
4 viewers, sorry. Whoa. Whoever is there.
Shit. How many of them are me is the question.
That's true. I know I'm one of them because I've been running it in the background. One of them's probably you. One of them's probably Stream Elements.
Is it literally all 4 of us? We are all the viewers.
True. What you need to do is look.
Well,
what is
okay,
it?
what we didn't
Wix
succeed
server, Pisco server, Hutch's server.
Oh yeah, I'm on the
and
ground.
then
I'm on the
there's
ground.
others.
Here,
Well, you
what
can,
we
like,
didn't
advertise
do
your
today,
shit.
what we didn't do today was become great streamers. But what we did do today was work on becoming great streamers, and I think we made significant progress towards that.
Especially when we started streaming.
You know what? God bless America. God bless the marketplace of ideas. Have a great night.